Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Hello everybody, good afternoon, we're back. Great to have your company. We're here every day, as I'm sure you know by now, between 1 and 6, and we've got an afternoon to look forward to. A fun-packed and actually surprise-filled afternoon as well. I can't say any more at the moment, but there's lots of reasons why you should stay with us right the way through until 6 if you can. In the building today, we've got the brilliant Jamie.
Hello.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Welcome back. Good to see you.
Lovely to be here, as always.
And Jamie's bringing us some products that he's actually developed as well, which are really exciting. Also, a bit later on, Craig is going to be here. He's going to be here from Crafters Companion a bit later. A couple of shows from Craig with some brand new nesting frame dies, which you're going to love. And because it was so popular last time we did it, Bradford Loves Bargains is back at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Andy, of course, who everyone I'm sure watching knows, Andy Love, he's management now here at Hobbymaker, and he's got the power to do wonderful things with prices. So if you want a bargain, make sure that that show is on record, or better still, watching it live, because I'm pretty sure we're going to have some sellouts. That'll be 3 o'clock this afternoon, not to be missed. Now, as I say, we're here every day 1 till 6. We have lots of reasons to shop with us. The one that everybody loves is the postage, which, if you've not heard before, it's capped at £3.95, and that's for the entire day. So from midnight last night to midnight tonight, no matter how many things you put in your basket and check out, you'll only pay a maximum of £3.95. That's a big tick. The other thing is that we've got a free phone number for our call centre, and the call centre is UK based. It's in this building and it's family run. So if you want to either become a member of Hobbymaker and buy something, or if you've got a query or a question about something, they're always there 24 hours a day on the free phone number. Okay? And also, of course, our brilliant prices and our brilliant products from brilliant brands. All of that's on the website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. You can access things like Crafters Companion, Creative Expressions, Burton Gert, whatever the brand may be creative. It's all there 24/7, and you can order, even if things aren't on the telly, you can order things off the website whenever you take the fancy, and that is hobbymaker.co.uk. Okay, so that's all the main things covered. Now, sometimes, most days, not all days, but most days we have what we call a spotlight. Now, that's one product that the team gather around and discuss and kind of pick out as being an absolute crafting essential. We look at how many we've got, we look at what price we can do that's very, very special just for one day or until it sells out, and we've got that spotlight lined up for you right now. A great way to start off Wednesday afternoon. Okay, now, as I say, a spotlight has to be one product, very, very special, that every crafter will absolutely love at a very special price. Creative Expressions are renowned for lots of things, but they do brilliant stencils and also embossing folders. Now, this is a 3-dimensional embossing folder that you can see here, and this has been an incredibly popular embossing folder for a very, very long time, and we've got it here this afternoon, and it's going to be our spotlight. Now, Jamie very kindly has run it through a few different materials. We got it through on black cardstock, but of course with a 3D embossing folder you've got so much depth, and there's so much in the way of design that you can put your texture pastes over the top of it. You can of course put your gilding waxes, all those sort of things over the top if you wish to. But look, you've got that 3-dimensional depth, much thicker than a standard embossing folder. And if I show it to you in gold, look at that. You've got the mid-ground, the foreground and the background. It's all there for you. Whatever sort of techniques you want to apply with this, whether you want to cut those roses out, whether you want to put a gilding wax over the top or something like that, it's entirely up to you. But in metallic card, as you can see, it really takes on a whole new depth and dimension. Now, if you know you want this in your basket, please do put it in there now. It's UW2885, UW2885. Loads of you are putting this in your basket because you know what we do with Spotlights. We always give you the best possible price. While the stocks last, we haven't got a massive amount of stock. We've got a bit, but not a massive amount. And all you're paying, even if you put it in your basket and checked out already, everyone pays the final low price. If we drop a price during a show and you ordered it 10 minutes earlier, you all pay the final low price. £6.99 for a standard embossing folder would be fantastic. But to get a three-dimensional embossing folder, absolute bargain. Pop it in your basket and check out. It will go through any of the embossing machines and any of the die cutting machines, manual or electronic. UW2885. Make sure that you're one of the, well, few people that can get this today at this ridiculous price. I mean, it's a popular embossing folder, this, Jamie, isn't it?
This is my favourite.
Is it?
If I'm being 100% honest, out of all of our embossing folders, this is my favourite. I love this one. And the reason is because it's quite an equal coverage.
Yeah.
So you've not got any of the dips and valleys that you're likely when you run an ink pad over the top of it to get ink in the bits you don't want to be using. It's also a really good one for doing grouting techniques with, when we flip it over and we fill it with different texture base. Yeah. We're going to hopefully do that in one of the demos during this hour. If not, it will happen later on today. But it's a really lovely folder to work with.
Well,
it's really my favourite.
Well, buy it today and see why it's Jamie's favourite and possibly could well become one of your favourites in your collection as well. Only £6.99, but only while the stocks last, and the stock is going very, very quickly. The way to order, remember, you can do it free phone on our phone number 0800 001 4433. If you're not a customer of HobbyMaker at the moment and you'd like to be, that's probably the easiest way to get an account. The operator will set that up for you. They'll give you this at £6.99, charge you your £3.95 postage for the day, and then you can shop for the rest of the day without worrying about any more P&P charges whatsoever. If you'd rather do it on the website and you're not really into kind of phoning people, there's two camps. Some people prefer the phone, some people prefer the website. Go to hobbymaker.co.uk and you can just put your email address in there, make up a password, which we're all used to doing these days, and there you go. Account made, pop it in your basket and check out, and you've made your first purchase with us as well. £6.99. You can watch us on the website as well. You can send us messages free. There's a little section that says contact the studio. You can just tap in a message there. If it's a question or just want to say hello, send it in to us and the gallery get it and they put it on television. So that's the way to do it. Hobbymaker.co.uk. If it's one of Jamie's favourites, I mean, Jamie has got the choice of every crafting product basically out there, and he gets to test drive most of them, gets to develop some of them, of course, as well. So if he rates this, you know that you're going to absolutely love it at home as well, because Jamie is above all a crafter as well as a demonstrator on television. So he knows what he likes. If you want to get this in your basket, now's the time to do it. Good way to start the afternoon. £6.99. Okay, we'll let you know as and when that sells out. Something else that's brand new, only launched last night in the 4 or 5 o'clock show yesterday afternoon. We've got these, and this is our main focus for the show today. I've fallen in love with these. I think what it is it's the texture of them, it's the colour and the vibrancy of them as well. They're brand new, and actually Jamie has developed these. The glossy glazes is what we're talking at. YE2830 is the product code to get all 6 of these. Tell us about these, Jamie, because I think they're very different to anything else I've seen.
When Dave says he loves them, he really means it. He keeps taking the lids off.
I do.
Even before we went live, he kept taking off all the lids and looking at all the colours. So it's a genuine love, I believe, from Dave.
Absolutely.
This is a water-based translucent gel, really. So you can put it through your stencils. We can also paint with it. We can water it down if we wish to. We brought out 6 colours about 6 weeks ago that were very transparent. These are quite the opposite. These ones are filled full of colour. So when we put these through your stencils, or you wish to paint with them, or use them with a brayer, you're going to get a really full-on effect with them. I wanted on-trend colours, so we've done a bit of research. These seem to be very on the point, on the money colours. So these are really universal, good throughout the year, going to cover lots of occasions. I like the idea we've got a really nice Christmassy red, a really nice Christmassy green, so you started off there. There's also a nice vibrant orange for your Halloween as well, and a couple of other shades too, just to share out the year.
Now, Jamie always does this for us. He always does fantastic boards for us to show the product at its best, and that's what I've got just in front of me here. The glossy glazes, they are unlike anything else I've seen. Can you see the shine coming off them? They're absolutely gorgeous. And we've got here, if I just put that in front, you can see it a little bit easier. There we we go. So you've got your heritage red, your Parisian purple, your curious blue, like that one, orange flame, green velvet, and fuchsia pink. But the closer you get, you can see just how it picks up the light. You get that lovely high gloss. But it's the colour that gets me. They're vibrant but translucent. You can mix things in with them as well, mix your powders.
Absolutely, yes. If you want to mix things in with them, if you want to mix the colours, you can do. If you want to put things over the top of them, because they're like a gluey base. So if you do want to sprinkle in embossing powders or glitters, bits like that, we've got some of them on today's show for you. You can certainly jazz them up that way as well if you want more to it.
How do you start making something like this?
We're really lucky. We have an incredible chemist at Cosmic Shimmer and Creative Expressions called Lucy, who we get to work very closely with, and we sort of come up with these ideas and then set her the task of making them reality. And she's great at going away and coming up with these products for us.
Well, maybe you went for the opaque ones that we did a couple of weeks ago. Add these into your collection because there's always the need for a splash of colour, and this will do it brilliantly. Now, you are, if you buy it today as a set of 6, saving £4.16 off what the price should be. It's YE2830. You can paint with them. I've got a couple of finished samples here that I can show you of people that have used them as a paint on some of your canvases as well. I mean, if I just put that there, look at this. Look at this. So you can use your brushes and paint with them to create all sorts of wonderful effects. Should be £4.99 each, and I believe they are on the website for that. This works out to £4.16 each if you buy them as a set of 6, and presumably they go a long way, do they?
Absolutely, yeah. You get 50 ml in the jar, but you'll be surprised how much you get out of them. You know, there's obviously limitations, but you'll be shocked at how far they're going to go for you.
So use them with your spatulas, use them with all of your fantastic stencils you've got at home, and we've got some stencils in the show today if you need some more. But look at the colours. They really do kind of... They deliver. They really, really do. £24.99, brand new yesterday they were, and it's YE2830. That's the product code. And if you go on our website, you'll see all of them there. You can buy them on their own, but the best value is to buy them as a set of 6. That's what we've got the biggest quantity of. But like Jamie quite rightly said, you know, we're thinking Christmas now. We're in June. It's every year.
It's not far
getting
away.
earlier and earlier, isn't it? So you've got your red and your green in there, but then you've got all these other wonderful trendy colours too. That orange, like you said, for Halloween or whatever, is beautiful. Use that for your sunsets and your sunrises if you want to use it as a paint. You've got your pink, your purple, and that beautiful Parisian blue as well, all in there for £24.99. What about that for value for money? Now, if you do need stencils to use with these, then we've got 3 sets actually of mini stencils. And to be honest, you don't necessarily need a big stencil if you think about it, because you know a stencil can be used over and over again to do larger areas. So I'd rather have a lot of smaller stencils than like one big one.
Exactly. And this is a really inexpensive way to get hold of lots of topics that you might not necessarily have something for already. So there's things like music notes and handmade buys and bits like that that you might not want big stencils to sort of cover them topics, but these are a great value way to get hold of them.
Well, we've got them as set A, set B and set C. It's probably easier to actually see what the stencils look like on these boards here. Again, thanks for doing these.
That's okay.
Polka dots, handmade with love, scattered hearts, brickwork, stars, and all in stripes. You get all 6 of them, and each of the stencils has actually got a little hole in the top, so you can actually put jump rings through them to store them.
Absolutely, we have jump rings on today's show as well, so you could put them into different theme sets as well, which I think is quite a nice idea.
Now, shall I show you a few of the cards that the team have done and made? I'll just grab some at random here. I mean, look at this. For Valentine's cards or engagement cards or getting married cards, anything like that, or it could be, you know, love to mum and dad or grandpa. It doesn't have to be, you know, romantic, but look at that using the stencil. And that's using the glossy glaze.
I believe so, yeah. That's done by one of our incredible design team. We've got lots of samples today from our design team, so thank you very much to all of you who have gone ahead and made samples for today's show. It's lovely to see.
And that's using one of the canvases. We've got the dies for those in the show as well. But again, that orange, that beautiful pumpkin orange, giving you that wonderful, vibrant colour, but also it looks like kind of like glossy accents has been put on top of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Over the glazes, it certainly would. So yeah, why not? I quite like this style because it's a bit Banksy-esque.
Yes.
That was my attempt at
Yes.
Banksy anyway. Sorry,
Well, you did,
Banksy.
yeah. No, you did it.
I quite like the idea of layering the stencils over the brickwork.
I love that.
This
Okay.
one's one where we've actually sprinkled some of the Pixie Sparkles into the glaze as well. So where you can see that sort of silver shimmer,
Yep.
that's the Pixie Sparkles added to them.
So you can add other products to them to make them more bespoke if you want to as well. Again, there you've got the little dots as great backgrounds. So this is set number A. and you're going to get all 6 of them. So nice to have all that variety. And again, we've got these rectangular and square canvases coming up soon. $8.99 for 6 stencils. That's a bargain.
That's a really good price point, isn't it?
Really, really good.
A lot of different designs into that sort of stash that we all need. For when people say, have you got something with music notes on? Have you got something with maple leaves? You're going to have them now, and it's not going to cost too much.
Absolutely. $8.99 for set A. I've also got set B here as well, which they're all different. And remember, if you want to go for the glossy glazes and go for a set of stencils as well at the same time, you're only going to pay a maximum postage today of £3.95. Now, all these are the same price, each of the 3 sets. This is set B that's got the bubbles in it. It's got the stars small. It's got the brick wall. It's got the music. It's got the elegant swim. And it's got the maple leaf as well. That's the elegant swim in the centre there. I love the dancing notes, I really do.
That's a really good one to build up as well, because that's ever so easy to extend out if you'd like to.
And the bubbles, well, they could be champagne, bath bubbles, it could be anything, couldn't they? It could be even kind of, planets in the galaxy. The brickwork is always going to be a really useful one to have. So that is set number B, or letter B, if you fancy that one. That's EP2886. And then the last set, set C, same price, is this one just here. I'd be tempted to go for all of them, actually, and the glossy glazes. Diamond trellis, polka dot small, fish scales, sweet honeycomb, butterflies in flight, and smile. That reminds me of an era. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And there's the butterfly trail that we showed you on one of those cards a few minutes ago. And the honeycomb, if you've got lots of bees, bee dyes or bee artwork or anything like that, perfect for that. Paper piece it with different coloured hexagons as well. That would look really, really cool. $8.99 for that one. That's Q82841. Was that QB? QB 2841. There we are. QB 2841. Right, Jamie. Lots more finished cards to show you as the show goes on, but should we have a demo first?
Absolutely. So this is the one that we're going to do to begin with. We're just going to focus on our lovely purple and play around with it as a texture paste. We're also going to be using it in the background as well. So what we're going to do to begin with is we're going to start off with our stencil. So I'm going to go for this lovely lattice design, and I'm going to use some of our masking tape to just hold this down in place. Now I'm going to cover over the little ring in hole at the top there, so that we don't have to worry about putting our paste through that top area. Now, if you've got one of our magnetic boards, you could, of course, use that to hold these down instead if you prefer. But I don't mind a bit of stencil tape. It's a nice way to put it down. And if you go over the top of your stencil tape, I'll be showing you later how you could also repurpose that at a later point as decorations for your card, a bit like washi tape. So we're going to go into our lovely purple. This is the Parisian purple. We're going to take the lid off here, and as you can see, you've got that lovely jelly medium ready to play around with and work with. So we're going to pick that up on the back of our palette knife, and we're going to go straight over the top of the stencil.
Look at that texture.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Laura, our producer, said it's like when you get a really nice thick Greek yoghurt.
Yeah, when we bought the original colours on, a lot of people said they look like yoghurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't eat it. That's
No.
not recommended. That's not something we're going to tell you to do. But it is a lovely idea, and certainly does give you an idea of what they're going to look like. We do recommend that you apply these all in one direction. So as you can see, I'm trying to do this. As I go through today's demos, you will notice that soon goes out the window and I'll go off in all different tangents. But we do recommend you try and apply it in one way, simply because then that way you're not trying to push it in different directions and it won't seep underneath your stencil quite so much.
And you said about mixing other products in with it. Presumably you do that in a separate jar, yeah?
Well, no, at this point, I don't need it for this demo, but we'll show you as we go. So this is our holographic glitter bits that we have on today's show. If we take this and we just sprinkle this over the top, there's no reason why you can't just give that little sprinkle over there and have a nice addition to the top of it.
And that will stick when it dries?
That will, yeah, absolutely. So this is glitter bits. We also have our diamond frost glitter on today. We also have our pixie sparkles on today in a lovely frosty pearl. You could add any of those over the top if you wanted to.
Glitter bits are coming up on the screen. The price will be there any second now. Here it comes. AR2879, £4.50 for a large jar of glitter bits. So it's chunky glitter, basically, isn't it?
Glitter bits is really good because it's actually 3 different size particles of glitter all in one jar.
Right.
So when you actually see this in the light, it's going to hit the light in different areas because we've got the different size particles. So it really gives you a nice shimmer to it.
Nice.
This frosted one is our very sort of snow style one, but we do these in about 30 different colours. So there's all different styles you could add on to them. Yesterday, we did this little demo, and I'm just going to see if I can find it, because you wondered about if it would stay on board. This is one that we did on the end of yesterday's show using the green. So you can see that glitter has stayed in place, none of that's coming away. It's just gone down and soaked into the texture paste, so it'll give you that glittery effect.
Well,
as well.
the glossy glazes give you a shine, but wow, the glitter bits give you that extra wow factor.
Why not plus it further if we can and add
Yeah.
on more to it? So we're just going to pop that down to one side, and we're going to get a piece of paper for our next technique. So not only can we use our glazes as I just did for a stencil, I'm just going to pop my stencil into some water. We can also paint with them. So I'm going to go on to some purple card that we have on today's show for you. There's a lovely pack of card, and it gives you all different colours in one pack, which is novel for us because we normally have them in like packs of 20 sheets per colour. But this time we've got a sort of a sampler set, which is a nice way to do it. Now I'm going to use the purple paste over the top of my nice lilac card. And the reason is I don't have to be as heavy to cover it, and I can keep the grain because it's quite a nice gel medium. So it's going to still keep its grain to it, give you texture and gloss. So I'm creating my own speciality paper or card very inexpensively, to be honest. And we're just going to do a small amount of this. I don't need to do the whole sheet.
How do you clean your brush?
Just water.
Oh, is that all?
Just
Okay.
water. And I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm giving away a bit of a top tip I was going to share later, but I forgot. This is a brush I forgot.
Right.
And it dried solid as it's going to. So I put it into some hot water with some washing powder,
Okay.
of all things, and it soaked straight through and come straight off instantly.
all right.
Took my brush straight back to being nice and clean. So,
So
even
you
if
won't
do
ruin your
forget-
brushes if you forget to clean it.
Oh, I'm forever doing that. Stencils, brushes, you name it. I think, oh, I'll go do that, and then it never happens. So yeah, washing powder has become my friend because it just cleans it all away, no problem. So if you want to work over different base colours, this is obviously white card. I'm going to bring back in my purple card just so you can see how that undertone is really helping with it and gives it a different effect very quickly. But both are an option depending on what you'd like to achieve.
Beautiful.
On yesterday's show, we also did the same over Miri card because these will dry on non-porous surfaces. So if you want to use them on acetates or Miri cards, bits like that, you can do that too.
And it won't chip off or anything like that.
No, they weld on, they stay on, there's no fear of that coming
Right.
away. So let's go on to building our card, shall we? So we have our base parts here. We'll bring these in. These are the bits I've done which are dry. So you can see we've still got that colour of the card coming through, but we've also got that glossy effect as well. And we've still got a bit of a texture to it, so you can feel it if you want to.
It's very flexible too, isn't it?
Incredibly durable. So if you want to die cut this as well, or if you want to score it and fold it, it won't crack. So that's quite a nice part
How
to
long
it.
would that take to dry then if you painted that?
On the card like that, we'll give it 5 minutes or so and I'll give it a check. But I should imagine about 5 minutes flat on card.
Right.
Through a stencil, then I would imagine about 45 minutes roughly.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I tend to do a lot of my stuff in batches, then pop them into my conservatory, which at the moment is like an oven.
Yeah, mine too.
And pop back in a couple of minutes and everything's pretty set. But as we don't all have a conservatory oven on hand all of the time, or at any stage, that's a bit of an unfair advantage. But it doesn't take too long. But as I say, I do tend to do a lot of mine in batches and come back to it. So I'm going to pop this part on for my middle piece. That's where our canvas die is going to go in just a second. I'm going to bring in my insert panel as well. So we'll take off our tape from this one. And we'll place this on the inside of our card, like so. We're going to bring in one of our mini sentiments. So today we've got a set of 3. This is the Thinking of You sentiment. That we're just going to place for a bit of Cosmic Shimmer glue, and we're going to stick that down in the corner.
And all the essential Cosmic Shimmer goodies you'll find on the website as well. The glue, we often talk about it, but you don't often see it, but it is on the website and everyone raves about it.
So I'll place that one down there, and then we'll cut our canvas. So I've got a set of these dies on today. We've got all different ones for you to look at, but this is our canvas die in action. This is our large rectangle die. So let's just grab a piece of card for this one. Here we go. And we're going to place that onto our board. We're going to place our card on top, and we're going to put our cutting plate on top of that, and we're going to send this through. Now these dies, as they cut, they're also going to score for you, so that they will actually score and emboss your lines, so you are ready to work with them the second they come through. All we have to do is just use a bone folder to set them in place and glue them together.
Okay. And you're using your favourite machine?
I am, yeah, I love this machine. It is a really good one to have on hand.
Jamie bought 4 of these machines. It's
did.
coming up with myself and Andy this afternoon at 3 o'clock with more demonstrations, but it's the Gemporia crafting, die cutting and embossing machine coming up later on at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
So as you can see, all of our score lines are done for us. Even our little tabs are cut on the ends there for us to form. So all I'm going to do is fold it over using a bone folder, just go against them score lines. I'm using a piece of 300 GSM card here. It could be a lighter weight. It doesn't have to be that strong. A lot of our foundations cards are, I believe, from 140 to 200. I make quite a lot out of them. Our GSM varies depending on colour of card, but I've never had a problem with any of those weights. Once you've worked all the way around it, fold your little tabs in on the corners. And I'm going to find my little mini pegs, which I should have here somewhere.
So the frame dies, which one are you using?
This is the large rectangle.
Okay, so that's on the screen now. I just thought I'd better show it to you. It's got the word memories in it as well. There we go. So you get all the different dies that go in the centre as well, so you can mat and layer if you want to, no trouble at all. But it will make these wonderful canvas-like rectangles, 3-dimensional. Or you get both. Oh, you get the smaller one as well? Oh, right.
That one you're holding, Dave, is actually the panel.
Ah, sorry.
It's okay, it's not a problem, but that one's your panel die. So today we've got panels, we've got rectangles, we've got squares, and we've got octagons. You've got a whole lot of choices to make over which ones you want to go for. But all of them work in exactly the same way. Just carry on adding your glue as you're going to work around it. Add your glue onto your tabs. Add the glue onto the top wall as well. And then just fold up and place in place. Using a little mini peg, pop that on the top and leave it to dry.
Those two?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. I was blind as a bat, Dave. I'm trying to focus.
Me too.
Yeah, they're your rectangle ones.
They're the rectangle ones, and you get both of them, yeah, for that price? Wow. I was thinking it was $19.99 for one. Should be about $25.49 it should be for both of them, but today they're $19.99 for each. Different sizes of rectangle you can make, and of course it's a 3-dimensional canvas-like structure for your cards. DX2839, and you get the word family in that one. There you go. Sorry, I picked up the wrong one. They look similar from behind.
So once that's done and set, we can then remove our little mini pegs. And then in the middle here, I tend to take, because of the walls to these canvases are 7 mil deep.
Yeah.
So if you take 2 pieces of foam tape, which tends to be a 3 mil foam tape in my house, you can then stack 2 of them in the middle. We can take off our tape part at the top there. We can use our glue to go around the edge. And what we've done is we've given a bit of a protection to the middle. So if you're going to be posting this, you don't have to fear that somebody's going to push down on the middle of it and damage the canvas or the picture that's on top of it. So if you wanted to paint on these or stamp on them, use your stencils over the top of them, I'd recommend you do all of them bits before you build them. So then that way your pictures can run around the edges of the canvases. What's quite nice as well is you don't see any foam pads or tape.
No, that's
so
true.
again, it gives you a bit more of a professional finish to your project. You also receive in with them dies that can either cut out windows, so if you wanted to turn them into shaker boxes, you can do that, or if you wanted to have them as frames, you can do that as well. Or like I'm about to do, I'm going to start layering my panels on top of them. So I'm going to use the same colour card that we painted over with the glossy glaze for that layer. Then I'm going to bring in a panel which I've done my stenciling on, and we're going to place that on the top. And then we're going to bring in some of our flowers. So this is Sue Wilson's pinwheel flower that we have on today's show. To my knowledge, this is the first time we've bought this one on one of your shows, certainly.
Oh, right.
It was one I sort of found in Sue's collections of amazing dies. I was like, I've never used that. So I had to even request it to get hold of one because I hadn't even got one in my stash. So it's a really lovely flower. What's quite nice about it is the bits that come out from around the side are really easy to paper piece back into them, and you get a solid die for the outside and you get the fretwork part. So if you wish to cut one out of a self-adhesive sheet and put it under it and place glitter or paper piece, that's a really easy technique to do.
Well, these are all the dies you're going to get if you go for the pinwheel flowers. Brand new to us today, $14.99 from the brilliant Sue Wilson. You get the foliage and also you get the outline and the detail for the centre of the flower too. All of that for $14.99. CY2842. Oh, what a card. What a card.
There we go. That completes our finished card. And I'm just going to see, yeah, that piece that we painted, Dave, these are now touch dry.
Okay.
So I probably wouldn't put them through a dye or a folder just yet, but they're dry enough to touch and not get covered in it, which is quite a good place to be.
Fantastic.
Quick, wasn't it?
Well, just to show you how versatile the actual frames can be, or the canvases can be. I mean, triptych is all the rage in like home decor and card making too. And this is the glossy glazes used with a brush, on 3 of the smaller rectangular canvases, and I think you'll agree that's one stunning card. I mean, I'm looking at that, and that to me is, I don't know, a sunset in the Caribbean or something like that, with the waves maybe in the blue, through to the purple, then to that lovely burnt orange at the top there. So, yeah, that's another way of using them if you want to, but of course, a lot of you will be using your stencils. So the glossy glazes are the star of the show. To have all 6 of them for that price is brilliant, $24.99. Let me run through the colours again for you, just so you can see exactly what colours you've got. And the versatility of them, because you can add obviously your glitter bits you can sprinkle on the top like Jamie did. So that's going to give not only a lovely shine, but a wonderful sparkle. You've got your orange flame, your citrus blue, your Parisian purple, heritage red, green velvet, and fuchsia pink. All developed by Jamie for Creative Expressions and Cosmic Shimmer, and they're brand new today. I know loads of you went for the kind of pearlescent opaque ones a couple of weeks ago now. These are undoubtedly more vibrant. They still are opaque to a degree, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, certainly. So the more, we're going to show you that in the next demo, the more we sort of spread them through, the more transparent they go. So,
right.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, so you get all 6 for $24.99, or if you want to cherry pick certain colours, you can do that on our website, of course, as well. YE2830. And remember, Creative Expressions have got their brand shop on our website as well, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. So whatever you do, make your choice, pop it in your basket, check out, and we'll get it to you in a matter of days. We'll be back with another demo from Jamie, though, right after this. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Yes, so the last Saturday of the month is this coming Saturday. So get your makes in as quickly as you can. If you make something that you're really proud of, that you want to show off, no matter whether it's something you painted, drawn, knitted, crocheted, built, whatever it might be, just send it in now, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Even if we don't show your make, you'll be in the draw and you could win yourself a £100 credit. Okay, Jamie, these glossy glazes, I'm madly in love with these. They're fantastic.
That was good to hear. Wonderful. Job complete. I like that.
Mission accomplished.
So what we're going to do next is we're going to play around with our lovely glossy glazes, but this time we're going to play with them to create our canvas at the top here and our border around the edge of this card. So we're going to take our glazes, and instead of applying them through a stencil like we did earlier, we're going to pick up the colours. We're going to start off here with our lovely orange, and we're just going to take them and we're going to swipe them across the card. So we're using very little of the product, but we're just going to start building up a bit of a background with them. And you can do this with as many or as little colours as you wish to be using. You can see on my finished example, I've gone very pastel. The one I'm actually going to do with you now is going to end up quite bright.
That's
so
a great
it's down
effect,
to how
isn't it?
much you wish to play around with them, really. So we're going to start off here with our orange. We're going to just swipe this out in all different directions, leaving different amounts of it to build up in different areas. And then we'll take off that. If I was at home, I would clean my palette knife properly, but that's boring. So we will go in for our next colour. We will go for our lovely pink next, and we're going to go exactly the same. We're going to start swiping this in, and we're going to see that this will start to fill in the gaps. It's quite magical how this happens.
So it doesn't blend, the colours don't blend together. One sits on top of the other.
They will the more we do.
Right.
But you could leave it at any stage. So if you're happy to leave it, feel free to achieve what you've created and leave it where it is. So we'll take off our excess bit. Again, we could be taking off the excess onto another piece of card. So we could be making lots of these in one go if we want to be. We're just going to change direction slightly. We're going to bring in the red. I'm going to put a small amount of the red on. But as it starts to dry, you're going to create ridges. And then when you bring on other colours, they're going to sit on top of them ridges, which I think is quite lovely.
Yeah.
So again, we're going to swipe a bit more of the red in here. We'll take off the excess of the red. And then let's go for some blue, shall we? There's no limit to how many of these we can add on.
It must be a lovely feeling when you actually get your prototypes delivered to you.
Yes, lovely, scary, but brilliant. It's all very, yeah, it's quite an emotional roller coaster in my head. I might get used to it the more of it I do, but it's great fun and I love doing it. But when you've got these ideas and sort of, you know where you want it to end up and what you want to achieve with it, and then trying to not only get that end result right so that you're happy with it and everyone else is happy with it, but then bring it to the public and see how they react to it.
And that to me says carnival, you know, absolutely.
We're going to leave that one there because I quite like how that's come out.
Yeah.
So we're going to leave that very arty, very intentional, and that will dry with as much gloss and texture as you see it has there. So if you want to leave that, you can do. You could again.
It doesn't dull down as it
Not
dries.
really, no. I'm going to show you one that's dry now. But if you wanted to, again, add in glitters to this, maybe you just did it in the reds and the greens and you wanted it to look very Christmassy, you could have just done that and then added in some sprinkles of glitter over the top of it. If we go on to one here I've done earlier, so I'm going to show you the layer. I'm trying not to get fingerprints because I've got very messy straight away. This is the one I've done, which is now dry. So we can see that is that glossy finish that we're trying to achieve. That's still very much there, that high gloss finish to this.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Now, you've already spotted, obviously, the bit that's gone out in the middle.
Yep.
This is me being a bit frugal. Great place for me to do my die cutting from. So I've taken the middle out of that one already. We're going to bring on our layer, which is going to cover this one up. And I've just gone for some of our dark grey card, which again comes to you in that pack that we have today of mixed card. And I've put a piece of white card on the top of that. And I've just used a scoreboard to score at every ½ centimetre so that it's just got a bit of texture to the top part as well. I was going for a bit of an art gallery effect here. I've bought in one of Francois Reed's gnome stamps, and I felt he's very arty and very messy, and I decided he could look like he was having a art gallery opening day.
It's funny you should say that, because when you did that technique a couple of seconds ago, I thought if that wasn't an art gallery, you know, that could be going for thousands and thousands of pounds.
That was sort of my attempt, but without the thousands of pounds bit. So I've bought in one of, as I say, Francois' gnome stamps. I've just coloured this in with some alcohol markers, so he's standing there proudly in front of his work. And then we can bring on a little stamped sentiment that also comes in with that set, which says, "Be creative. Being creative is magical." And we're going to place that under there. We're going to move him over slightly, actually, so we can centralise that. And we're going to move him slightly over here. So again, a very easy, quick, simple card. And hopefully you can see the versatility of the colours by that version that we've just completed and the one I've done earlier, which has got a lot more pinks and blues in it.
So that technique you just done, really, just don't overthink it. Just get your spatula, go for it.
Just slap it on.
Slap it on.
Slap it on and see how you get on.
You'll get a similar result, but each one will be different, obviously. So the glazes are £24.99. You get the blue, the purple, the pink, the red, the green, and that beautiful orange as well. The whole lot there, brand new today, developed by Jamie for Creative Expressions, and it's YE2830, YE2830. Now, I know the stencils have been very, very popular this morning. We'll remind you of those in just a second, but firstly, let's remind you of the panels. So this one here, this is actually the panel, which I thought was the actual... Is that the one that you just cut out? Yeah, that one?
Yes, that was the panel we just used for the lovely arty card.
So there we are, and that's got the word in memories included as well. So really, really useful. And Jamie's developed these fantastic canvases. They're not actually canvases, obviously it's cardstock, but it's been made to look like a canvas, like a card version of a canvas. And it's just a different aspect to your card making. You know, you can mount them on whatever size cards you choose for. But yeah, something a bit different. $25.49 gets you... Is it both of these, Jamie? You get both.
Both of them.
So that one
and the large.
and that one. So you've got a total of 10 dies in total, and they will give you similar results, obviously, to what Jamie showed you a few minutes ago. Now, that price is coming down. That wasn't the final price. We've matched the price of the panels to the price of the rectangles, and they are slightly different in size, basically, aren't they?
They are, and you can even stack them, which works really nicely as well. So Dave will show you a few samples, I'm sure, throughout today. It might not be the right way, but you can stack them. So if you want to put them on top of each other, you can. Or if you want to step them in using the smaller ones to the big one, that looks good. And if, just as a different idea, you're doing Christmas decorations this year and you want to make your own, if you take 2 and stick them back to back and then put a ribbon in the middle of them, they make incredible baubles as well.
Superb. Okay. So if you want those, that's what we're calling the panels. You get both of them with that wonderful sentiment die and also the other dies in there, which allow you to create apertures and that sort of thing as well, which will make them into frames. £19.99 for both. Give us a call right now or order them on the website if you'd like to as well. Now the stencils over here, these are really cool. And I love the fact that you get so much variety for your money. This is what we call set A. And whether you're using your glossy glazes or whatever techniques you're using, whether you're spritzing through them, inking through them, or indeed using your glazes or any other medium, you've got the all-in stripes, which is this one just here, so all the hearts and the stars. The middle one is stars. I know it looks a little bit like dots from a distance, but actually small stars. And then you've got the brickwork in the small design. Then you've got your scattered hearts down the bottom. You've got Handmade with Love, really, really handy to have that for the back of your cards or anything you've made. And then you've got your polka dots, of course, as well. So I've shown you some cards already. I'll show you a few more with set A. I've already done the top ones. Let's do a few more of these. All different techniques you can use. And this is actually the glossy glazes on a black background, but you can see the shine off of that. It's really effective, actually. Like that a lot. Then we're using the stencils in a totally different way with these wonderful hearts that are tumbling down. There we go. And then another one of the ones with the small dots, for example, has been made to look like a presence on the front of a card using the rectangular frame. And there's that one as well. So lots of ways of using them. You don't have to use them on the canvases, obviously. You can use them on any surface you want, maybe onto your MDF, onto wood, anything like that at all. Stencils, I think, are mostly underrated. They're not used enough, and you can emboss with them, use all your texture mediums through them as well. So £8.99 for set A. Then we have set B, which is this one. And this has got your maple leaf. You've got your elegant swim. This one is the music. Now, this has got the musical notes in it, so obviously this one I think has been the most popular. This is also going to give you the bubbles, the stars, and also the brick wall as well. So all 6 of those for £8.99. And if you want to keep them together so you don't lose them or they don't just disappear, you can put the little jump rings through them and just kind of keep them as a collection of 6. But there is the option of doing the repeat pattern, which I think is fantastic. So if you want those, that's EP2886. Only £8.99 for those. And then the last set, which I've mislaid, here they are. This is set number C. So this has got the smiley face, which takes us all back, I'm sure, to like the 80s, 90s. Then we've got the butterflies in flight, the sweet honeycomb. Down the bottom, diamond trellis, polka dot small, and you've got your fish scales as well there. So that, again, £8.99 for all 6 of those stencils. Very, very good value for money and very versatile. I've got some more things here to show you quickly. I mean, this is the brickwork that's been used with the red glossy glaze. How cool is that? That looks so real.
It's quite a little mini card for me. I never make mini cards, but I made the little brickwork on the canvas, and I was like, I really don't want that to be the focal, so I'll keep this to a little card.
Brilliant. Now, although, of course, the stencils are classed as mini stencils, this is a much bigger card than the actual stencil is, so it just goes to show you can use them on larger surface areas, and that's just, is that a blending ink that's been used?
That is a couple of our colour cloud inks, just put through with a blending brush.
Cool. Here's another Francois gnome for you, but this time with the bubbles in the background. That kind of fits, doesn't it, with the gnome?
The gnomes are so cute. You just can't help but sort of sneak them in places if you wish to. They're lovely. Look
at the brickwork again on that. Really believable, very, very effective. Using the swim, again on a fancy panel, as you can see there. Really gorgeous, fancy canvas. And that's using the dark green glossy glaze that's in your collection. Isn't that lovely? And another one quickly. Oh, I'll show you the musical notes as well. Look at that musical notes one. How cool is that? So just a black ink with a coloured background. That's colour cloud as well in the background, isn't it?
I believe so. Yeah, that's another one that's been done by our lovely design team.
That's Jacqueline's done that one. Jacqueline Layton. And this one, again, using one of the canvases. All different shapes and sizes of canvas you'll find on the website, of course, as well. But this is really lovely. Maybe you've got, there's so many cards here. Maybe you've got like handmade soap, or you've done some cookies or something like that, and you want to put it in a wrapping as a gift for someone. That's the Handmade with Love stencil. used really to good effect. £8.99 for 6 stencils. If you go for all of them, that would be just under £27. Yeah, just under £27 if you wanted all 18 of those. So they would be brilliant, obviously, with the glossy glazes as well. But £8.99 for a set of 6. Have a little look at the website to see all the designs and choose which one you'd like, A, B or C. All right, Jamie, what's next?
Okay, so what we're going to do next. So what have we done so far, Dave? We've used the lovely glossy glazes. We've done them through the stencils, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
We've painted with them. We've used them to make up our mixed
Done the
media
spatula
background.
one, yep.
So let's do some grouting techniques with them, shall we?
Okay.
So this is the card that we're going to be doing. This is our Spotlight offer stencil, or 3D folder, sorry. So this is the rose bed folder that we're going to be using in the background. I've already gone ahead and I've done one of these on some silver mirror card, so it's all ready to use. You can see the other side. We've got the white from the back of the card, which is, of course, is the embossed side, if you would like to have it as an embossed one. But we're going to go for the deboss so that we can do our grouting technique.
Now, the Spotlight folder, if you weren't with us at 1 o'clock, half the entire stock has gone of the folder. It was here, but I've buried it somewhere. Oh, well, there it is. There it is. So there you go, £6.99. For an ordinary folder would be good value for money, very good. But this is the 3D embossing folder. It's our one item today as the Spotlight. It's the focal point, started the show earlier on. If you want it, grab it while it's £6.99 because when it comes back in the future, it may not be that price. And half the stock went just by showing it to you for a couple of minutes at 1 o'clock. So grab it while we've got it. And it's your favourite, one of your favourites.
It is, and this is one of the reasons it's one of my favourites, because it's such an easy one to do your grouting techniques with. So I'm going to go from the fuchsia pink of our glossy glazes. I'm going to hook this out on the back of my palette knife, and I'm just going to go on randomly and take this straight over the top of our embossing folder. Now, because we're working on the deboss side, we have all of these elements to go in and infill. Now, we could do rainbow effects if we wanted to. We don't have to just stick to one colour of texture paste. You could certainly start at the bottom and then fade them in together and create like an ombre effect if you prefer. But as you can see, ever so easy. Just take your product on the back of your palette knife and just put it straight over the top of the
Great
folder.
technique. And most of us usually use the emboss side rather than the deboss, don't we?
That's what we're sort of programmed to think of, isn't it?
Yeah.
The embossed part of it. But no, the deboss side can be just as much fun. The silver mirror card is really good because although you might see some of the texture base on the top here, because it is quite a transparent medium, that will dry pretty clear and you will see the silver shine through underneath it. So you're going to have that sort of framework to your panel. We've also made it quite level, so it's quite a flat surface to work on top of as well. Again, if you wanted to sprinkle on glitter to this one, or our glitter bits, or your pixie sparkles, you could do that as well.
What a great technique.
And it's so simple, you can't do this wrong. And I will say, folder can make a big difference because of some designs are more open. This one's lovely because it's got so much fretwork to the top of it as such. You can literally just take your palette knife and run it from the top to the bottom, and there's no lumps or bumps that your palette knife gets stuck into because it's just such a smooth top and bottom folder. Again, the other side, if you wanted to go over the top with your polishes and bits like that, you don't tend to get anything go through the middle because it's all such a close weave.
I've never seen that technique before. I love it.
Haven't you? It's
No.
one of my favourites. It's not mine. I didn't come up with it. It's one I've sort of picked up and learnt along the way. I can't remember who I should credit for this, as so often is the case, but it's a lovely one to have as a technique to do. For this one, we're going to bring in some Frozen Pearl Pixie Sparkles, and we're just going to tap these over the top. These have got a silver mica to them. So by just tapping these out over the top of it, it's going to give us a bit of a sparkle. I didn't do this on the finished product, but we can certainly add more to them. With all of our Pixie products, it's good to give them a bit of a mist because of water will activate them and make them come to life. I don't have to worry about that mixing in with my texture base because that again is a water-based product, so no fear there. Pop that to one side and leave it to dry. Once it has dried, this is what we will end up with. So that is exactly our finished result. So you can see from here how we have our lovely shimmer. Looks a bit like jelly sweets.
It does, yeah.
Jelly sweets sort of in a silver casing, which
Very
is
effective.
just gorgeous, isn't it? So you see that sort of go through the light.
I'm sure loads of people will ask you how on earth you did it.
Yeah, and it's so simple, and that's the best technique, isn't it? When something isn't complicated but looks effective. So for our stencil in the middle, I thought we would use the blue for this. Although I've stuck with the same fuchsia pink for my finished sample, I thought we would use the blue. So I've got a bit of pink on my spatula, but I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to go on with the blue and just go over the top of the heart stencil. Now I've just taken mine and I've masking taped it down. And I'm going to show you something actually. I haven't done it yet because we haven't got to that demo. It's not something I've shared with you, but I think it's quite important because when you look at mini stencils, and I'll be honest, this was part of my thought. I struggle to hold them, my short fat fingers, and trying to stay within the boundaries of the stencil. So again, I don't think I've stolen this idea from anybody, but I'm going to see if I've got it to share with you. Let's just get that off my counter. All I've done is taken 2-inch strips of card and stuck them together, as you can see, very messily, but 2-inch strips of card. I've put a little corner in here to cover over the pierced hole of the stencil, and then you can take your stencil design and you can tape it underneath. So you don't have to put tape onto your project.
Okay.
You can literally tape, you can see where I've got tape in my corners. Tape that on the background there, and then if you are moving across a project, you can do your inking and literally just move it along. Do your inking,
Right.
move it along.
Great
And that's
tip.
all you have to do. And that's just 2-inch piece card. It could be wider, could be thinner, up to you, but 2 inches tends to be enough for me to sort of keep my mess under control. So we'll go back to this one and we'll take off our tape and reveal our stenciled part. So we'll get rid of these bits. As I mentioned earlier, if you do want to keep these or you want to go over the top of them, we can actually use that as like your own designer washi tape at a later date. You could even stamp them before you use them, then put your paste over them. So you could really make some fun ideas with that. But that is our heart one, completed.
Absolutely lovely.
And it shows you that in the blue shade as well. So let's put these bits to one side and come in and complete our card. So we're going to start off with our card blank. We've added some black card onto here and some white card.
And the heart one, by the way, is in set A of the stencils if you want that.
There's so many to choose from. That would be the worst choice, wouldn't it? I just
Go
need
for all
all
three,
of
A,
them.
B and C.
Yeah. Then I'm going to pop on my embossed panel onto the top. We're going to bring in a frame I've already done. This is just one of Sue Wilson's Noble frames that we're going to place over the top of that to cover the edges. We're going to bring in our canvas. So this time we're using the large square canvas. Again, I've put my foam tape in the middle and I've already built it, so you don't have to watch me do that too many times. And we're going to place that down about there. Then we're going to use our layers from the dies that come in with that set to add a black and white layer on top of the canvases. And then we're going to bring in our stenciled piece. This time I went for the pink paste and I've added the glitter bits over the top. So if you're seeing all that encrusted glitter, that's where that's come from. And we're going to bring in the word love, which is one of the dies that comes in with the canvases, and we're going to place that in the middle. And that completes the card. So very simple to layer it all together. Nothing complicated.
If you could find a card like that to buy, it would cost you a small fortune, that's for sure. I mean, a standard card, I think, in the shops these days is about £4. I mean, you know, that is absolutely exceptional, very different, very unusual. People will wonder how on earth you did it. And of course, the Spotlight is the main focal point, that wonderful 3D embossing folder that we've got here today for just £6.99. But we're really kind of majoring and focusing on the glossy glazes, which is something that Jamie has developed. If you want that Spotlight though, it's £6.99. If you want the glossy glazes, it's £24.99 for all 6 of them. £4.16 per pot. And just to show you again the consistency and the colour, it will blow your socks off. Really, really will. Look at how rich and creamy, like Laura, our producer, said, like the finest thick yoghurt. That's the consistency that you're looking at there. And it looks a solid colour, and it is quite a bold colour, but it does have an element of translucency to it as well. So if you're putting it on things like mirror card or silver foil card, anything like that, the shine will come through it. And you can mix your glitters with it. You can mix your crystal, your glitter bits with it as well, or your pixie powders or anything like that. To get the blue and the purple, the pink, the red, the green, and those fantastic, that fantastic orange. Now we've got the mini sentiment dies available for you. I don't know what your budget is today, but we're very careful every single day to show you something for absolutely everybody. Not everybody's got hundreds of pounds to spend. We're well aware of that. So you're going to get these 3 sentiments. You're going to get well soon. You're going to get happy birthday, and you're going to get thinking of you as well. Good sizes, really good sizes, and will be the focal point of any card, or you can put them on the inside of the card if you want to as well, doesn't matter. And it's going to come up on the screen. 3 of these, FJ2848, only £3 per die.
These are lovely, aren't they? Sue designs these in such a cool way to mix and match her fonts with them. A lot of people collect these. They're an essential part to anyone's sort of stash, really, because they're going to cover all of your occasions you need.
Terrific. Well, if you fancy that, £8.99, £3 each it works out to. 0800 001 4433 on the phones, or on the website, you'll see it there as well. You can order it either way, absolutely free of charge to do that. And the postage, remember, is capped at £3.95. So if you want to go for the glossy glazes, you want to go for the Spotlight with the embossing folder, you want to go for some of the stencils, only £3.95 to get your entire order home. Now, we've got something here, the Moroccan tile. I've just been handed this by Alex, our floor manager today. So the other embossing tile, or the embossing folder that we've got for you is this one. So I've got some embossed card here to show you what it looks like in black and what it looks like in gold. This is also going to be £6.99. So this could also be another spotlight, really. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Again, think about using that technique that Jamie showed you with the glossy glazes as well, using the debossed side. I mean, it acts like a well, it collects the product, doesn't it?
Literally, yeah. And this is, again, the reason this one's on today's show is because it's another design that technique will work really well with.
Beautiful. And of course, Jamie puts the show together. He knows what will work with what. So you can rest assured we're not just going to giving you a mishmash of things. Everything's
I'd hope to think so.
Yeah,
we certainly do. We put a lot of work in behind the scenes to try and make sure that everything works as one collective set.
Everything coordinates. But the star of the show has been the glossy glazes. You must be so chuffed these have turned out so well. And
absolutely.
again,
yes.
look at the board. This is what you're going to get. Is it 50 mil in each pot?
Yeah, 50 mil in each pot. We were so overwhelmed with how the first set of colours went. I think this is a collection we're just going to keep adding to. And these, I think, are certainly a lovely set for you to have in your collection.
I mean, they look like they've been enamelled. They're that shiny, really lovely. But again, there is a translucency to them as well. And if you do want to try an individual colour, let's say, or maybe you want to do, I don't know, maybe you want 3 of the same colour because you work on a certain project, they have been put on the system. They are on the website. You can see them, buy them individually. They're £4.99 each. And again, if you buy individuals, maybe you want to cherry pick a couple, that'll be £9.98 for 2 and 1 P&P of £3.95. But you've got to try these to believe them.
Hopefully, yeah, and I hope they love them.
Yeah.
So far, the feedback from the first launch was really, really positive. So I'm hoping you're all going to enjoy these ones as much as those.
More demos later.
Yep, absolutely. A couple more techniques, hopefully, to share with you as well. Because there's a lot we can do with these. I'm back at 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay, more demos with, of course, Jamie at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Whatever you do, don't go anywhere because we've got a lot of surprises to come. Craig is here in the building. We've got fantastic Crafters Companion nesting frame dies. They're on the way next. And then Andy and myself, Bradford Loves Bargains, coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So lots to look forward to this afternoon.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zs in.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Yeah, going. Hopping on with chocolate. Thailand, yeah, definitely. Favourite place I've been. David Beckham. No, 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 never, 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 never. I don't get why people want to warm up pineapple. I will survive. As long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. Yeah, people never paid me to sing. Breaking Bad. Biscuit. A lot of people don't agree with that, do they? But I'd say biscuit. I can juggle. Thank you. Oh no! Ah! Makes it look like I can't juggle.
Let's do it. Gin. I love Australia, but Turkey. Kalkan in Turkey, I need to go back, it's my heartbeat. A cat, I love my cats. Sleep all day, get looked after, get fed, go to sleep again, get snuggles, go to sleep again, eat again, cat. Never seen The Godfather. Night in, because I'm old. Pyjamas, big glass of gin, cats, husband, night in. Torn, Natalie and Bruglia.
You give us that one?
No, can't do it. I'm torn, I'm already. No, can't even do that again. I can't even do that. That's horrendous.
Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 PM show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Afternoon all, hello, we're Hobbymaker, welcome back. Great to have your company on this very hot and sticky day, so please stay indoors, keep cool, put the fan on, have a cold drink and stay with us for the rest of the afternoon, through until 6. Happy belated birthday, matey.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Spent at Alton Towers yesterday.
I did, yeah, literally just, well, I don't know if it's up or down, but it's about an hour away anyway, yeah. Spent the day yesterday at Alton Towers, the roller coasters, the sunshine, it was great. It was
see you caught the sun.
Yeah, got the sun, definitely got the sun as well. And then, yeah, nipped across here for today.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to see Craig again. He's here with some brilliant frame nesting dies, which you're going to absolutely love from Crafter's Companion. But as a little bit of a surprise, Craigie.
I know.
I actually saw this on social media about a minute before we went live. It's supposed to be a surprise and he didn't know anything about it. You benefit from Craig's birthday, basically. Until midnight tonight, provided you use the code Craig10 in the promo box when you get to checkout or on the phones with the operator, you can enjoy 10% off any Crafter's Companion product. So whether it's the frame dies, whether it's paper pads, whether it's ink pads, tape pens, all those essentials, it's on the website, it's on, of course, our show, and it's on the phones as well with our call centre here in the building. But yeah, you can enjoy and celebrate with Craigie by enjoying 10% off whatever you want. So if you want a Gemini machine, if you want glue, tape pads, all that sort of thing, 10% off until midnight tonight. Stock up on all your favourite Crafter's Companion goodies, including what we've got here today.
Absolutely, brand new launch. Well, I have to say, thank you so much to Hobbymaker for you guys, because you guys that put that extra little code on, so thank you so much. I don't think I've ever had my own promo code before.
You know you've made it when you've got your own promo code.
I don't know about that, but absolutely, yeah, that promo code 10, Craig, whether it is these nest and dies, framed nest and dies. Now, you know, if you follow, you know, all of us on the team, but, you know, with myself, I adore nest and dies. You know, we do some of the most intricate embossing folders, dies, all these collections at Crafter's Companion, but never can you take away the versatility of the ability of nest and dies. frame nesting dies, so much that you can do that we'll show you just in a moment.
Okay, now what we've got for you, again, as I said before, we're very well aware that everybody's budget is different. So we've got the big bundle, which obviously represents the best value for money and the best saving. And you've got rectangles and you've got squares, but in 3 different designs. So you've got your nesting frames here in these different sizes that you can see. 5x7 is the largest one. And you've got the beautiful kind of kisses or the kind of cross-stitch effect on this one. So you're getting all of those, top and bottom. The one next to that, we've then got the actual faux stitching as well. This is the kind of dash faux stitching around the edge and a scalloped edge to them as well, which is beautiful. Again, you're going to get your rectangles and you're going to get your squares below. And then the last one that we've got for you is what they call the ditzy florals. So you've got all these little flowers around the edges of them that cut into the actual frame itself in all those different sizes. So they nestle together and nest together beautifully. And if you're not quite sure, if you are new to crafting, if you're not quite sure what a nesting die is, if we just show you this one, this card here, this shows you brilliantly. I love this design and the use of colour. You've got the grey and you've got the gold. You've got like a satin finish and a beautiful mirrored finish to the gold cardstock. But look at the effect you can create. It looks stitched, doesn't it?
It does. It really, really does. So you can see the framework there. So whether you're framing it so you can do shakers, whether you are framing it to frame a sentiment, maybe you still want to do your easel cards like you're away to see right now. It's all about layering up. Maybe you've got some of your paper pads that's got images. Maybe you've got some of Hunky Dory's little books and you like to create that paramount effect. You can do that with these, but you can do these with that added shape, that added design all the way around here. Inner page, outer page, whether you simply just want to use them as frames. This one here having the ditzy floral, you've got that lovely little ditzy floral design all the way round. Doesn't just create that frame, we'll show you just shortly, but if you were to cut them all at once, you get little inner frames as well. The very centre rectangle, perfect for stamping your little sentiments.
Superb. There's so much versatility with these. You can use them in all sorts of different ways. I mean, the rectangle and the square together have got to be the most versatile of shapes to actually have in your craft room.
They really are.
Absolutely love them. Don't know who's done that one, but what a great, great looking card that is. Okay, now that price you just saw isn't the price you pay. And also, this doesn't include the 10% extra discount when you get to checkout. $71.95, it's on split pay as well. Now, it works out to $11.99 each if you buy them as a set of 6. They should be $16.99. Yes. So you're getting about a third off the price here. $23.98 is your first split payment, but remember, you will get another £7.19 off at checkout, which would take that to, I can't do the maths. It would be about 53 something, I think.
I'm just going to agree with you, Dave.
Yeah. No, hang on. 64.76. 64.76 will be the checkout price, okay? And then that will be divided by 3 split payments as well. So an extra surprise, an extra 10% off for you today on anything Crafters Companion up to midnight tonight. Prices go back to normal after midnight. But these...
That's not even just it, Dave. If you go for that full bundle, you're also going to get this little stamp set.
I didn't know about that.
Well, so that's an added one. So these you're going to be using with your maybe sentiment dies that you've got at home. So that's got birthday, that's got time, sending, that's got you make me, let's, anniversary. So using your other sentiment die, sentiment stamps at home, you can start to use this to create sentiments.
And you're including this in the...
That's included as well.
Okay.
With the
so
big bundle.
Not only are you getting a discount on the show, you're getting an extra 10% discount because it was Craig's birthday yesterday, and you get, that's got to be worth what, £7 or £8?
Oh, at least, yeah.
Something like that. You get those wonderful sentiment stamps as well. All in the bundle. All you have to pay today is that first split payment of $23.98 plus your $3.95 P&P. But if you've already paid that today because you've already bought something today, you don't have to pay any more postage at all. I mean, if we're going to talk about the most versatile dies that you can have in your collection, this has to be up there. It really, really does.
Absolutely.
Now, if you don't want to go for the whole set of 6, you can go for them as sets of 2. So that will be the rectangle and the square with the kiss stitching, okay? If you want that one, we'll do that one first of all. So that's these 2 here, basically, okay? So what you'll get are 3 dies in that one and 3 dies. So 6 dies in total. WW2005 is the item number, okay? W2005, but let's get that price down. We don't want you to pay the full price because you're buying just 2 rather than 6. We're going to give you a special price on this as well. So now that 2 together, £24.99, and another £2.50 will come off if you use Craig 10. Okay, that's the number 10, not the word 10. Craig 10 at checkout gets you another £2.50 off that already good deal, taking it to £22.49 then.
That's good.
Yeah, very
That's
good.
Can I just quickly say as well, that one there, if you do cross-stitching,
Yes.
and you love to do your own cards and create your own cards from your cross-stitching, that's the perfect one to do your framework.
Absolutely. So pop that one in your basket if you'd like it. It's VW2005. VW2005. So that's that duo. The next duo that we've got. Oh, we've got a message first of all coming through. Alison. Hello, Alison.
Hello.
Alison is in East Lothian. She says, happy birthday, Craig. Craig, it was my birthday yesterday too. Can you wish me a happy birthday in the style of Mrs. Doubtfire? Thank you, Alison.
Oh, gosh. Now you're putting me on the spot there. Yeah, I know the basics of Mrs. Doubtfire. I'll just go, hello! Happy birthday to you, dear.
There you go.
There you go. And can I just say as well, a massive happy birthday yesterday for Debbie Fisher as well.
Oh,
Gorgeous
absolutely.
Debbie Fisher. It was her birthday yesterday as well.
And Laura's granddad, John.
Granddad as well. Anyone else that had a birthday yesterday? Summer solstice, longest day of the year.
Absolutely.
Happy birthday to you yesterday, today, tomorrow, whenever.
Email
yeah,
in.
Debbie
Email a
Fisher,
message
happy
in.
birthday.
Yeah, absolutely, Debbie. Right, now, the second collection, this has got the scalloped edge on it, and this has got the kind of single stitch, like a long stitch, isn't it?
It's kind of like, bit like a perforation edge.
Yeah.
You know, it's not there to perforate, but it's got that stitched emboss edge.
Really simple, but really attractive and effective. And again, having that scalloped edge is something a little bit different as well.
It really is.
We're getting the price down on this. And remember, this does not include your extra 10% off. Craig 10 will get you another £2.50 off that, taking it to £22.49. BH2035, if that's the one that you prefer, you'll get the rectangle and the square in the faux stitch, the straight stitch. And then the last one, remember, which is the Ditzy Floral. This has got all the little kind of floral and leaves and petals and that sort of thing all the way around the outside edge. This is also going to go to the same price as well, £24.99 or £22.49 if you get that extra 10% off. So you've got there the rectangle and you've got the square, YH2083, £22.49 if you put Craig 10 in the actual promo code box as well. And just to clarify, you don't
It's
actually...
a little bit of a change.
Yeah.
See what happens when I go away for the day, spending my birthday, and I don't check emails. It's my fault.
These aren't included. You don't get the stamps, but you do get the extra 10% off. All right, that's our mistake. Apologies. Right. Now, loads of you are going for the big bundle because you just can't choose between the two, but also equally, loads of you are going for the singles or indeed the doubles. It's all on the website, all listed there for you, so you can see individuals, doubles, and the full set of 6, okay? YH2083, though, will get you that set down there at the end, the Ditzy Floral. But the main bundle, that's what a lot of you are wanting. This is the most popular. With the extra 10% off, you save more, of course, as well. So, yeah, it should be $89.94. Nope. Our price is going to go down. We always give you a really good price anyway. So here it comes, £71.95, but that doesn't include the extra 10% off. £7.19 off that takes it to about £64 and a few pence, and split pay is there for you as well. Craig 10 is what you have to put in the promo box when you check out. It's lovely when you do that and you see the extra coming off.
It's really nice, isn't it, as well? And because I did literally just find out minutes before I went on live on air, so it's not just what's on the show, it's on the website
It's on everything.
as well. Crafters Companion,
Everything Crafters Companion.
Fab.
Doesn't go for any other company, but anything Crafters Companion, like the tape pens, the red liner tape, the paper pads that we've got here in the show, anything Crafters Companion, extra 10% off until midnight.
Excellent.
Stock
Sounds
up.
good to me. Absolutely.
Now,
Right.
what do you want to show us first, Craig?
Rightio. Let's have a quick look at the boards just to show you how they are cut, show you some finished samples, and then we can dive in and show you what you can be doing with these ones. Because as you were showing you with them, Dave, you know, you've got, within each set, you've got 3 dies. So what we're looking at within these ones, so the black layer, this is what's cut. Trusty black boards that we've got here. This one being the Ditzy Floral, and it is the 5x5 here. So if you are wanting to do, as I was saying at the start, that inner page, if you want to do that outer page, you can really simply do layers for the back using your guillotine or your craft knife. If you happen to have our matte and layer dies, which are 6x6 and our 5x7, they would work really well with these ones as well.
Brilliant.
But within this one here, 5x5 being your Ditzy Floral here, you've got that little floral, but with the little Ditzy dots all the way around. We can see we've got the 3 of them here. The 5x7, exact same format, but these are your 5x7, and the actual largest die, that is true to 5x7 when it comes to the layers. So frameworks, whether it is around your stamped images, whether you're going to be doing them throughout your sentiment images, your die-cut images.
I'd quite like to paper piece that, actually.
Well, funny enough, just to say as well, I done a Facebook Live from my craft room at home on Monday, showing you what I was bringing here today to Hobby Maker, and I was saying that, I was like, I would love to actually just sit and paper piece these little bits, because I've got a lot of patience to do that. You can absolutely do that, no problem at all. But then what you're also getting, if you go for that main bundle here, this one being your Scala, just call them the Scallop, but you've got that set, it's like, I like to call it, it's kind of like your perforation line. It's more just your dashes all the way around. Again, when they're blacks, this is showing you the 5x7.
I think in sewing world, that's a long stitch, I think.
Yes, I think so. But it rings a bell anyway. That does ring a bell. Not meant to sew over that. But you've got your largest one, which is true to 5x5. Then you've got your medium. Then you've got your smaller one here. Exact same concept when it comes to the 5x7. So you've got your larger, you've got your medium, you've got your small. Then we're going to be going into the kiss stitch we can see here. Also true to size when it comes to 5x5. But within this one here, larger, medium, small. So if you are going to be doing any of your little cross-stitch work or larger cross-stitch work, you can be using these ones to frame. Think about pattern papers as well, or your inked backgrounds as well. You can cut into all of these ones, no problem at all. And then still with the cross-stitch, kiss cross, you've got in the 5x7 here. So as you were showing just a moment ago, Dave, if you want to go for them individually in the sets, you can absolutely do that. So you could go for just the kiss, cross, kiss.
It's not easy to say.
It's not easy to say, is it? So you might want to just go for those two. You might just want to go for the scallop, or you might just want to go for the ditzy floral.
Today, it's on days like this that you go into your craft room and think, okay, what is it I'm running out of? What is it of Crafter's Companion that I love so much that I'm running out of? Is it the glues? Is it the sequins? We've got sequins in the show today for the first time. Paper pads, anything at all that you love from Crafter's Companion. You know, this opportunity doesn't come along every day. No. It's once in a while. You get an extra 10% off because we're celebrating Craig's birthday yesterday. But when you see the finished cards, don't they just look absolutely gorgeous?
Absolutely beautiful. And these are, yes, we've used some pattern papers here, but you can be creating your cards, creating your project with your core cardstock. So it could be the 12x12 that we've got on the show if you want to. Although they are framed nesting dies, please don't think that all that you can do is framework. You can do so much more. So I'm going to put that down there so we can get these ones the right way. And definitely, definitely. But if you want to do your twisted easel work, you can absolutely do that. So this one being the scallop here, we've got the largest one, creating a frame with some die-cut butterflies. In the mid one, we've gone in with a little bit of a shaker using the sequence that's new to Hobby Maker today. And then this really little small one, and incorporating our own little sentiment that you may have at home. But if you love to do all your pop-out cards, your K cards, these sorts of cards you could be creating using your scoreboard or your Ultimate Pro that we had last week.
Yeah.
You can absolutely do that if you want to, or maybe just offset them. Because they die cut as frame, layer them on top of your pattern papers and offset them. Do your easels using the framework. Maybe a little bit of acetate, but this one's been made using a Beautiful collection. Beautiful if you use your Sunflower collection that I know was on, I think it was just last week. But then look at your big theatre cards, your diorama cards. Again, framework, but it's giving you that layering. It gives you the mats and layers, but it gives you the details at the same time. And then if we look at this one for here, this is using all of the elements from the Kiss Cross. So this is using it as a frame at the back, as a shaker in the middle, as a stopper at the bottom, but the stopper's been used as a shaker as well.
There must be some of the most popular shapes in card making. Rectangles and squares, you can't go wrong. Yeah, sometimes you buy dies and you use them once or twice and then you forget about them and you don't use them as regularly as you perhaps thought when you first bought them. These you'll reach for every day in crafting, whether it's scrapbooking, whether it's card making, whatever it might be, making mounts to put into picture frames as well. They look fantastic. There's the scalloped edge one,
It
the
is,
stitching.
Yeah, and how beautiful. Even on that simplistic scrapbook layout, it was our Lily's made this one here, and just overlapping some of them, some photos, maybe some die cuts that you've already got at home from us, from other companies that are here on Hobby Maker. You can do that. So yes, as we're just trying to show with these samples, please don't think as though they're just simple.
No.
Nesting dies. There's so much that you can do with them.
And like on that scrapbooking page there, interlink them. That's a really geometric, almost kind of art deco sort of look. Very, very useful indeed to have these. And when you're getting that extra 10% off, there's never been a better time to buy anything Crafter's Companion. £71.95 will go down to just over £64 if you use Craig 10 at checkout. That will give you that extra magical 10% off. And if you're looking to spend a little bit of money and investing in a new die machine, Gemini or whatever it might be, or foiling machine, any of the high ticket prices, an extra 10% off that's not to be missed out on. So have a little bit of a shopping spree with Crafter's Companion. If you don't want anything in this show, just go to the department on our website. They have the brands all listed there. Click on Crafter's Companion. That will open up everything that's in stock, and that will also have the 10% discount on it if you use Craig 10 as well.
Absolutely. I noticed just before we went on air, I managed to share it onto my page before we went live. That's how quick it was, last minute was to see it. So I popped a link to Hobby Maker's website. If you go into Hobby Maker's Instagram, go into their stories, they put a link direct to our section, Crafter's Companion, on the Hobby Maker website. So lots of ways that you can shop ahead for sure.
Right, demo time.
Right, let's have a little bit of a play here. And I'm going to use the Ditsy Florals, and we're going to use the 5x7. So this is where usually if you say matte and layer dies, you tend to find it's only an outside cutting edge. Nothing wrong with that, but that then gives you the inner that cuts away as well. So what you can do is you can do all three of them separately. Sometimes you're maybe a little concerned about die cutting all at once in case the jump that overlapped. As long as you secure them tightly with your low-tack tape, they're going to be absolutely fine. The good thing by doing them all together is you get little frameworks within the frameworks. So let's do all three of them together. And what I'm going to do is if I pop them in, and I'm going to use my low tack tape, this is where, as you were saying, Dave, your big considered purchases, this is where your 10% is going to be an absolute treat, but even your essentials.
Yeah, stock up on all your essentials, your tape pens, your low tack tape, all that sort of thing. Everything will have 10% off if you use the code.
So what I'm doing, so that I can get my inner framework nice and straight, I'm just making sure that all my dies are nice and straight together. So let's pop that onto my plate. I'm using my trusty Gemini Junior because where possible, I always use the Junior. It's my absolute favourite machine. It's the dream machine. And incidentally, just to say as well, all of these ones, whether it's the 5x7, whether it's the 5x5, they're all going to go through your Gemini Junior. Or of course your larger machines, or if you don't have a Gemini, they'll go through any other die cutting machine.
And both the Junior and the larger Gemini will be on the website right now. And don't forget extra 10% off. Fab.
So we can then take these ones out. So let's take this larger one out to start with. And I'm going to go in with my tool here, die release tool here, and take out all
the little
these
petals.
little bits, And this is where you were saying, Dave, is if you were to keep these little bits or selective little bits, use them to paper piece into other pieces of coloured cardstock.
So if you used a different colour card or maybe I don't know, like a mirror card or something like that, all those little pieces would just fit back into the cutouts.
They would, they absolutely would. And with these sorts of bits of waste that come out, these are also good size-wise, shape-wise, as shaker elements. So yes, we've got sequins on the show, but if you don't want to waste them, you're wanting to use them in some other way, these bits that pop out the Ditsy Floral are really good for shaker elements. But what we're going to do is let's take this one once again, and this is our white multi-purpose cardstock that I'm using here.
Good.
So we're going to go around. I'm just going to take these last little bits.
So basically that cardstock does what it says. You can stamp on it, you can ink it, you can do all your techniques, die cut it, multi-purpose.
So many things. And that's why we did actually change the name to multi-purpose. In case anyone wondering, it did used to be called our white smooth cardstock, but because we use it for so
Everything.
many different things, we were calling it multi-purpose cardstock. So Leanne and the product development team were like, well,
Let's
seeing as we'll
rename it.
all call it that, let's rename it that. So what we can do is we can take out these middle bits and also
So you've
these
actually
smaller
got
ones.
6 frames, no, 5 frames.
5, yeah.
5 frames out of that one pass.
So we can take these ones. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then if you do include this tiny rectangle that comes out within the middle, that's you've got 6 of them. And this is the one that I was saying is perfect for your stamp
Yeah.
sentiments.
Yeah.
You know, any little sentiments that you need for your cards and that. It's not always overly hard to cut your little strips to size using the guillotine paper trimmers. But this makes it so easy. Even if you just use that smaller rectangle die just to create that at times, that's going to be worth its weight in gold as it is.
I mean, that could be handmade by on the back of a
Of course
card,
it
couldn't
could,
it? Something like that.
absolutely. A little tab if you want to use these in many different ways. So this is where you're going to start to think, yes, they're framed nesting dies, but what elements can I be using elsewhere? So let's take these bits out here, and then let's go in with our smaller one. So we're going to go in here, and as I was saying, this is our white multi-purpose card, but these are still going to cut your mirror card or your texture card. You're still going to be able to cut these no problem. So let's take these bits out of the way.
And that little brush is a godsend. It
It
will save
really,
you so much
really
time
is.
trying to poke everything out.
It really,
They're on the
really is.
website too, by the way.
All these little things, so handy having within your crafty stash. So there is our largest one. So we've got our 5x7, we've got our framework, and notice as well, we've got a lot of scope here for going into the back of it with our adhesive without it being seen. So if you want to put your strips of tape on the back there, then sandwich your acetate or vellum, you're not going to see it. You've got enough width
Yeah.
to pop your adhesive
All
at the
that's
back.
been thought through, so
Exactly, yeah. And sometimes you think these things are a given, but they're not. These are the sort of things that the product development team think of.
and that's what sets Crafters Companion apart, because they are all crafters. They know what you want, what you need.
And as all of us will always say on the team, and always shout out to Leanne, who heads up product
Yeah,
development, you know, incredible genius in the things that she comes up with, as well as her team. So let's go in with this last one now. So we're going to go in. So there was our mid one. And then we've also got our smaller one. And then these were the ones I was also on about, Dave. This is kind of like your extras that you've got.
Yeah.
These are so handy as well to frame your sentiments.
Absolutely, yeah.
Stamp and colour in maybe one of your characters or any stamp. Use that as a framework if you want to as well.
This is what I was saying.
Lots of
You'll use
options.
these all the time. You know, they're not just a once in a while
No.
die set, are they?
No, they're not. And these are the ones where you're going, there's not a set project initially that you're aiming for. So you're going to play. You're going to bring in your colour card. You're going to mix them together. You're going to cut them. You're going to change them. You're sitting and playing. And that's why I absolutely love Nest and Dies, is because you can do that sort of playing when it comes to your projects.
Now, your tape pens, we're still doing the 4 for 3 offer on the tape pens, 2 dotty and 2 straight adhesive pens. And again, today, only today, if you use Craig 10, you'll get 10% off that already reduced deal. So, amazing.
Fab. It really, really is. Now, what I've done is, that is, as you were saying, Dave, the dotty tape runner, which is a godsend when it comes to your dies, such as these ones, because the dot's only attached to where you want it to. Now, when I was talking about earlier on about a die set we've done in the past, matte and layer dies, you could either use the 5x7 matte and layer die to trim away, or something like this, Dave. It's very simple to either use your scissors to trim away the excess.
Well, the frame is acting as like a cutting
It
guide,
is,
isn't
yeah.
it?
And that's a really good point to make out. I'm actually resting the side of my scissors against the edge of my framework. So therefore, it's holding it, it's guiding it, and all that I'm doing is trimming away. But also, you can use your guillotine, your
Yeah.
paper trimmers, your craft knives if you want to. So we've now gone in from a simple white frame to an element now that's got a back in. We can then place things onto it. We can lift things up, sentiments. It could be images, your stamps. It could be anything like that. You can then pop that one on. So tell you what, to start with, let's pop this onto a card blank. Now for speed, I am just going to use my dotty tape runner for the back here. Mats and layers, I would jump over to my straight tape runner, but as you can see, you can still use them for mats and layers if you want. So this is going straight on. So that white is blending into the background on purpose.
Yep.
Blends in just nicely. And then what I'm going to do is let's bring in another piece of that yellowy orange, which is it's actually from the brights of the 12 by 12, but you've got some lovely yellow orange shades in the pastels as well, which you could use.
We've got that in the show, the 12 by 12 bright pad, 36 sheets. We'll pop that up in a few minutes' time for you.
So I'm going to do exactly the same with this one here. So let's go in. So all that I'm doing is I'm going to trim this one.
It's a real sunshine yellow, isn't it?
It is. Really makes you smile.
Yeah.
Really, really does. So I'm going to trim that, and then this time, what I'm going to do, Dave, is if I take my craft knife, and if you love paper, or you like the thought of paper piecing, but don't have the patience, then what I'm away to do now is going to be sort of like a faux paper piecing. It's going to give you that look without actually having to do your paper piecing. So let's go in with my straight craft knife. That was my little swivel one. So I'm going to go in, and same as my scissors, I'm using the edge of my frame to rest and hold
like a guide.
the card.
Yeah.
So guiding all the way along, and I'm going to go in, and then all I'm going to do is pop these ones out here. So if I go into the corner, just to finish it off, I'm going to pop that one out, go in, finish it off into here. So this now is going to give us extra options. It could be the start of an inapage, it could be the start of an actual frame, it could be the start of a shaker, which we will do just shortly. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my scissors to just trim that a little bit. I think my blade's needing changed in my craft knife. So if I neaten that one off now, that we can see into here. So what we've got is the largest frame where we've kept that backing of colour.
Yep.
With this one, what we've done is we have created our own faux paper piece. So the framework has only got the colour that you can see at the back. And then last but by no means least, let's go in with the smaller one. And then what I'm going to do is add my dots on. We're going to do, look at that, no waste here. That's going to fit perfectly onto that one.
So you're doing this card probably on one sheet of 12 by 12?
Exactly,
Yeah.
Yep. One sheet of 12 by 12 and one sheet of A4 white multi-purpose card.
Okay.
Actually, half a sheet, really,
Yeah.
because I've done them all in each other. There we go. So now what I'm going to do within this one is let's go in with our foam pads, because we've got a selection of foam pads on the show as well.
All with 10% off, remember?
All of
You've got
them.
Craig 10 in the promo box.
So I'm going to lift this middle frame with my foam pads. So we're going to use these ones and creating the height. So if you want to do a shaker, you could be backing this bit with your red liner tape, then your acetate, and we'll do that shortly.
And we have got sequins for shaker cards in the show for the first time. They're coming up soon too. So if you like a bit of sparkle, a bit of glamour.
Absolutely, yeah. Beautiful colours within the new ones here on Net Hobby Maker today. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that one back in the middle. So that now automatically gives me that outer orange frame or white frame that we can see here. Then this one, you could go higher up if you want to. But what I'm going to do is I want to create a lot of different layers of construction. So we're going to be flat, we're going to go high up, but then this time, Dave, what we're going to do is we're going to go back down in.
Right.
So we're starting flat, up, down.
What are
so
your roller coasters?
there you go, muscle roller coaster on the brain. And then what I'm going to do is, within the shows today, I want to show as many basic layouts as possible, and then I'll bring in a finished example as to what I've done. So if I leave that one like that,
Yep.
Then, if you have got your hands on the sunflower collection,
Ooh.
the only difference I've done is the brown layer is I've just created just a smidge bigger than 5x7 to create a drop shadow. So by creating that layer, then what you can do, your Sarah Signature, your Nature Gardens, any of your collections, you can use that framework to frame your sentiments, frame your little die-cut florals.
To be honest with you, these dies are going to become a real firm fixture in your crafting on a daily basis. They really, really are. Whether you want the smaller frame or the larger frame or whatever, we're going to come back and remind you of the main offer and all the individuals too. And we'll go through the paper packs. We'll also go through the sequins. But it's all, remember, on the website. And the extra 10% off today, I didn't know this until about an hour before I was coming on air at 12 o'clock. Andy popped his head round the door and said, it was Craig's birthday yesterday, so it's Craig 10 for 10% discount. That's on anything Crafter's Companion, not what's in the show, everything that we have available on our website. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and go to the brand page, you'll see Crafter's Companion, click on it, and then the whole world of Crafter's Companion opens up before your eyes. This offer is only valid until midnight tonight. So if there's things that you've been wanting, maybe a Gemini machine that's, you know, 100 and something pounds, you know, that 10% off is not to be sniffed at. So now and today is the day to make your purchase of the larger things and just all your essentials that you're running out of. Red liner tape, double-sided finger lift tape, sequins, glue, anything like that, tape pens, all of that can be 10% off as well. Craig 10 is your magic code. More with Craig, birthday boy, after this.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
Yeah, welcome to Wednesday afternoon on Hobbymaker. I'm Dave, this is Craig, whose birthday it was yesterday. And by way of celebrating, Craig 10 is your promo code that you need when you get to check out for anything Crafter's Companion. Make sure you do that, otherwise you won't get the extra 10% off. And you know what we're like at Hobbymaker, every day we lower prices on everything as a matter of course. So to get that extra 10% off because it's Craig's birthday, fantastic. Right, now these paper pads, we were talking about the paper pads, we'll come to the brights that we used in that last demonstration in a minute, but these luxury mirror card packs are amazing. Obviously because it's mirror card, they are a little bit more money, but when you see what you get, luxury all the way.
Edge to edge, start to end, absolutely beautiful. It says mirror on top of mirror, so you've got that striking within this one here, the gold, but you've got that, it's like a deep fuchsia.
Yeah.
Then in with your polka dots that you can see here. Now, keeping in mind, you know, if you've watched, when you're watching Hobbymaker and you see Keith from Paper Dynamics, that they'll always tell you how expensive it is to make, you know, mirror card, mirror on top of mirror, but these paper pads are absolutely beautiful.
Really high-end luxury. Top marks to Crafter's Companion, Leanne and the team. What a wonderful product this is. Look at that. And it's slightly embossed as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You've got that sort of embossed feel to it, it's that texture to it. But within these ones here, it is that pure 12 by 12. So it's not just under, it's absolutely bang on 12 by 12 when it comes to your mirror card.
And you can see how mirrored it is. You can see Craig's reflection in that. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So your zigzags in there as well. Then you've got your florals at the back there too. So this one is they're calling this every day, but basically that's the multicolour, okay?
Yeah.
So you've got all of these finishes. You can see just looking at the cover, all of these finishes in that fantastic mirror card. 32 sheets, $27.99, so about 90p a sheet, roughly, something like that. QE2083, and of course 12 by 12, the beauty of that is you can cut it down to whatever size you want. 4 6x6s, make it into strips, it's entirely up to you.
And construction with it, they're both, the next one you're ready to see as well, both of them are 250 GSM, so your boxes and model making and that, you can do that.
And you're going to get another £2.80 off that if you put Craig 10 in the promo box. That would take it down then to about $25.89, something like that. Then the silver and the gold one, this is going to fly too, I'm sure.
I think so as well. I'm actually going to use this one next.
Are you? Okay. Now look at this. How stunning is this?
Isn't it stunning? Now within this one here, you're going to actually get a selection. Yes, you've got gold and silver, but you've got your mirror gold and then you've got your matte gold.
Yeah.
And then you've got your mirror silver and you've got your matte silver as well. The attention to detail here, whether it's the diamonds, the floral, the swirls, the chevrons, is sublime. Still, if you want to, though you've got your dots here, still go on top with an additional embossing folder if you
why
want.
not?
By all means, please do that. But this is, I'm going to say this is one for the guys. You know, if you are wanting to put some mirror card on, then because you've got some of these really unisex shapes, designs within these ones here, this is a beautiful one. But something different, a little bit different than simple silver and gold, but there's none wrong with, because I use a lot day in, day out. But you can even be using these for little mats and layers, which we'll show you just in a moment.
£2.80 off the $27.99 if you put Craig 10 in the promo box. Right, now, next we've got... we haven't changed the graphics, beg your pardon. Okay, so if you want the gold and silver, there we go, there's the gold and silver one. So that's £2.80 off as well with Craig 10, JL2028. $27.99, and that's the product code if you want the silver and the gold one. Okay, JL2028, £2.80 is your discount because of Craig's birthday. Now, we've also got the 36 pad in the brights, and we've also got it in the pastels as well. So I'll show you the brights first of all. So this is the brights. This is the pad that Craig was using for the demonstration. That's the yellow, isn't it?
It was, yeah, it was indeed. Now, what I would say with this one, yes, it's bright, but think about the Christmas word that's going to be coming very, very soon as well. This is going to be absolutely perfect. You know, before you go straight into Christmas, if you love those autumnal colours as you're going into that, you've got that as well. Yes, you've got the brights, but then even with the purples, that coldness with the blues, but you've got that array of, once again, 12 by 12 when it comes to these texture cardstocks.
Rich green, kind of forest green, and then you've got a brighter green as well. So 36 sheets. This has got a linen texture to it as well, which is beautiful. And that is the pad that we were using in the demo a few minutes ago. So if you love that yellow, which I must admit I do, and again, they print all the colours on the front of the pad for you, so you can see at a glance what's in there. $15.99, you'll get another £1.60 off because it is, of course, Craig's birthday. It was yesterday. WG2005, but you've got to put the code in to get the discount. It won't work unless you do that, Craig 10. And then we've got the pastels as well. Here are your pastels. So similar, but slightly lighter shades of the yellows,
and
oranges.
With this one here, certainly for me as well, this is where I'm going to be stocking up, certainly on the pastel ones. If you've been out and about as of late, you will know pastel is everywhere. Yeah. Absolutely everywhere. So any pastel tones we sell so much on a daily basis, but certainly at this moment in time with it being such a huge colour trend here. So we said there, 36 sheets, it's 12 by 12 again, it's 230 GSM, going to be good for your mats and layers. Wouldn't use it as card blanks, but absolutely go in with your mats and layers on your cards, your boxes, your projects.
Now hang on a minute, you've already got a discount. Look, $19.99 should be the price. It's down to $15.99, so that's a £4 discount, plus you get another £1.60 off today, CO 2093. So for buying things like this, maybe you're thinking, oh, I will need that, I won't buy it today, I'll buy it next week or whatever. Order it today, everything is 10% cheaper than it should be. Okay, now we'll do the sequence towards the end of the show. We'll show you those before we say jury out at the top of the hour. So another demo, if that's all right.
Let's go for it, yeah. So we're going to create a shaker here, and we're going to use our scallop frames here. So very, very quickly, what I'm going to do is I'll explain the card blank that I've used here. I've taken, was our multi-purpose card once again. I've cut it to 9 by 5 inches, and then I've scored it 2 inches. It's given me a little bit of a top fold. And what I've also done is cut another piece here, which is 5 inches by 2 inches. And then what I'm going to do is, if I go in with my red liner tape here, and on the back of this fold, I'm going to go in with a strip of my red liner. And the pattern paper I'm going to use is from our sunflower collection.
Right.
But I'm going to use some of the matte gold from
from the pad.
12 by 12
Yeah.
pad, yeah. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to show you how lovely it looks to use it to matte and layer with. So you don't have to have it as that full in-your-face design. If you want to use it as a matte and layer effect, you can absolutely do
I
that.
think a lot of people think of 12 by 12s as scrapbooking pages, which I think's a bit of a mistake, because it's just a size. You know, that size can be trimmed down to whatever you normally work with. So don't think, oh, I don't use 12 by 12. It's a very economical way
really is.
of buying your cardstock.
It really, really is. You get so much more value for your money when it comes to the 12 by 12 form, and because you can do so much more with it.
And think about how many frames you could be making from that as well, from a 12 by 12 sheet. Obviously, you need to trim it down to go into your die cutting machine, but you'll get an awful lot more off of 12 by 12 than you would do an A4.
You will. You absolutely will do. So let's pop this one onto the bottom. So we've created our 5 by 7 card blank with our little acetate band across the middle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with our pattern paper here, and I'm going to go in with my tape runner. The only reason I've not done these mats and layers beforehand is because I wanted you to see how I'm using it to mat and layer onto. Now, potentially this is going to go onto my back layer here. So potentially I would take out the centre. What I could do, Dave, is either gut the centre with my craft knife or scissors, or use your frame nesting dies, gut out the centre. You've got that for another project that you can
So
make.
there's no waste.
So there's no waste whatsoever. But going over the top there, now not only have we got a satin or a matte gold matte and layer, we've got that lovely mirror design just popping out at the edges as well. Nice little end touch to it. So what we can do is let's add our adhesive to the back, and that one can go into the middle here. Pop that one on, and then what I'm going to do is let's layer these ones on as well. So if you see any of the tutorials or that I do, you know my mats and layers are all 1/4 inch. And also to say as well, these don't actually launch on our website till later this week.
Okay, so we got them first.
Got them first. And as we all say, you know, we'll all say it, you know, the two Debbies or Jan or when Michelle or Corinne's been here, is when the first launched here on HobbyMaker, give it a day or two, a couple of days, and then if you go onto our YouTube and you're going to find them being used in tutorials and
Terrific.
ideas and inspiration.
Yes, a Crafter's Companion really kind of hold your hand after you've bought something.
Absolutely, yeah. Always guaranteed that you're going to get lots of ideas and inspiration. And I don't even mean just over the next following days, for the weeks and months ahead. You'll always find them.
And that's what really amazes me with the Crafter's Companion team, that they've all got the same ethos. You know, they're in it for the long haul. They're not just
Exactly.
there to sell you something and bye, thanks a lot. You know, they're there every day afterwards. If you need any support, if you need any advice, always on YouTube, look out for those fantastic videos, and they're there as a brilliant company for support.
Exactly, really, really is. What's lovely as well is you've maybe heard or found other companies, you know, previously would be saying, right, we only want you to use our up-to-date products. Whereas what's lovely as well at Crafter's Companion, whether the tutorials that we do or coming here to HobbyMaker, we can start to bring back older products. So if you've been crafting with us for years, you're going to get a new lease of life out of older things you've bought. You know, it's not all just about our new items. But here we go. So we've got our mid frame here. So this was using the scalloped. So you've got that embossed, like a debossed line all the way around the centre, but then we've got our scalloped edge. So what we can do is let's go in once again with our red liner tape, and I'm going to go find the edge of it here, and then I'm going to run that all the way round,
Now, make sure if you are buying red liner tape today that it's Crafters Companions red liner tape, because other companies sell it as well. They won't give you the 10% off, but we will. Craig 10.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then bonus with Hobby Maker only paying that one postage at the end
absolutely.
of the day as
yeah,
well.
yeah,
So
absolutely. That's a really good point, because if you are buying up on all these essentials to get the extra discount, yeah, one P&P of £3.95.
I say this every time I come here. I don't know how you guys manage to do it, but as a crafter, I know obviously I come here, but as a crafter, you know, that's just a bonus for us
Yeah,
as
it is.
well.
I mean, normally, you'd be saving about £4 or £5 off what other places would charge you in postage. But we just say, no matter how many things you buy, you could buy 10 things from Craig, 5 things, of course, from Jamie from Creative Expressions, and maybe buy a few things in our sales show. Andy is here with me. Bradford loves bargains at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's the second time we've done it. The first time it flew, everything flew, because Andy's got control of what prices can be. So he can actually lower things. He's got the power. I haven't. He has.
The power.
He's got the power to give you some amazing deals, which is what is guaranteed after 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Right.
It was Andy's idea to do the Craig 10 thing too.
Oh, it was Andy's idea. I must say thank you to him.
Your Mrs. Doubtfire, by the way, was excellent.
Do you think so? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking for my foam on a roll. Here we go.
Are you known for that then?
Lately, I done it actually I've done it a couple of times, joking about on some of the videos and that we do back at head office, and then it's just kind of...
Taken off.
Yeah, it's kind of stuck.
Well, it was like I was watching the film.
I tend to say that the same things, or you know what Mrs. Doubtfire tends to say. Yeah. So
brilliant film.
God, I love it. Absolutely love it. It's one of those that you know when it comes on, and it doesn't matter how many times you've seen it, you end up sitting and watching it.
A bit like Home Alone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of those films.
It absolutely is.
Someone's got to watch it.
One of my favourite of all times anyway was, the Home Alone 2.
Yeah.
But as you know, Dave, anything New York for me.
Yeah,
anything New
I'm the
York.
same.
Absolutely love it. So let's take the backing off here. So if I come in here, my bags have been in the car in the sun for...
It makes it tricky to get the back off.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good tip actually. If you do have crafting stuff in the boot of your car on hot days, take it out because the glue doesn't like it very much.
Much as I love my foam, yeah, certainly the foam and the sun don't always see eye to eye. So let's just see if I can get a grab of that one out the corner here. See, it's just...
It kind of melts the glue to
It does, yeah.
to the strip.
So what I'm going to do is let's take that bit off, Dave. So I'm just going to use my pokey tool to pull it off. Remember, you're not going to see the back of it, so don't worry about this bit. So let's go in, and I'm going to use another piece.
Another roll.
And what I'm doing, if you've never done a shaker before, just make sure that all the edges touch together.
Yep.
So that nothing falls out.
Don't want any gaps.
You don't want any gaps. You don't want any bits to fall out. So there we go. We're just about there. Let's get there. And then what I'll get you to do, Dave, is just in front of you, do you want to pick one of the colours from the sequence?
Yeah, okay.
You don't have to open
What colours have we got? Now, sequins, we've got the clear. There we go. What kind of AB, I suppose you call that one.
A bit like that, yeah.
Then we've got, there we go. Then we've got the, what colour is that?
So that's the blue, dusky
dusky pink.
Dusky pink.
There we go, dusky pink. And we've also got the coral blush and we've got the blue lagoon. What would go with, what do you reckon, blue lagoon?
Blue lagoon?
Yeah.
We'll go with blue lagoon?
Okay.
Let's go for it.
Cool, you get a lot in here, don't you?
You get loads.
50 grams.
You get loads and loads and loads. And self-sealing as well within all of the packs.
Now, we have a limited quantity of these. We can't get anywhere near as much as we would have liked.
I know, there's not a lot whatsoever. Now, what I'm doing is, because I've got my flat layer here with my acetate and my cardstock, I'm going to go in, and then I'm just going to make sure that these are all kind of close to being central.
Just notice you get different sizes. You've got little circles, little stars, bigger ones.
Yep, variety of different sizes. And although I'm going in with the one colour, you can mix and match if you want to, to put another little bit in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that into the middle here, and I'm then going to press gently and then carefully, and I'm going to press all the way around to make it nice and secure. So then what we've got is we've got our shaker that you can see with all of that gorgeousness coming all the way through. And as I was saying, David Moore, want to show you the concept. So if I bring you that, all that you need is 1 sentiment over the top. Change the colours if you want to, but there we go. You can see that's how you can make a really lovely cut with one frame.
Yep.
One frame, that's the middle frame from the 5x7 scalloped, but then you can see how you can still do the backdrops, whether it is your mats and layers, your inapage, decoupage, all of these ones.
Now the Blue Lagoon, if you love that colour, I'm sure this is going to be one of the firm favourites. It's got that undertone of like a turquoise greeny to it too, almost like a peacock blue. £2.99 for 50 grams of sequins. If that's what you've been wanting for a long time, CO2092 is the product code. CO2092, that will get you the Blue Lagoon. And then you've got a choice of the other three there. I'd be tempted to maybe go for all four. Remember, you'll only be charged $3.95 maximum for the day's orders, no matter how many orders you've made. Now, this one down here is dusky pink. Now, it doesn't look very pink when you look at it, but as the light hits it, shades of pink kind of come from almost nowhere. Can you see the pink? So it's like a turquoise or an AB, but you've got greens and you've got beautiful pink shades coming off it as well. So again, really lovely, a bit different, that one. Again, only £2.99 for 50 grams. There's hundreds, if not thousands, probably many thousands of sequins in there for that price. And it's a resealable pack.
It is, yeah. Different size circles, little love hearts, stars in there as well.
Okay, so that one is your dusky pink, if you fancy that. So that's OS2090, that's the product code, OS2090 for your dusky pink. Next to that, we've then got this one, which is your iridescent diamond. Now that obviously is the most generic of all of them. It's going to go with everything that you ever work on. 50 grams of iridescent diamond. You've got hues of pink in there, a bit of yellow in there as well. But it just literally, that colour just literally comes from nowhere as the light hits it. But hopefully you can see on that one all the different shapes that you've got there too. There we go. If you fancy that, I could see you with a shirt made from that.
Yeah, you could do.
Cool.
And they've got, certainly the circles in, we've got tiny little holes, so if you wanted to sew them on, you could do,
Yeah, for high days and holidays. So that one is your iridescent diamond. And then the last colour is the coral blush at the top here. So if you love your reds and your oranges, that's predominantly what's going to be coming from those. But there's always a surprise. They catch the light beautifully. There it is. There's your coral blush. How much would they be if you went for all four? That would be less than £12. That would be £11.96. One P&P of £3.95, but then you'll get £1.19 off that price with your Craig 10 code. So yeah, all day long today until midnight tonight. So if you're watching this as a repeat a bit later on, you have until midnight on Wednesday night tonight to get the extra 10% off, okay? Craig, great show, great demonstrations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to be back in an hour's time.
4 o'clock.
I'll show you some different things as well. I am definitely going to say please take advantage of that 10% because that is an absolute winner.
Terrific. Okay, Craig's back at 4 o'clock. Next, though, Bradford Loves Bargains is back for the second time ever. Amazing sale prices because Andy's got the finger on the button that controls the price and it's going to go down. So see you in a few minutes.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker. When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
Bradford loves a bargain, absolutely he does. And we did this show, well, a version of it, for the first time, I think it was last week. And we didn't know really what to expect. Andy and I have known each other for many, many years. Andy now works here in like a management capacity and has more control over prices than I ever could. So what we thought we did last week, we'd get Andy in and he could then put the prices down, and you absolutely loved it, and you got some real bargains. So we thought, you know what, let's do it again because it worked so well last time. Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good.
Busy day today.
Very busy day.
A lot of people taking advantage of the extra discount courtesy of Craig's birthday.
Craig 10 at checkout for Crafters Companion, yeah.
Absolutely. Now, don't forget, of course, if you have already, there it is, by the way. Now, it's available on everything that you'll find from Crafters Companion. It's not just everything on the show, it's everything on the website as well. And that's running up until midnight tonight.
All of your
However, now the
essentials.
good news is, If you've already purchased something, in essence, anything we're going to bring you in this show is, the way I think about it, you've already paid your post and packaging at £3.95. So in essence, anything you go for in this show, to my mind, is kind of postage and packaging free.
Yep.
And as Dave quietly said, hello to those of you who know me, by the way, hello. My name's Andy. I've been a presenter in the craft television industry for quite some time now. My role here at Hobbymaker is slightly different in the fact that my official title is Head of Sales. So that means that not only do I get a bit more of a say in terms of what you see, hopefully bring you more of what you see, a lot less of what you don't. It means that I have, well, the occasional ability to wield the modicum of power that I have. Now, this might, if you're someone who's watched a lot of shopping television for a number of years, you might just think, Andy, I've heard all this before. I know it's all smoke and mirrors. I know that it's all kind of spiel and, you know, there's no real surprises. There's no real bargains. You know, if you've been watching craft television for as long as I've been presenting within it, you might feel that you've seen it all. Well, how about we start with an example, Dave, shall we?
Go on.
Let's start off with an example. All right, so what we're going to take a look at first of all is something. Now, those of you who were with us last week,
Yep.
you know what you need to do when I start to talk about the WAM storage, okay? Because you will know, I'll let the cat out of the bag here slightly. We're going to go the same price we went last week.
Okay.
All right, so if you know what that price is, you need to get on the phone lines as quickly as you can. There's the details on your screen. Your item number is top left. We haven't removed the price as yet, but everything you need to know is there. If you're someone who's already received your WAM storage, we would love to see examples of it, maybe some feedback from you.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't realise we had any stock of this left.
We didn't till earlier on, Dave. I had a word in the right ear, thanks to Liam, who'll get mentioned quite a bit in this show, who did that for us. All right, now, not only are we going to talk about this in terms of storage, you'll actually see this being used in a crafting capacity as well. We're going to be doing some pouring later on with some Pebeo paints. You might have caught that from the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show earlier on today. All right, so Dave, here's a question. So you can see we have good quality storage here. You'll know that there is a difference between normal storage and craft storage. Craft items are heavy, dyes are heavy, paper is heavy. It needs to be strong. This is certainly very, very strong. Slightly larger than A4, so it means that you can get your hand in there to take your items out. It can also be used for a variety of different crafting items as well. Again, we'd use it for paint pouring earlier on. If you've ever done marbling, for example, this will be the perfect reservoir for you to use. All right, so you look at something like this kind of quality, Dave, what kind of price would you think?
I would think somewhere in the region of like $9.99.
$9.99.
Those are the sort of storage trays that I've seen in the very high-end wooden storage units,
Exactly
you know?
what you're referring to, absolutely. And if you do have those, they will fit very nicely
Yeah.
into those slots.
Because this is the high-end plastic. This isn't the brittle plastic that would shatter if you dropped it. It's strong, but it's got that durability, but a bit of flexibility too.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, so $9.99, I think it's a good place to start.
Yeah.
So $9.99, if you think that's a good price to go for these, your price is there on your screen. In fact, we'll go there. Right, we'll give you a helping hand. We'll drop that price right now. We can do that. We're live. So $9.99 for one of those. If you think that's good value, go for it right now. If you don't think that's the best value, well, maybe your instincts will serve you well. Because do you know what? $7.99 for one of these is what I was thinking.
Okay.
Special offer.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. But you know what? We do have the power. We are here with you live. And I know plenty of you already. Thank you very much for all of your messages of support, by the way. By the way, Lowen says hi. Let's bring it down to $4.99. $4.99 for your WAM storage, which again, you can stack on top of each other as well. Again, perfect size, real durability and strength built within there as well. Now, one of those, Dave, for $4.99, if you multi-order on these, of course, you've got your cap post and packaging all day, only £3.95. I think that's rather good.
I think that's very good. But everyone watching that watched last week know where this is going. And remember, another thing with us is everybody always pays the final low price. So if you came in and ordered them, as some of you are right now, when the price was at $9.99 or now $4.99, everyone will pay the final low price when Andy reveals it. Hello, Catherine. Hello to Crafter in Suffolk. We've got Trish in Bristol, Sandra in Lanarkshire. You're all coming through because you know where this is going.
Yep.
You want to stock up. You can multi-order as well. Put 2, 3, 4, 5 in your basket. Only one P&P of $3.95 unless you've already paid it, and then you don't have to worry.
Do you know what, Dave? You're quite right. You could put 1, 2, 3, 4 in your basket, but what if we cut down the amount of effort it took to put 2 in your basket?
All right.
Or 4 in your basket, or 6 in your basket. You notice I'm going in 2s there. How about a pair of them for £4.99?
What?
Now, this is why you need to be quick. So $4.99 to go for a pair of your WAM storage. Now, undeniably, objectively, even if you're not a crafter, this is phenomenal value for money. But we do not have an infinite amount of stock of these. I'm going to let you, those of you who've watched me for a number of years, you know sometimes I'll maybe reveal a bit too much information. I'll tell you exactly what's happening. Okay, right, so we are starting Christmas here on Hobbymaker. next week, all right? We are still relatively small in terms of space that we take up. So we're a relatively new company. Just last week, we passed our 100-day anniversary. So why are we doing things like this? Being honest with you, we need the space. We need the space. So that's why we're able to bring you deals like this so that we can create space. It also means that you get a bargain as well. And that's why so many of you right now are on the phone line. So many of you are placing your orders. But we do not have, this is not something that we'll be able to bring back time and time again. It become known as the Hobby Maker storage, and you'll wait every time for this to happen. Once this is gone, that is it.
I'll be honest, I thought we had sold out, but we've got this stock still available. So if you want it, £2.50 each it works out to. Hello to Susan in Devon, who's bought 4. Hello to a crafter in Suffolk who's gone for 2 of them. Another crafter in West Lothian's gone for 3 of them. However many you want, you're going to get 2, remember, for that price of £4.99, 1 P&P of £3.95 all day long. I mean, it could be you want this to put your baking bits and pieces in. It could be that you want to use this as like an organiser for all of your spritzers and that sort of thing for the craft.
Perfect for that.
Great for the shed, great for the garage, great for the workshop.
If you are going to, we've got these coming up for you later, but Pebeo paint. So again, any of your liquid mediums, obviously, ideally you want to store them upright. They'll be perfect for you to put into there as well. Listen, every craft needs good quality stories. That's exactly what we've got here for you. For £4.99 per pair of them. Remember, slightly larger than A4 as well. But sometimes, Dave, maybe A4 is just a little bit too big.
Okay. I've got to say as well, I love that colour. That's a very, very fashionable colour, that kind of beautiful kind of grey-green.
It is sage. It's the official colour.
Okay, very nice.
Wonderful. All right, so listen, now, if you're thinking, OK, that's all well and good, Andy, but you know what? I'd like to get good quality storage for them to use around the home. Oh, we've got a question that's come in, said, can you stack these boxes on top of each other? Well, obviously, they sit inside each other whilst they're not being used, as you can see. Yeah. How you stack on top of each other will depend on what your potential you've got in the bottom one. If you're doing cardstock, for example, that'd be no problem. You probably wouldn't fill that up to the top, but that would be able to nestle just inside there. So they do stack inside each other.
Well, our screen is filling up full of names, the length and breadth of the country, wanting these over A4 in size. So like Andy said, perfect if you're trying to get A4 cardstock out, you can get your fingers in. Really lovely colour, great quality. Honestly, the price is ridiculous. Order as many as you need. You'll be delighted with them when they arrive.
Now, that price is ridiculous, Dave, but that is one of the medium prices on today's show, to be honest with you. We've actually got some more storage available for you. Now, smaller, that's reflected in the price, as you can see. Matches perfectly, and I mention this because it's there on the label, and this means a lot to a number of people for a number of good reasons. Made in the UK as well. So we have got your slightly smaller storage. Now, again, you can see the price on the screen is not there. So what price would you expect this to be, Dave? You can't look to £4.99 for the pair. What price do you expect this to be?
In normal, everyday life, I'd say about £4.50.
Yeah, I think that. I think £4.99 for that on its own might not be out of order. I think if it's £3.99, you'd think, do you know what? It matches the storage we've already got. I'll go for it. One of the benefits of shopping with us here at Hobby Maker is if you see something else you like later on in the day, you don't pay any extra in terms of postage and packaging. And me and Dave have spoken about this, not only on air, but off air as well. Yeah. It's one of the reasons we love working here, because it's the one... I think if I tot up all of the complaints or comments that I've heard over the year, it's P&P. You don't want to overpay in terms of
P&P and the cost of the phone call.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, both of those taken care of here, aren't they? It's a free phone number.
Honestly, that's the biggest comment, or biggest number of comments I've had is about the postage. Everyone's saying, I love my postage, £3.95 for a day, it's fantastic. But of course, the P&P is one thing. Free phone call, UK-based call centre, there to help you with any inquiries, any queries. They're in this building right here, 24 hours a day. So bear that in mind. Those are the two things, like Andy was saying, over the years that people have complained to us about. Solved.
Again, it's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make Hobby Maker just that little bit different. All right, but listen, let's bring you another bargain. So, one smaller storage. By the way, this does fit rather nicely inside your slightly larger one. And actually, if you put it in that way, well, let's see if you can fit. Do you think you can fit 4 in? Our producer's asking. Do you know what? I think you
reckon
probably could fit 4 of those in there. Now, to get hold of 4 of those, blimey, that's where you'd be talking quite a bit of money. I mean, I imagine a pair of them might be nudging towards, what do you reckon? £9.99, £7.99 on an offer? What about £1.99 for both of them?
For both.
For both of your smaller storage.
each. And look,
£1.99.
manufactured in Britain as well, to the finest quality. Whether it's your pens that's going in there, whether it's your sequins that you got from Craig in the last show that you're putting in there.
Oh, they'd be perfect for that.
Yeah.
Perfect for that.
Or your little jars, or your embossing powder, your little jars of glitter that are everywhere, or you can't find them in the drawer. It's an organiser on the top of the desk, inside a drawer. Whatever you want to use them for is entirely up to you. Obviously, we're crafting, but think about the office. Think about the kitchen. Think about the utility room. Think about the garden shed. All those things that you've just got rattling around that you can never find. Maybe you're a mechanic, you've got nuts, bolts, screws, all that sort of thing. This is an absolute steal. We're doing what we did last week when the phone lines went wild and the website went mad. If you've never shopped with us before, please do remember, it's easy to become a member. All you've got to do is phone our free phone number, tell the operator that you haven't bought before, they will set you up an account. If you want to do it yourself on the website, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk, we ask for your email address and then you make up a password and then you're in. So either way, whichever you're happier doing, and then you're a member. We are busy for everything that's in the show. But wow, a screen full of people all over the country.
I love this. I love the fact that we can actually, we're always aware when people are ordering how busy it is, but it's great to see put names within there as well.
I've never had this before until I worked at Hobbymaker. I think it's great. Once you become a member, we can see your Christian name. Not your surname, but your Christian name. If you're not a member, it just says Crafter.
Yes.
So, we know that that's a brand new customer. Loads of you are coming in and taking advantage of the storage. We're not limiting it to one per customer.
No, we're not. Nope.
You can see ×2. That's a double order. Shirley's got 3 in Cornwall.
Very good. Listen, we'd love to see photos. We'd love to see photos. If you're someone who's already received your WAM storage that you got last week, last Thursday, I think. Was it last Thursday or Tuesday?
Can't remember now.
Either last Thursday,
It was
email in. Last Tuesday.
Tuesday.
That was quick. Last Tuesday, if you've already got your WAM storage and it's already in situ, we'd love to see examples of it. I'll tell you how useful it is. It's got approximately half of the show, or maybe at least a third of the show in our smaller ones. Now, listen, if everyone who's got one in their baskets passes through, as it were, about half the stock has gone. Now, listen, this is the last remaining amount of storage that we have within our warehouse. This is not going to become something that will become, the Hobbymaker storage and all those kind of things. This is a genuine clearance deal that we have available for you. So I would advise, as most people are doing, if you're going to go for the slightly larger one for £4.99, remember for the pair, why wouldn't you add in the 2 smaller ones
Absolutely.
as well for an extra £1.99, no extra P&P?
Like Andy said, if you've already bought something today from midnight last night to midnight tonight, you're not going to pay any more P&P than what you've already paid, which is £3.95. Now, Tracy has got in touch, Andy.
Oh, yes.
She says, hi, Andy, great to see you on our screens again. How's Dallas doing?
Oh, thank you very much for asking. Dallas is very well. We don't get to see him too much at the moment. He spends a lot of time with his dog walker, but he does not complain about that. We only get to see him at the weekends when he comes back rather exhausted. For people who don't know who Dallas is our dog, Lone's dog, Alaskan Malamute. They're already saying in the office about, why can't we have a dog day at work? I think that's a great idea, but Dallas is he's a big dog.
He could be, I know he's a big dog, but I mean, he could be the mascot, Hobbymaker mascot.
He could be the Hobbymaker mascot, couldn't he? Yeah, do you know what, though? An semi-interesting story, if you're interested in this kind of thing about Dallas. Whenever there's a camera on him, he knows there's a camera on him, he turns away. He deliberately turns away. He will not sit, we kind of
He's camera shy.
He's not camera shy, camera arrogant.
Oh, okay.
It's a difference.
Where's my appearance fee?
Oh, come on. No, speak to my...
I can't be bothered with this.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where he gets that from. Maybe bring him in one day, but yeah, I'll be prepared. He's a big old boy. But yes, thank you very much for asking. Now, this is another example. Now, if you watch, I don't know whether or not you've been watching the Wake Up to Hobbymaker shows. I know it's early, but they're well worth recording. They broadcast every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. up until 8 a.m.
I tell you what, we're getting a great response in the morning.
Yeah,
lots of people are up
well.
early at 6. I mean, we're the only thing worth watching in the morning.
I think we are. Yes, we are, Dave. Yes. Absolutely right. We should put that as a tagline. Now, what we've got here is we've got some paper pads. Now, one or two things. If you're someone who, is very aware, as we all are, cost of living, you can't escape that headline at the moment, can you? Our pennies are having to go even further. If you're someone who is crafting on a budget, and we all craft on a budget, some people's budgets are bigger than others. If you're looking to introduce someone to the realm of crafting, in actual fact, you're going to meet a brand new crafter in this show. We've got a brand new crafter. You don't even know this, Dave.
No,
You're going to meet someone who works as part of our planning team, Julie. She recently joined. She's a crafter. She's actually made some examples of an amazing item we've got on the show. We're going to meet her later on.
Oh, great.
So she's actually, and interestingly, Julie sits next to Ange, who also works in the planning department. And hearing the two of them talk, Ange is starting to really get into it. So listen, maybe that's the situation. It's pads like this that means you can afford to be generous. If you're sat crafting with someone, it could be a younger member of the family, it could be your friend, and they've kind of asked a question about crafting. These are the kind of pads you can say, do you know what, craft away with that one. Because I know, between you and I, between friends, you keep the expensive stuff for yourself. I do, that's fine, we're honest, we can say that much, you keep that. But the stuff that doesn't cost you too much, you don't mind sharing with that. All right.
Now,
so
this one is called Beautiful Moments,
Yes.
and it's 6x6 papers. You get 12 designs, 12 sheets in total.
Yeah.
But look at what you've got here. This looks like you actually get 2 of each. There's 24 sheets in total.
Yeah.
But that looks like Hessian, and it kind of plays tricks with your mind because it
does
looks like
actually,
it should have a
it's-
texture.
yeah, I know what you mean.
And in actual fact, it hasn't. It's perfectly smooth. But all of these papers have been colour coordinated beautifully. Great for your scrapbooking, great for just general card making, of course, as well. But these are stunning. They really, really are. 2 of each design, 12 designs, 24 sheets. And maybe you love doing your 7x7 cards, your 8x8 cards, and these are great for your mats and layers as well. Die cut them if you want to too. But really, designer papers at a non-designer price. They should be $14.99.
It should be $14.99. So you're getting the 2 pads and 160 GSM. So again, perfect for card making, that kind of thing. $14.99 for 2 6x6 pads. What can we do on that?
Yeah, there's 2 pads.
6x6 is the, well, in terms of card sizes, it's one of the most popular in the UK. Do you know what? We don't know when we're going to do this again. This was unplanned. I only found out about this when I walked in this morning, Dave.
Oh, right. Me too, when I walked in.
Yeah, I had to tell Dave. Guess what? We're back.
We're back. The double
All right,
act
do you
returns.
know what? $3.99.
$3.99 for 24 sheets.
$3.99. $3.99 for everything that Dave has just shown.
It's actually 2 packs of 12, 24 in total, $3.99, £2 a pad is ridiculous. And these are actually loose leaf, so you don't have to rip them out.
Yeah, very true. That's one thing that people don't like to do, of course, because ultimately it can end up falling apart and become a bit loose leaf. But again, already loose leaf, they are ready to go. So again, here's where it gets really exciting, folks. How would you have known they were coming up on the show, right? You can't always know, you can't know what's going on. Sometimes we play a little bit, we keep things a little bit secret, and you don't know. You might have already ordered something from Crafters Companion, you've enjoyed that extra 10% that we've got today for Craig's birthday, and you see these, you think, that is a good price, but you know what, I don't want to pay an extra post and packaging for it. Let's say our packaging was $3.95 per item, right? On principle, I would not buy this because I wouldn't want to pay the same amount of P&P that I'm paying for the item, just on principle, okay?
Absolutely.
The fact that you don't pay any more, because it's all done at midnight, here's how it works, is the fact that nothing gets charged until midnight, okay? So you can shop all day, so from 1 minute past midnight this morning up until 11:59 or 59 seconds tonight, anything you see with us here on Hobby Maker, you can add into your basket. If you suddenly remember something, think, do you know what, I'm going to go for that, you can add that in, you don't have to pay any more. These are the kind of items that you need to add in, because in essence, they are, to my mind, free postage and packaging.
Yep, I totally agree with you. If you want to go for it right now, this one is Beautiful Moments, and that's OQGP 36. OQGP 36. You can have as many as you want. If you want 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, if you love those colourways, the beautiful kind of coral colour. The next one we've got for you is the Moon, more Than the Stars.
All of these will match together. So if you want to get ahead of us, you'll be able to see that there are actually 3 different options available for you. And again, no extra post and packaging to pay either, but you will notice they match together. Really, really nice natural colours within here as well. So, if you're scrapbooking, as Dave mentioned earlier on, if you're card making for charity, which again, a lot of people are doing now because it's a wonderful thing to do, to turn something that you can do into something that benefits other people. If you're looking to create that elusive side hustle, which of course is an opportunity for you to generate an extra income, then it's these kind of prices that you need to take advantage of. But again, lovely colours in here. You've got blues, hints of purple in there as well.
Absolutely, yeah. If the blue hues are more your taste, we've got some Aztec kind of designs here with the arrows as well. Those could be cut into strips and used as strips if you wanted to, but really beautiful colourways. This is going to be the same price as what we showed you with Beautiful Moments. We're going to match that.
Yeah, let's do it down. Come on. Yeah, $3.99. Perfect.
Okay, brilliant. $3.99 down from $14.99. It's basically 2 pads in one with 24 sheets in total. ZGGP 91 if you fancy this one. This is called More Than the Stars. So you've got that kind of Aztec appearance to some of these as well. Denim blue, very, very beautiful. Trimmable, die cuttable as well. But again, these are 6x6. There's your stars as well. $3.99 for 24 sheets. Absolute bargain.
Very good. Do
Brilliant.
take advantage of that. Now, I've got one more option available for you called Hello Spring.
Hello.
You don't have to say it like that, but I like to. It fits like a glove. But now, so you've got, I would call sort of aquacious colours within here, sort of like, they're going to be kind of swimming pool, the sort of Caribbean Ocean colours.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, at the front of the pad, that actually shows you a little kind of glimpse of all the papers that are inside it. You've got your stripes, which could be horizontal or vertical, obviously, depending on what you're working on. You get 2 of each of them. Again, 24 sheets. You've got your foliage here too, your damask, which is always very, very popular. You've got your plaid, your crossover kind of tartan designs. Beautiful florals as well. Wow. Bold polka dot. There we go. How cool is this? Now, remember, Craig 10 is only valid for Crafters Companion goods. It's not across everything. It's just for Crafters Companion products, okay? Craig 10 is that code for that show. This show has got its own discounts.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I think when we're giving away storage, well, this entire storage here for under £10, I think that's. I don't think it'd be nice. Would you like it for free? We can't do that as yet. Then I wouldn't be in this job very long. I quite like it. So do take advantage of that. But you'll be able to take advantage of that discount because Craig's coming up.
In the next hour?
In the next hour.
Yep, 4 o'clock. Yep. But that's across the board of Crafters Companion goodies. So if you want to shop online, if you've got to go out and do something in the next show and you can't watch, just go to the brand section on our website. You'll see Crafters Companion. Click on that. Everything there under Crafters Companion's banner will be available with that extra 10% off, but only Crafters Companion.
Laura, would you mind at this juncture, could we talk about the stamps? Is that all right? Only because there's 2 reasons. Number one, I want to share with you some examples because we do have Julie, and I'm hoping that she might come and say hello to us. She's a very, very talented crafter, and she's only recently joined the team. She's basically part of the planning team. So whenever a product comes into Hobby Maker, she works alongside Liam, you'll hear him mention from time to time. They basically put the schedules together. And she's a crafter, and we have some ridiculously low value or low priced stamps available for her. I'll get to those in just a couple of seconds. But I did just want to show you some examples that she had, and because we were saying it'd be nice if we could demo with it, and she said, well, I could do some demonstrations for you. So this is what she's actually done, utilising some cardstock that we had in the craft room. I think she was also utilising Spectrum Noir ink pads. So if you want the discount on those, because they're Crafters Companion items, you can use a Craig 10 on those. But I just wanted to show you, they don't get much fresher than this in terms of samples.
Hot off the press.
Just what Julie was able to create. Now, with the stamps that she's used, basically around the outsides you can see there. She's obviously got the sentiments, but she's actually used these stamps. This next one's rather cute. This actually features a little hedgehog, as you can see here. Now, the stamps we are going to talk about, these are actually, they're called Woodies.
Okay.
I was going to say what it says when you go onto the website, but when I first read it, I thought, oh, come on.
You can't be serious.
It can't be serious. But anyway, if you go on there, you'll find out. Anyway, Woodies are actually part of Colop.
Okay.
The Colop brand, who you would have seen here on Create and Craft.
With the E-mark.
The E-mark, and also with the Neo stamp. So they come to us from there. So they're very, very well designed. And again, they're a real kind of throwback, as opposed to the world of, well, not a throwback, to the world of the wooden stamp. Many, many people start our crafting journey in stamping involved working with wooden stamps. Now, of course, it's kind of unmounted stamps are the way to go. But these are really, really versatile stamps that actually allow you to create something extra special. Now, I don't think she is mic'd up, but you're not, Julie. You might have to shout really loudly. Right, come on, everyone say hello to Julie, who's joining us from the planning scheduling team. Hello, you're right.
Hi.
Now, if I come down, if I stoop down to your level and you talk directly into my chest.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Good job it's the other way around, otherwise I would be in HR. But now, how long have you been crafting for?
Oh, about 20 years.
20 years, okay. So it must be quite amazing, because I often wonder what it must be like when you work for a craft company, but you actually craft yourself.
Yeah, it's
That must be
amazing.
quite exciting,
Yeah,
right?
it is, yeah.
And tell us again, give us information for the people at home, because I think we're going to see quite a bit of you.
Yeah.
What's your role within Hobby Maker?
I'm a planning assistant,
Right,
so
okay.
I schedule all of the bits and bobs for the shows.
Okay.
But I'm relatively new to it, as you
You
know.
are relatively new, yeah.
But But yeah, as a crafter, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to being the other side of the screen.
Of course.
Yeah, coming on and like just seeing everything. I have to pinch myself every day.
So we were very, very thankful, and you said, you know what, you would thankfully put together some wonderful examples here just to show these incredible stamps that we have for you. So I just want to say, Percy, thank you very much for doing that. That's
no
wonderful.
Problem. It was a pleasure.
That's good. That's lovely. Yes.
Yeah.
But apparently our producer tried to do some this morning, but they're not going to see the light of day. They aren't that great. All right. Well, listen. I know you know what, because you're involved in the shows. I know you know what kind of prices we can go to on these stamps.
Yeah.
Well, listen. What one shall we start with? Which, if you were going to go,
I'd go for the personally. I'd go for the B one, but that's because I like Bs and they're very popular on the
They are very
stamps.
popular.
But for the price of them, I'd have them all.
All right.
Because you could use them for all sorts of kinds. Yeah.
all right. So let's bring the details in for those that B stamp. Now let's have a look. What price you've gone to?
So the B,
The B has gone to
£2.99?
£2.99 for the B stamp, which actually you've got there.
I've got it in my hands. Yeah. I mean, I've got a friend actually that has a company that does stamps very much like this sort of size. And when I first saw them, I thought, really? What am I going to do with that? But this is making fantastic backgrounds, multiple stamping.
Okay, so they're £2.99. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Now,
Bargain.
obviously, we're here live, and one thing you'll appreciate, Julie, is that when we are live, sometimes, Dave's known this for a number of years, he's got away with all kinds of stuff. When you're live, you can say something, and sometimes the company has to back you, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to say right now, these stamps are 50p.
What?
Oh, what's going to happen?
50p.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, it's not going to let us go. Okay, fine. It won't let us go 50. Let's do £1. It won't let us go that low. There we go.
Okay.
We'll go to £1.
Computer says no, but £1 we can do.
We'll go down to £1. Okay. Oh, it's not going to do that. Okay, all right. Well, listen, Julie, thank you very much for making these cards.
That's all right, no problem.
All right, well, listen, we'll let you get back to it, and we'll
Thank
see you again very
Yeah,
soon.
Thanks.
All right.
Nice to see you, Julie.
All right, take care.
I tell you what, we'll leave it at £2.99 and we're going to change it manually at the end of the show,
That's
I
what we'll
believe.
do. Fair
so
enough.
it will be 50p. The bumblebee,
Yep.
the hedgehog, and the ladybug, they will all be 50p. They will be available at the end of the show on the website, yeah?
Okay, fine. That's
Okay,
what, is that
that's
what
what
we'll
we'll
do it, Laura? So we'll do it. So people all. So we'll do it afterwards. Oh, hang on. Oh, now I tell you know it's serious because Liam's
Liam's in the building.
studio.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's going in there as well. Do you know what? We'll leave that for now, and we'll come back. We'll come back. To
Okay, if you go to the website, we can actually see, if you have a look at the website, it will be 50p on there. So there we are, look. So there you go.
There we go.
We just can't do it on our graphics.
On the
So
website,
there you go.
down to 50p. Perfect. Just as an S work on the graphics, but there we go. But it is in there, 50p for each one of those stamps. So do take advantage of those. Do you know what? If you've already bought something on the show and you've already paid your post and packaging for an extra 50p, why not treat yourself to one of those specialty stamps that Julie made these wonderful cards available. Let's have a look at the other options.
Okay.
So let's move on to
Ladybird?
Ladybirds. Why not?
Okay, and they're all basically the same size, but again, you look at it and you kind of think, well, where am I going to use that? You can random stamp to make wonderful backgrounds. You could do what Julie did and make fantastic borders and frames with them as well. You could interlink them together with a little bit of squiggle from a fine liner. There's lots and lots of ways of using these. So that one is your Ladybird.
So it says £2.99 on graphics, but on our website you will only be charged 50p if you do decide to go for that. Let's show you the website just to prove that. And there is our website. And there you go. You see your mini wooden stamp is available at 50p. Lovely. And that only leaves
The hedgehog.
The hedgehog.
And these are really traditional, beautifully made actually. The actual handle is solid wood, proper rubber on there as well. But again, it's all about versatility. Multiple stamping to make your backgrounds, to make borders. Really, really sweet. 50p if you check out on the website. If you can't do that on the website, just go to the operator, ring our free phone number and they'll sort that for you as well. But you can have all three of them for £1.50.
Ah, good maths, Dave. Very, very good. Wonderful. All right, listen, we're going to go away for a short break. We've still got plenty more to show you. Dave and I have got live demonstrations lined up.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely, so don't go too far away. We'll see you after this. Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? every month we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymakers account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated, and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
Welcome back. Yes, Bradford loves a bargain, don't we all know? Andy and I first did this show last week I think it was in actual fact, and everything absolutely went crazy, everything flew. So we've got back in again today. I didn't know I was doing this and you didn't.
No, didn't know until I came in. Well, do you know what, to be fair, I did have an inkling yesterday, but it wasn't until I came in today. I said, you know, that show I did last week, how fancy doing it again with Dave. We had such fun doing it, it was very, very popular, plus an opportunity for me to see you guys and talk to you guys.
Do you miss doing this?
I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I've been told to say yes. I do. But you know, I've got to say, Dave, I'm really enjoying the role that I'm doing now.
Yeah, I can tell that.
You know, I think that genuinely, gosh, I say this, you might think I'm getting kind of tearful thinking about it. I genuinely think we're building something special here.
Yeah, I do too.
And I'm really, really proud to be part of it. You know, you've got such. Listen, I've worked with some very, very talented and hardworking people all the way throughout my career, but here everyone really, really cares.
Yeah, totally.
You know, that's the one thing that's really evident to me. And, you know, I care a lot. So it's great to work with people who are aligned in that way. So do I miss it? It's nice to come on. Listen, I don't need to do it, Dave. We've got you here. So, there we go.
No, I'll tell you what, no, it's great to work with you again. But I'll tell you what, the reaction from the audience as well has been fantastic. So thank you if you've messaged in or just stopped me in the street and said hello or whatever. Yeah, everyone seems to be loving it, which is good news too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're growing day by day. And it's because of shows like this and real bargains. Now, again, we've got something here that you might not have woke up this morning thinking, oh, I desperately need washi tape. But sometimes the deals are so good, they're hard to ignore. Again, particularly if you have already purchased something today because there's no extra postage and packaging to pay. If you are someone who is a keen die cutter, we have actually got an amazing machine available for you, exclusive to us. We'll show you that in just a couple of seconds.
Yep.
But washi tape has so many different uses, David, isn't it?
It does. It's decorative, it's practical. This is beautiful quality as well, washi tape. I mean, if you're into washi tape, you want to have as many rolls as you possibly can in as many designs as you possibly can get hold of. So this is an opportunity that is just too ridiculous to let slip by. You've got 36 meters, no, actually here, how many rolls have you got on this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. So you've got 30 meters of washi tape in different widths as well, with different patterns in the classic black and gold. You've got the moon and the stars, you've got a check design on here, foliage and leaves as well. That crackle effect is rather lovely. And they're all in different widths. So you've got, I mean, most people tend to use washi tape for decoration, like scrapbooking, memory books.
I think it's been a shortcut for that for a number of years, Dave. I think washi tape for a while kind of not fell out of fashion, but the one place I've seen people use washi tape, and I guess it's a very expensive use of it, would be for positioning dies.
Yes.
When they're die cutting, because of course it is repositionable.
Low tack tape.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an alternative to low tack tape. But now it's a perfect way. It's I think of a stylish adhesive. You know, if you're making like a scrapbook page and you want to put a photo that means a lot to you, you know, as opposed to just sticking it down with like a flat glue or photo glue or something like that, by using washi tape, particularly if you just want to have it so you could lift it up and there's like a message underneath. Yeah. It's just a very, very stylish way to create borders around pictures that you've created or photos that you've taken. And again, you can spend a lot of money for good quality washi tape because of the design. So let's concentrate on this for a second. So that's 30 metres.
30 metres.
For $12.99. I'm going to be honest, Dave, I don't think that's a bad price.
I think it's a great price. I mean, you can spend easily a good £2.50 for a roll of washi tape if you buy it individually.
It comes in a rather little stylish little box as well, so
Yep.
that means you can keep it in there. So £12.99. Do you know what? We're going to go better than half price on this. Let's go £5.99.
Wow.
£5.99
For 10 rolls?
for 10 rolls.
That's
within
60
there.
pence a roll.
Yeah, there we go. A hard push to get foiled washi tape of that quality, that much at this price. If you've already ordered something today, you've already paid your postage and packaging, so why not add that in at only £5.99?
Do you know what? Shows like this, it's perfect to stock up for presents for later in the year.
Yes,
Maybe a crafter that you know's got a birthday in August or September, October, whatever, and you never know quite what to get them, what they haven't got, what they desperately need. The chances of them having this exact washi tape is virtually, well,
Oh yes, very small.
never in a million
Very
years.
small.
£5.99 for 10 rolls. If you love the black and the gold, this is YSGP 57, 60p a roll in this amazing Bradford Loves Bargains event. That's what we're doing. This could become a regular thing, you know.
That's my worry, Dave. That is my concern. Yes, I think it could well become listen, I'm only joking. It's wonderful to spend some time with you. And again, thank you very much for all of your messages. Thank you very much for ordering as well.
Well, a lot of you are. Shirley in Kent's Inn, Pat in Northamptonshire, Paula in Carmarthenshire, Shirley, Trish, Kim. You're all putting it in your basket right now. Loads of you have checked out as well. £5.99 for washi tape of this quality with the beautiful gold foiling on it as well. Gold and black is a classic, isn't
It's a classic look, isn't it, Dave? Rather stylish look, I think. But I think you're quite right as well to go for something like this in preparation for Christmas, which again, crafters do it early, as it says on the back of Dave Bradford's bumper sticker.
Exactly.
And we are going early at Christmas from next week. Do you know, I kind of feel that I want to. There's all kind of things coming on. We're actually kicking things. Actually, I will tell you something which I think is really good.
Okay.
Joe, I'm going to tell you, the cat's out of the bag. What we're actually doing Christmas here at Hobbymakers is something a little bit different. We're actually going to start with a sale.
Christmas sale.
A Christmas sale.
Wow.
So what it's going to be, full disclosure, it's going from Crafter's Companion.
Yep.
And what it's going to be a lot of items from last year.
Okay.
Now, the great thing about Christmas, you'll know this, that a lot of items that maybe you saw last year, of course you can use this year.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start with some real bargains. We're well aware that a lot of people are struggling at the moment. You want to get your Christmas stuff in early, so that's what we're going to kick things off
Okay,
with.
is that with Sarah on the 4th?
That's going to be, no, that's this, it's actually happening on Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
It's taking place. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it's taking place.
Okay.
Now, next week, on the 28th, can I tell you this? Yeah, I'm going to tell you this. For those of you who have been watching craft television for a number of years, if I could put a top 3 items that people wait for and always check out and more than often buy in preparation for Christmas, it's the legendary Hunky Dory Blockbuster.
Okay.
That is going to be here on Hobbymaker on the 28th of June.
Oh, wow.
The legendary.
Yeah.
Now, you'll know exactly what that comprises of. Brand new designs. Anne-Marie is going to be here for us. That's launching here on the 28th of June.
So many people I know wait for
They
that
do.
every single
Absolutely.
year. It's an annual event. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
on the 28th. So we've got some great events coming up here
We
at
really
Hobbymaker.
have. We really have.
Including-
But listen, the black and the gold, as you said there, would be absolutely perfect to work in conjunction with those. Let's move on to colours, Dave. What you got next?
Okay, well, that's the black and the gold one. I'm now going to show you the next colourway. Oh, I love this. This is quite Art Deco, actually. Look at those colourways. Gold and that lovely turquoise. We're going to match that price that we just did
Yeah,
the
let's
gold
bring
and
it
the
down.
black.
$5.99 we're going down to on these.
Look at these. 10 rolls. Some of them are white with multicoloured flecks and a little bit of foiling on them as well. You've got a check in there too. But it's predominantly your blues and your turquoises and your golds. Again, 10 rolls, 3 metres in each roll, $5.99, 60p a roll. My favourite has to be this one here.
I'm looking at these, Dave, particularly ones at the bottom. Maybe you're going to go the same route I would. I don't know why. They kind of remind me of like Argyle socks.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, it's kind of, I know, imagine if you're looking for, I know, one thing we often talk about is making cars for guys is difficult. If you've got a golfer in the family, you know, maybe just taking some of the washi tape and, I don't know, sticking down like a couple of wooden, you know, golf tees, for example, something like that. But I don't know, do you know what I mean? The kind of, the Argyle pattern that you'd often
Yeah.
find on the golf
Yeah, I know what
course,
you
that
mean.
kind of thing, a sort of sports casual look. Is very much prevalent there. But again, these are foiled, Dave. Foiled.
They are foiled.
And they are very striking.
And they are. And look, obviously, there is an adhesive on there, which is why it's called washi tape, but it is a repositionable tape. So if you get it down a little bit wonky and you think, oh no, I mean, if you did that with red liner tape, that's
You've had
it.
it.
Project Vogue. Yeah, you've had it, totally. But this doesn't tear the card, it doesn't ruin the card at all. You can easily peel it off and re-stick it so it is straight for the next time. But also it does have that holding capability. So if you want to put this, like you said, Andy, around the edge of a picture or something in a scrapbook, it will do the job of holding it there, but in a decorative way rather than... Most adhesives are ugly, aren't they? They're either transparent or they're white or whatever. This is beautiful. They are basically tapes of art that you've got there.
Tapes of art.
Tapes of art.
I like that, Dave. Very good. So it's £5.99 if you'd like to go for the blue option. Let's move on to the final option we have for you.
Final one.
The mint option.
It's the mint one. Now, this one, you're actually going to get 12...
A bonus too?
Yep.
Nice.
So 36 metres in total for no, not £12.99. We're going to match that price, aren't we?
Same price.
Yep.
It makes it easier. £5.99 for your 12 rolls within this particular set.
And this has got kind of lots of foliage and jungles, maybe the Amazon in here possibly. Lots and lots and lots of foliage, as you can probably see there. Is this a colour you use an awful lot in your scrapbooking, your memory books, or in your card making? Introduce washi tape into your card making, you'll love it. It's decorative, but it's also practical, and normally it's quite expensive.
I think that if you're someone who is going to see, well, like I mentioned it, you know, the Jurassic World films, if you've got someone in the family who's well into their dinosaurs, this would be perfect for you to use backgrounds. You've got photos of them. I mean, if you go to... Blimey, I can't remember now. I went years ago. Actually, been twice. Universal Studios, there's a Jurassic Park ride there. It's rather thrilling. And you've got photos of you there with the kids, with the grandkids, for example. You know, you want to make a scrapbook page featuring that. Or it could just be going to the local cinema, you know, to go and see the latest instalment of that franchise. Then these would be perfect for nobody to do that.
Look at the width of these as well. This is probably about 1.5 inches in width, definitely. But you've also got the finer ones, the thinner ones there for you.
Do you know what else, Dave? Do you garden? I can't remember if you garden. You like to garden, don't you? My mum's a huge gardener. Sorry, she's well into her gardening. She won't thank me for calling her a huge gardener. Anyway, so she keeps a gardening journal.
Right.
So she will write down, you know, what plants she's planting, where they all are, and all those kind of things. I just think that this, if you're someone who does that, I think this would be absolutely perfect, because one thing she does is she keeps the packets of the seeds or any instructions. She keeps them in there as well. These would actually keep them within the journal.
Absolutely.
But again, because they're kind of botanically coloured, they'd fit.
Maybe you're into your allotment, anything kind of agricultural, rural. Maybe you've got pictures of holidays where you've been on, I don't know, maybe you go to like theme parks that are kind of themed around the foliage and that sort of, like the Jurassic Park thing that you said, Andy. But definitely really rustic and rural, beautiful, and 12 rolls for £5.99. What does that work out to? It's about 50p a roll.
Quick maths, yes, it is about 50 pence a roll. Very good, Dave. All right, so now we've got another message that's come from Trish in Bristol. Which again...
Yeah, she says, thinking of users green washi tape for Christmas trees on cards.
Yes, that would be perfect. Of course, you have particularly darker colours you've got in there, Trish.
Yep.
It'd be absolutely spot on.
Actually, you could cut it and actually make them into the shape of trees using the washi tape.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it'd be easy for you to do with that.
Perfect.
Very good. Nice.
Okay.
All right. Right, now, very, very busy for all of those washi tapes. Now, remember, if you have ordered something from us today, even if you haven't, it's only £3.95. All-day postage and packaging. That runs from midnight to midnight. It's a free phone number as well. Again, that's something that we're very, very proud to be able to say. And it's 24 hours. So if you're watching this show and repeat, it could be the middle of the night. If you would rather speak to someone, and I understand why you might want to speak to someone, then there's always someone there. They're almost above us, just in that direction. But they're always there ready and available to take your call.
What I love as well is that they're there not just to place the order for you, but if ever you've got an inquiry, a query, if maybe you're wondering, where's your delivery or something like that, they're there at the end of the phone to kind of follow it up for you. So that's great. So,
and that's becoming, let's be honest, Dave, that's becoming increasingly rare these days.
Yeah.
To actually get through to someone.
Yeah.
You know? But listen, not so here. All right, so listen, we are kind of running out of time. There is one thing we did want to spend a little bit of time talking about. And that, of course, is something that featured very, very heavily during this morning's show on Wake Up with Hobbymaker. And that, of course, are the Pebeo pouring paints.
Now, Pebeo, they are a name in paint. Anything to do with colour, Pebeo is right up there for quality. And you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 different colours here that you can choose between. And one of the most popular this morning was the gold one. Gold in everything is always most popular.
Now, you might be someone who's thinking, oh, is there a bundle for me to go for? And do you know what? We didn't do that, and I'll tell you why. Because usually when there's a bundle going, then it's one way to save on postage and packaging. Well, that's not an issue with this here at Hobby Maker because it's $3.95 all day. But we thought the way we go with this is it gives you the choice. You know, sometimes you buy a bundle, you have to commit to the 8 different colours, and that's fine. So if you do want to buy all 8, you can do. You won't get penalised for extra postage and packaging. But this way, it gives you an opportunity to pick the colours that you want to go for.
Just thinking, have you ever heard of the term a dirty pour? That's
Yes.
basically what it is. You can put the paint into a cup, mix it together, and then just basically turn the cup upside down and let nature take its course. That's what a dirty pour is, and that's what this allows you to do. Various companies have done it, but Pebeo, if you want to know that the quality of the paint that you're using is of the highest standard, you can buy Pebeo knowing that that is the case. So the gold one, $12.99, LAPW 12.
Now, $12.99, Dave. Come on, we could do something with that.
Work your magic, Mr. Love.
$12.99, half price would be $6.50. Laura, could you do $4.99, just under £5 each? Because that's well under 50p. Okay, so $4.99 per bottle, all right? Now, the team actually did have a play with these earlier on. What they did is they actually utilised this, one of these trays that we actually have available for you to buy as well. Now, they were doing this very early this morning. Now, one of the magical things about these paints, and the reason they work so well, is they don't actually mix together. If these are like, say, like poster paints, if you put them all together, generally, it'll come out like a dirty brown. But what these actually do is actually maintain their strands of colour.
They've got a medium mixed in.
Absolutely. So
You don't have to add it, you don't have to mix it yourself, it's already in there, so they don't mix together.
Now, this has been passed around the office, and you know, it hasn't dried as yet. You can probably tell by people picking it up, and that's why it's
got my fingerprint in there.
Yeah,
as well,
I think
so
it
put my
has.
finger in it earlier.
But this is something that the guys did earlier on. And actually, in front of you, this is something that Vicky did. I was very impressed with this. She actually just slid in some some cardstock, and she actually ended up with something. I think that looks incredible.
Wow, that is amazing, isn't it?
If you'd like to create that kind of mixed media look, this is certainly well worth going for. But should we do some pouring? Because I want to wear we're low on time. Now,
the $4.99 each, they're different item numbers, but remember, like Andy's been saying, $3.95 all day for your postage, no matter how many things you order. What colourways would suit your lounge, your table? What are you looking to upcycle?
well, what colours might suit your bathroom?
Yeah.
There's a point here. Dave, just in front of you, can you see that there is actually a ceramic tile?
Oh, yeah.
Now, we have on the show, rather unusually, and I've never seen this before in a craft sense, we actually have ceramic tiles available. And they actually come with a self-adhesive element as well. So if you did want to stick them up on the wall, you could do just that, okay? Now, I want to do this one. Now, I've kind of been set to task on this because Liam, who I mentioned earlier on, he's the planning and scheduling manager, he's recently moved house.
He has.
And he's actually doing a great job in terms of renovating it. You know, it's kind of like, it hadn't been looked after for a number of years.
I saw his feature wall the other day.
Yeah, he
It's
did a
amazing.
good job with it,
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
he? So what he actually said was, oh, you're doing some paint pouring today, aren't you? Could you make me some tiles for my bathroom? Okay. Now, actually, I said, how many do you need? He said, well, I need 7. I said, well, we're not going to get 7 done in a show. So do you know what? We'll do one specially for you, okay? So we do have these ceramic tiles available for you on the show. Now, again, you can see, don't spend the details in if you do want to go for those. So if you did want to obviously make these a feature within your
And that's an
bathroom, for
uncoated
example.
tile, isn't it? It hasn't got a glaze on
No,
it.
no, no. So again, this wouldn't be ideal for you to put in something like a bathroom, for example. It's purely decorative.
Don't make it into a coaster.
Yeah, a coaster would be absolutely ideal for that in that particular respect. And of course, you have got the ability, as I mentioned before, to put it on the wall. So again, at £9.90, £9.99 for. Okay, right. $3.99. $3.99, I think, is a good price for those. So bring those down to £3.99. Now, do you know what is also perfect to use in conjunction with your pouring paints, Dave?
Go on.
We spent about half an hour thinking, how best are we going to demonstrate the pouring? What we need a container. And there's demonstrations online. What they've actually used, you know, like the grill in an oven.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, we might do, I don't know, like bacon, for example, like a cooling rack.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, when I came to the studio, I realised we had these on the show. These are absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they are.
Because it gives you like a container for you to be able to pour directly in. So we'll see that in just a couple of seconds. So before we get into that, we'll show you just how easy it is for you to start to create something.
Just realised as
extra
well that
special.
tile could be made into a coaster because it's got a cork adhesive.
Yeah, perfect for that.
Yeah.
I mean, you need
On
to
the
obviously,
wall or a table.
absolutely, so it'd be perfect for you to be able to do that. All right, but listen, let's get into terms of pouring. Now, what's great about doing something like this is that there's techniques that you can follow. Earlier on I was watching on YouTube, there's lots of, if you put just in Pebeo paints, you'll see there's lots of examples on there in terms of what you were able to do. Now, you can just go directly onto the surface if you so want to. Now, I think that's one way of doing it, but I think what you end up with something that looks, for want of a better word, Dave, and I'll make sure I speak clearly when I say this, it looks a little bit like a Jackson Pollock. What I mean by that is, he's a famous artist, please don't email in, and he basically worked with mediums which are essentially poured on. You have the straight lines. They kind of look like reams of colourful spaghetti. But this is something slightly different in the fact that when you add in elements of your paint, even though I'm pouring on top of each other, if these were normal paints, it would eventually...
They'd all mix.
They'd all mix, and it'd just be a little bit of a mess, wouldn't it? So simply by pouring into, and I'm just using a water cup here.
I love this colour. What colour is this?
That officially is, Dave.
Deep magenta.
Deep magenta. What a girl she was. All right, so let's move on. Let's bring in a little bit of... I'm thinking that would go. I'm going to have got a warm colour here.
Do you know what?
Palette.
This is making everybody into an artist, because not everyone can paint, not everyone can draw, but if you've got a vessel like a plastic cup like this, everyone can use this, and you'll end up with a unique work of art at the end of it.
Now, the one thing we've learnt in recent years, haven't we? Adding a touch of black when you're doing anything colourful really makes it pop. So let's see how it works here. I won't add too much of the black, but add a little bit within there. So I think that's a good place to start. I'm just thinking in terms of coverage. That'll work, that'll do for now. We can always add some more on top of it afterwards. So you're essentially going to pour this on top of whatever project you want to put them onto. Now, you can just pour from there, but I'm going to actually let it dissipate from the centre. So this is why your storage is absolutely ideal for this, because obviously this, once it dries, you can wash it out, run it under a tap, be no problem. So what I'm going to do is place my tile on top of there, and then I'm going to flip it over and place it inside here. Now, if I leave that alone, I haven't quite got it central, but that's fine. As it starts to work its way without, and I lift it out, you'll start to see that that is now starting to dissipate out. Now, the first thing you'll notice is, it reminds me of a technique I was talking about earlier on, Dave, and you'll remember this, marbling.
Yes.
Now, remember when you used to marble, you'd essentially use water and you'd have to add like an extra element to stop the colours all mixing together. This is all pre-mixed,
Yes.
so it's all taken care of in terms of that respect.
Also, if you do love your marbling, those trays are great for that as well.
Perfect for that, absolutely perfect. So again, I could have possibly done with a little bit more within here, but I can obviously start to move it around and create a little bit more. But if that isn't quite enough for me, I can start to add some more on top of that. Now, the one thing I will say when it comes to this drying, you've got ages.
Yeah.
You really have got a long time before this actually starts to, before it actually starts to go off or indeed starts to dry. You could probably speed up the process. I mean, a day like today, it might take a little bit longer, but if I get to about there, now, I should have asked for this earlier on. What I'd like to do, I don't know if my finger will do it. I wonder if I can achieve it with one of the wooden stamps, Dave. Would you mind handing me one of those?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a bit improvised. But if I start to bring this in, eventually, if I hold that down, what I'm trying to do is, I've just realised that this might end up in Liam's bathroom. Do you have any paper towel available? Because what I'd like to do is to try and create... Thank you, Steve.
I suppose you could brush it as well if you had a brush, could you?
A brush could do it, but again, you always kind of like the danger of brush strokes afterwards. What I'm ideally trying to do, and bear with me 1 second, what I'm actually trying to do is to create...
Oh, hang on. A love heart.
I'm trying to create a love heart. That's what I'm trying to do, Dave. It's not for Liam, it's just a love heart that I'm creating here. But that's what I'm trying to do.
A love heart for Mr. Love. Yeah.
Now you can, oh, there you go, perfect. Now, you can see, now I've done that, and I'm thinking, do you know, it hasn't quite worked because A, it's actually started to stay in the background. But do you know what you can do on the back of that? Yeah, that's okay. I can add a different colour, we can start to improvise. So, how about if I get hold of some of the black?
But the lovely thing with the tile is you can easily move it, and the actual paints themselves have got a little bit of a mind of their own, but you can direct it in which direction you want the actual paints to go in. That's so much fun, and you don't need to have any tutoring or any courses to do it. You just literally need a cup, just a plastic cup or beaker, that's all you need, and just pour the paint into the beaker and do your dirty pour. I mean, if you want to use it in other ways, of course you can do, but the thing is the medium that makes the colours stay the way you want them to is already pre-mixed. Normally you have to kind of add something to make that happen, but with this, it's all done for you. £4.99, KOPW36. Now, we've got a message from Liam.
Yes. What's Liam got to say?
Oh, wow. I will place this in my outside shed.
What are you going to say then? I'll place this in my outdoor recycling. It's possibly what it's going to say. Now, in terms of that, I'm just trying to think how I can... Oh, I know what I can do. I'll add some white.
Why not?
So if I add that onto the top just there... Sorry, I'm very versatile. So how long have we got left? Sorry, just... Oh, about 3 minutes left. If I did that and maybe go around the outside a little bit more... then it could start to look as though I actually did it on purpose. So if I add that down to here...
So we've got 8 colours to choose from, and they've all been reduced to £4.99. Pebeo, you know, commands a much higher price than that. The quality is off the charts. It really, really is. Whether it's upcycling that you're doing, redecorating that you're doing at home, it could be a tabletop, it could be a tray top, or it could be a tile. The tile that Andy's using is in the show to purchase as well. It comes with a self-adhesive cork base, which means it's not going to scratch the furniture. If you're going to put in a plant pot on it or a drink on it or something like that. Mm-hmm. You enjoying yourself?
I'm enjoying myself. Hold on, let me just fill it over here. Now, obviously, I've gone off the side, but this is where your WAM storage comes into its own.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. Again, you can obviously wash that away. Now, you would leave that to dry. I think it's definitely overnight. I've gone quite thick there, and obviously you can use it a bit more sparingly, but, you know, I wanted to create something that at least looks semi-decent in terms of camera. But again, you'll see even there, it isn't mixing together. So, some way to creating a heart, as you can see. Now, if you do want to go for the wooden tray
the blank
that
canvas
the team used earlier on, we have got the black canvas in front of Dave.
Here it is. This is what it looked like after we did the pour in it. But if you fancy having something, if you've got nothing in the house you actually want to upcycle at the moment, you want something to have a go with these paints with, this is a really, really good purchase today. Such a good price. £6.99 for this tray. Let me just show you here the sort of size we're talking about. That could be a fruit tray. You could put all sorts in it. It could be maybe a cotton ball tray for the bathroom. Whatever you want to put in it, or toilet rolls, anything like that. £6.99 NLP Q.
Do you know what, £6.99, Dave? Joe, let's go £4.99, under £5.
£4.99.
Great opportunity for you to try. If you're going to go for the paints, then it's well worth going for. I've just personalised that little heart for
worth a fortune.
Someone special. That's for Lowen, in case you're wondering.
Okay,
that's for Lowen, not Liam.
£4.99 then for this tray. Again, if you want to buy a few of them, that's absolutely fine. Whatever you want to use it for, whether it's fruit or whatever it may be. But again, perfect for these dirty pours, as they say, with the Pebeo paints here today. £4.99. It's a really good size too.
Yeah, really good. And of course, it has a practical use as well, doesn't it? It can also be utilised as storage as well. You know, it's not just decorative. It can be something that you can actually utilise for storing maybe your Pebeo paints as well. Well, listen, I think we're coming... How long have we got left on the show? Sorry,
We're out of time, I think.
We're out of time, aren't we? Yeah. Right, OK. Well, lovely. Well, so, Dave, thank you so much for having me on the show. It's been
brilliant.
Great.
When will you be back with us, do you know? Who knows?
I'll find out one morning. I'll find out one
Andy
morning.
will be back with you soon, I'm sure. I'm with you next. We've got Craig, of course, who is celebrating his birthday. He was yesterday. And we've got that extra special discount code, which we'll tell you more about for Crafter's Companion after a short break. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, a special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobbymaker show. Who the Hobbymaker Are You? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobbymaker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobbymaker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobbymaker. Here at Hobbymaker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobbymaker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobbymaker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobbymaker.
Hiya, thanks to Andy. Good to see him again. He's back, I'm sure, fairly soon here on Hobbymaker. I'm Dave, and this is Craig. Birthday boy for yesterday.
I was indeed.
You were?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you your age.
Just another. I don't mind you asking.
All right then. Go on.
37.
37.
37.
He looks good on it.
I know.
37. That's not bad going.
Yeah. I was always told, because I always looked young for my age.
Yeah.
I was always told it benefited as I get older, and it's true.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true.
Yeah, looking good. Now, Craig, because of his birthday yesterday, he celebrated at Alton Towers. Braver man than I am.
Oh, God. Got to love a roller coaster.
I used to when I was younger, but now I'm 57. It's a bit. I've kind of lost the confidence a little bit as I've got older.
Well, funny enough, I did think that when I got there, because apparently, you know, you're meant to get a bit more scared as you get older. But no, I was fine.
I never
It's
used
like
to
get me to the front of the
I never
queue.
used to bother about heights when I was younger, but now I'm older. I'm a bit weird on heights. Anyway, I digress. But to celebrate Craig's birthday yesterday, look at what the guys here at Hobbymaker decided to do. Craig knew nothing about this whatsoever, but anything that you buy from the Crafter's Companion through us at Hobbymaker today, you can enjoy an extra 10% off. So not just what's in the show that we're going to be demonstrating, but all the items that are on the website at hobbymaker.co.uk, anything from Crafter's Companion, just Crafter's Companion. Put Craig 10 in the promo box and you'll get an extra 10% discount on top of the already discounted prices. So that's just something available until midnight tonight to celebrate Craig's birthday. So yeah, fill your boots with all the essentials that you're running out of. The tape pens, we've got 4 for 3. We've got some 12 by 12 paper pads, we've got the glue, everything that you know and love about Crafters Companion. Enjoy an extra 10% off while we've got that code, because after midnight it goes back to normal. Now, these dies that you brought us, Craig, these are fantastic. These are dies you're going to use day in, day out. Absolutely brilliant. They're frames and they're nesting frames.
Exactly.
And what can you do with a nesting frame? Well, if I show you a couple of these cards here, you get 3 different styles, one with like a stitch design in it, this one here. You get another one that's got the cross-stitch design, and then the other one they call the Ditzy Floral.
You do indeed.
And you're going to get rectangles and you're going to get squares as well if you go for the big bundle, and the big bundle has got the best price.
Absolutely, yes. So these are key sizes, so you're going to be getting from your 5x7 and also your 5x5. Within each set, you're going to get 3 different dies. You'll see the different things that you can do with them. Usually when it comes to nesting dies, you think of simple shapes. Rectangles, circles, squares, these simple ones. Now you can be using these as nesting dies, as mats and layer dies, but these create the frames as well.
Yep.
So if you are wanting to frame your work, your stamped images, your character images, maybe you've coloured them in with your Spectrum Noir, maybe you've done a little bit of artwork like you were watching with Andy beforehand and you wanted to frame it yourself. Shaker cards, you can absolutely be doing that. Anything, framework, mats and layers, nesting dies, anything like that, you can be doing that with all of these ones.
Now, you've just seen the price go down to $71.95 for all 6 sets. That's an amazing price reduction as it is. But remember, because it's Craig's birthday celebration, Craig 10 in the promo box gets another £7.19 off that. So it goes down to just over £64 for all 6 sets. That extra 10% was something that we only thought of, or Andy only thought of, just before going live at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So that was not the intention. You were supposed to be paying £71.95. Today, you'll pay just over £64, and it's got split pay on it as well. So you can split the cost interest-free across those 3 payments if you want to. But having said that, though, if that's pushing the boat out a little bit too much, you can go for them in sets of 2. We have those available.
We
so
do indeed.
You have the rectangle and the square
Yes.
in each of the 3 designs, and they've also got a discount on them too. So you can go for either the set of 6 or the sets of 2, or individuals are on the website as well. And that extra 10% applies to everything Crafters Companion, not just what's in this show, but everything that's in stock as
And
well.
just to say as well, I know you just said it there as well, but I did only find out myself just before we went live in the last hour. And it is a thank you to Andy and the guys at Hobby Maker here, because when I went for my cup of tea there, we were all in a WhatsApp group, me and Debbie and Jan, all of us there, and the big bosses and that as well. They didn't even know either. They said that was a really lovely surprise. So yes, a little bit of an extra celebration, and a big happy birthday to Debbie Fisher, because it was her
absolutely,
birthday
yeah,
as
Debbie,
well
happy birthday
yesterday
to you
as
too.
well. So thank you, Andy and Hobby Maker.
Okay, now let's just have a little look at this. This is the, as I said to you before, the set of 2. So you get a set of the rectangles and you get a set of the squares, and this is the one that's got the cross stitch on it, okay? So if that's the one that you love and that's the only one you want, if you're thinking, oh, I don't really need all 3 sets, I'd just rather go for 1. Let's put the details up for that one. So you get, remember, 3 dies in the bottom set, you get 3 dies in the top set, so 6 dies in total to do, let me just get you the one that's got the cross stitch, there we go, to do styles like this, and to do styles like that, and styles like that. So that's the cross-stitch version. Rectangular and square, you're going to get them both. £24.99 is the deal price on that. You'll get another £2.50 knocked off as well with Craig 10 in the promo box. VW2005 is the product number for those 2. These did prove really popular as doubles earlier on as well, as was the big collection. The next one has got the stitches, the single, almost like, I think they call it long stitch.
That's right, yeah, I believe so, yeah, with the scallop on the outside edge as well. Nothing stopping you, actually, if you wanted to recut these in another cardstock and trim along that stitched edge so that you're going to create another framework, you can absolutely do that as well. But these are also one of these sets of dies you're going to want to play with in core colour cardstock. For instance, that you're seeing right now, we're going to show you within this next hour demo-wise. Sometimes you don't want to use pattern paper. Sometimes you don't want to use your stamps. Sometimes you don't want to use stamped images. You just want to create cards using your block cardstock, like we've got on the show. You can absolutely do that as well. It's all about having fun with these ones. They're not just nest and dies, they're fun to use.
And there are so many ways of using them as well, absolutely, and Craig will show you more very, very soon. The final one is the Ditzy Floral, which is just there. So that's the one that's got the foliage or the leaf. I mean, it could be buds on a flower, it could be leaves on a plant, whatever you want it to be. You can paper piece it.
You can.
If you want to, if you've got the time and the inclination. But look at that. Oh, we're all wrong way up, sorry.
Beautiful.
There we go, look.
Now these ones, even although these are the Ditzy Florals, because you've got the little circles in there, and if you wanted to stitch through them, you absolutely could do it as well. Then start to think of the things that you've maybe got from Jamie Creative Expressions, or you've got our Gildan Flakes and our adhesive sheets and that, all these extra things, and that, check out their website, use that Craig 10 code for sure. But yeah, lots of things. It's about keeping it simple with the dies, but if you want to go to town with the layers and the concepts and the styles, you can absolutely do that.
Can you just show that scrapbook page again? Because this, you know, maybe you're thinking about doing scrapbooking, or you're thinking about doing memory books or having memory books, or you're thinking about putting pictures on the wall of the family. Look at what you can do with these rectangles or with these squares. Interlink them, snip into them, join them together, have a bit of fun with it.
Absolutely, yeah. So with all of these die sets here, I'm launching today here on Hobby Maker. Then from the next 24 hours onwards, you're going to find lots of ideas and inspiration across on our YouTube channel. Lily, back in the office, she'd made this one. I believe this is going to be a blog post on the Crafters Companion website. So we're always there to give you lots more ideas, inspirations, but whether you are going to be using them as a scrapbook, but then maybe you want to come in, you want to make your cards, but please don't think as you have to do basic cards. If you want to do your easel cards with them, you absolutely can do. If you want to bring in some of your collections that you've had from the past, for instance, relatively new one, Nature Garden, the Sunflower collection, we've done a brief demo to explain how you can do that one.
And if you want to know when you make a purchase that you're doing that purchase at exactly the right time, today's the day, because the Craig 10 is not available anywhere else. That extra 10% off will not be available anywhere else. It's just here at Hobby Maker today until midnight tonight. So place your order and stock up on all those other things from Crafters Companion that you know you're running out of, whether it's paper, whether it's red liner tape, whether it's glue, whether it's scissors, trimmers, whatever it might be. Maybe you want to go for a Gemini die cutting machine, for example. 10% off today. Not tomorrow, but today it will be 10% less than you'll pay tomorrow.
It's one of those things, isn't it, when you've got that extra, that code, that little percentage as well, it's going to benefit you for the basics.
Yeah.
You know, the things that you need, but you don't always want to spend your money on, so you're getting that extra off. But then if you want to go for something that is a considered purchase, you may be thinking about, that's the win-win as well.
And you've already got your cap postage as well, so you haven't got to worry about that either. Just $3.95 for the whole day. Okay, can we do a demo?
Let's do it.
Right?
Let's go for it. What we're going to do within this one here is what we were kind of talking about a moment ago, and that is how you can be using your block cardstock. So on the show, we've got the texture cardstock you might want to use within your projects that you're going to be using, and you can do. I'm going to be using our Gemini Junior. These are all going to go through your Junior. Of course, they're going to go through your larger die cutting machine. And we're going to use the 5x5 and we're going to use the scalloped ones. Going to go in with some of the deep purple, which is from the Brights.
Yep.
So this is from the Bright set of the 12x12.
Now, we've got the Brights and we've also got the Pastels. 36 sheets of textured cardstock. That's also in the show if you want it. And the main bundle, of course, for the dies that we talked about earlier on is what's on the screen now. And that's going to be just over £70. I think it's £74, wasn't it? Here it comes. $71.95, okay, with $7.19 coming off when you put the promo code in, Craig 10. Happy days.
So we can then take all our layers out. So with these ones here, because they're frame nest and dies, what you've got, depending on the size of the cardstock you cut out of, you're left with an outer frame that you can be using.
So that's not waste, don't throw that away.
Not at all. That could, if you were to use your A4 Gemini, if that was, say, a piece of 8x8 card, if you cut into the middle of that, you're going to have that scalloped inner section. So you're going to have that inner aperture, which would look quite smart. Don't need that one just now. I'm going to pop that to the side. What I do want is our actual scallop. So this is using that larger one from the 5x5, but because it cuts the aperture as well, you're left with that perfect square for a matte layer, for maybe a tag.
So you've actually got three
front.
things out of that one pass. You've got
Yeah.
the square for the middle, you've got the outside frame, and you've got the main frame.
You do indeed, yeah, I was just looking for it there, but I think I've just moved it to the side. But you do, you've got that. You've got these different elements to them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit that one to the side for now. And then I'm going to go in with the middle one, still the 5x5 set, but we're going to go in with our two tones, which are from our pastel tones this time. So we're combining the brights and we're combining the pastels. Now, you could be a little bit neater in your cardstock. I'm just going to run this through so we can get this one cut out. So this is where, although you've got that framework, if you've seen the earlier show, and we'll show you throughout the demos as well within this hour, you back them onto cardstock or acetate, you've then got a solid platform so you can still build on top of each other. And that's what I love. This is what makes them more versatile. You may have the aperture within the middle, but you've still got a lot of layering possibilities when
And of
it comes
course,
to them.
watch back the 2 o'clock show. Yeah, it was
Yes.
2 o'clock, wasn't it? Well, we did, or Craig did that fantastic shaker card using the sequins that we've got in the show today as well. Yeah, that's a great demo for shaker cards. This is not a shaker card though, this one is it?
No, this one isn't, but you could really easily turn this one into a shaker.
Yeah.
So if I take these ones here, so this is where, as you were saying a moment ago, with that first one we've done, Dave, where we've got the three of them. I just heard that in my ear.
You know, we showed you the sequins, and we
Yeah.
said at the time we didn't have as much stock as we would have liked. We showed them to you at the end of the last show at just before 3 o'clock. All the sequins have gone. I'm sorry, they've sold out.
Totally gone.
Totally gone. I hope you got them.
Fingers crossed.
Did try and warn you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, did try. Maybe, fingers crossed, maybe Debbie or that one of the girls will be able to bring them back again soon. No guarantees, but hopefully you've
We'll
got
try.
them. We will try. But here we go. So yeah, if we just quickly touch upon what you said a moment ago, Dave, with the larger one, you would have that extra outer frame that die cuts out. But this one here is the mid one that we've just cut there. So you've got your frame, you've then got your perfect square matte and layer, and then of course, depending on the size of the cardstock you've cut out of, you've got your scalloped additional frame on the outside as well. So you've got options there, and the same goes for that smaller one. So what I'm going to do is set them to the side, and then I'm going to come in here. What I'm going to do, because this one is 5x5, I'm going to come down to 4.5 by 4.5 inches.
Okay.
And I'm going to bring in a piece of pattern paper, cutting this one down to 4.5. The reason being is this is actually going to go onto the back, but I don't want to see the pattern paper. So what I've done is I've made that it's just a little bit smaller than my scallop die. So we've got our pattern paper in the back, but we've got our lovely scallop frame on the outside.
Lovely.
And that paper, just in case you wonder, it was from our sunflower collection. So I'm going to go in with my tape runner with the edges here. So I'm just going to pop that one over the top, making sure we don't see our cardstock. The thing is, it doesn't need to be overly neat on the back because you're not going to see it.
No.
So we're going to go in now, and we're going to pop this onto a 6x6 card blank. And this is why I love nest and dies, or frame dies, or mats and layer dies, because I love to play with colour combinations. Although I have popped that piece of pattern paper in the back, you know, I like to start to layer and build with the colours. So as we can tell with this one, we're going with the purples and the lilac themes for this. And then what we're going to do with this middle one, let's bring in my foam pads, and I'm going to go in, and we're just going to chop these ones down slightly so they're a little bit thinner. If you've got your shaker foam, you'll be able to use that if you want.
And all those sort of things, shaker foam, foam pads, double-sided tape, finger lift tape, all on the website under Crafter's Companion to get that extra 10% off.
Absolutely.
And those sort of things never get reduced because they're
Never.
just everyday must-haves.
No, that's the thing. And, you know, I said that a couple of times as well in the past, Dave, whether it comes to tape runners or that, we never need to reduce them. You know, we'd never have to do a deal or offer with them because we sell them day in, day out. But that's not what we're all about.
As Hobby Maker, we do want to do deals on things like that.
Exactly.
So that's what we've got, the 4 for 3 offer with the tape pens, the 2 dotty ones and the 2 straight ones. Another 10% off today on top of that discounted price if you order before midnight tonight. So many of you are taking advantage of that.
I would be too, absolutely. Make the most of it. So going in now what I've done is I've turned my square around, so we've got it in the next angle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with this smaller one. And once again, I'm going to add foam pads on. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to lift them up by 2 layers because I want this one to be even higher than this middle one. And the same within the first hour demo, or the first hour. What I'll do, Dave, is I'll not necessarily do a full demo. I'll show you the concept of a finished example that I've got so that we can show you different ways. So what I'm going to do is if I take that one off, and now I'm going to go into here, and then I'm going to pop that into the middle. So that one could be a shaker, or that one could be a shaker. That could be flat if you wanted it to be. That one could be at the height that it's on. That one could be in the recess in the middle if you want. It's about playing with the layouts and the colour combinations. So having it in that way there, all that I would then come along and do is pop my sentiment into the middle, die cut sentiment, stamped sentiment. Into the colours here, what I've done is I've used a little bit of our Damson wine, this is our water reactive, and gone round the edges in with our layers, but it's having a play with the combinations.
But look at the difference, just a few little embellishments,
Exactly.
some flat-backed pearls on there, really makes it pop, and that lovely sentiment in the middle. What a great looking card that is. And that's just using the squares, and that's ST2050. That's the product code for the whole thing. So for all 6 sets of dies, it's $71.95. But remember, the big news today is it was Craig's birthday yesterday. And as a bit of a surprise to Craig, we thought, all right, why not give us this? Why not have a Craig celebration? Craig 10, if you put that in the promo code box, but I've got to stress this is only for Crafters Companion items, not for general shows, just for Crafters Companion. And the whole website is there for you to have a look at. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on the brand, Crafters Companion, you'll be taken to our brand shop or their brand shop, and everything that's available in stock you'll be able to order. Sarah's signature collections, these fantastic paper pads, adhesives, all the sort of things that you need on a regular basis. The whole thing, 10% off, only until midnight tonight. More demos with Craig, more things in the show right after this.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Thank you for tuning in and joining us today. I know it's really hot outside, maybe too hot for a lot of you, so you've chosen to stay in and watch us, which is fantastic news. Craig's here, I'm here, and we've got Jamie, of course, coming up with the last live hour of the day at 5 o'clock with some more fantastic Creative Expressions products. But it's all about Crafters Companion this show. Now, we've already shown you the dies, and they're going very, very well, thank you. What about the paper pads that we've talked about? Now, we've got a choice of either the pastels or the brights. Now, this paper pad, I mean, this is an absolute must-have. 36 sheets of top quality 230 GSM paper with a textured finish to it.
Absolutely. It's got sort of a linen feel to it, which I absolutely adore, this linen texture cardstock. So within this one here is you've got your colour ranges. So within that one being the pastel ones, pastel is all a rage at the moment, you know, home decor or, you know, garden into the gardens or just anything that's homemade, handmade. It's all about the pastel tones.
Now, this should be £19.99. We've got it today for a lot less than that, £15.99, and the next few of you will be lucky. We've only got literally single figure stock left of that pad in the pastels. We've got a few more, I think, of the brights, but if you're going to go for the pastels, why not consider going for the brights as well, because they're going to work together really nicely. But as you can see, this is the colour that Craig worked with in the first show at 2 o'clock, and the brightest yellow, and it is double-sided in that you've got the texture on both sides, that kind of linen feel. Then you go into the kind of warm terracottas. Then you've got the rich wines. Look at that fuchsia pink.
I mean, look at that. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. These are certainly, but these two paper pads are the ones that all of us on the team use day in and day out because of the versatility in which you can do with them. Because, yes, they are, of course, 230 GSM. Whether you're doing your mats and layers, you can still emboss with them.
Yep.
You can still foil on them if you've got your foil press as well. You can still do techniques and that with them as well. But just nice, core essential 12 by 12 block cardstock for your crafty projects throughout the craft room, or the house, depending where you craft. You could craft just throughout the house.
Absolutely, of course you can.
Change the
Many
room on a
people do.
daily basis.
Yeah, why not?
Change
the whole house is a craft room, why not?
Now that like that.
WG2005, this is single figure stock as well, so both pastel and the brights in danger of selling out maybe in this show. You're saving, if you buy both of them, you're saving nearly £10 off the price. They should be £19.99. Right, now, we've also got some incredible 32 sheets of mirror card here. This is luxury mirror card. This is, when you see this, it's going to blow your mind. It's gold and it's silver.
It is.
But you can see you've got the shiny and then you get the reverse. So you get the kind of satin background, don't you?
You do, yeah. So, for instance, the love hearts there, one of them, the background is the mirror, and then the heart is the satin, and then the next sheet, it's the other way around. That runs all the way through for both the gold and the silver as well. So maybe you love that full-on mirror effect. This is absolutely perfect for you. If you're like me and love that, but you prefer the subtler look of the satin or the matte, depending on how you see it as, then you've got that option as well. Whether you want to go really, really full on and use these as matte layers, perfect, you can do it. Card fronts, of course, you can do. But if you love to use gold and silver as mattes and layers, you can actually use this as the matte and layer and get that subtle design just popping around the side.
But I'm sure you can see the quality. The quality of the foiling is absolutely incredible. Luxury all the way. £27.99, but remember, you're going to get £2.80 off that with Craig 10 only for today. JL2028, and in actual fact, you've actually got like a slight emboss on it.
It really is, yeah. It's like little feel to it, and it's all these little bits in detail. For instance, that one, or the texture cardstock as well. It's one of the things I always like to say as well, when you're making your cards, very much this day and age, it's all about touchy-feely. It's really good, you know, if it's maybe someone that's a bit visually impaired or that, and they love to have that feel, even the cardstock, whether it's linen, whether it's that mirror that you can see there, you've got that slight embossed design.
Now, if you've been impressed with the silver and the gold, let me just tell you, you're going to absolutely love what I've got in my hands now. Look at this. This is multicoloured foiled mirror card, but the patterns, again, slightly embossed, but look at the wonderful fusion of colour that's here. It's like a foil on foil technique,
It is.
isn't
That's
it?
exactly what it's like. It's exactly what it's like there. Variety of the different designs there. Whether you are using them to actually create boxes. If you actually make a box with these ones, you can do that with your scoreboard. So strong when it comes to these 250 GSM as well. It might just be little slithers that you're using. You might actually die cut, for instance, your embellishment dies, your butterflies, you might want to use them. But even that, trim them down, Dave, as little borders or something at the edge of your card.
You're going to get 4 of each, but just look at the shine. It really is just like a mirror. You can see Craig in the reflection there, not distorted or anything like that. Really good quality. Wow. And this one, this is almost, it looks almost holographic. I don't think it is, but you've got like a blue and a gold. Can't really see that on camera that easily, but it's a very light, almost like a tealy green.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, zigzag going through there, which is stunning.
It's one of those paper pads, you know, where sometimes you hear us say, you know, TV camera doesn't do it justice. This is absolutely
another
one
one.
of them.
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
see the beautiful designs, but the actual effect with the mirror, you know, you get it. You're not going to be disappointed when you get
Not
that
at all.
one home.
QE 2083, £27.99, but £2.80 off because it's Craig's birthday, or it was yesterday. Right, now, let's go back to the big bundle because this is doing very, very well. You know, you'll use all of these, I'm sure, regularly, if not on a daily basis, every other day or whatever, because you're always going to want a square frame. You're always going to want a rectangular frame. Whether you go for just two, in that you've got the cross stitch or you've got the stitch line or you've got the ditzy florals, it's entirely up to you. Go for either a set of two or go for the whole set if you can't choose. That's where you'll get the best discount. That's where you'll get the best reduction. Plus another £7.19 comes off that price if you use Craig 10 today. That's the promo code that you need to get that extra 10% off. Now, ST2050, that's the product code. $23.98 is the split pay. So that is the split pay if you're paying the $71.95. If you're getting that extra £7.20 off, basically, it'll be a less than that on the split pay, obviously. And this is what you need, remember, Craig 10. That's what you need in the promo code box. That will get you 10% off any Crafters Companion goods up to midnight tonight. Right. Now, another demo then.
Let's do it, yeah, let's go into another demo. This one here, what I'm going to do, or what I'm going to show you in a simple form, how you can frame your work.
Yeah.
So maybe you are a colourist, maybe you are an artist in some other forum, maybe you love your cross-stitching. Kelly back at head office, who actually deals with all of our shows and that here at Hobbymaker, she is an incredible, talented girl who does, lady, sorry Kelly if you're watching, Mama too. You wouldn't think she's a mama too. She does incredible cross-stitch work. So with her working with us, I know she'll probably be like, oh, that stitched frame, that cross frame, that'd be a good one for you to frame your cross-stitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can be having lots of fun when it comes to these. So what I've already done before, and I hold no apologies, I'm referring back to the Sunflower collection once again here.
Did you and I do that?
We didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No, not the Sunflower collection, no.
Okay.
I think it was Debbie that launched it, yeah. So within that Sunflower collection, there is the Layering Sunflower. So what I've already done is I've already done this one onto our multi-purpose cardstock. And just so that you know, so you get a little bit of a feel of it, it's 4 1/4 by 6 1/4 inches. So what I'm going to do is I am going to layer this onto a large card blank. And when I say large, my card blank is 6 1/4 by 8 1/4. Gone in for, I couldn't resist that,
I know, that yellow
again when it comes to the yellow texture cardstock. And I've cut that one to 6 by 8 inches, and I'm going to layer a piece of multi-purpose on top of that. Then we'll start to use the dies to start the framework.
Here comes the tape pens.
Tape pens.
4 for the price of 3 still on the website. I think one of the best inventions of recent years is the dotty tape pen. I think that's just so clever.
So clever, so handy that you get just the dots where you need them, perfect for your intricate die cut pieces.
Yep.
But remember, we do have the straight ones on the website as well, which I've changed to now. So these ones, simple matte and layer, but again, the reason I hadn't done this one beforehand was because I wanted you to see that linen cardstock or the textured cardstock. So I'm going to pop that one onto there. And then what I'm going to do is if I were to set that one there, in actual fact, it does look okay because you've got that natural drop shadow of the white against the white. But what I'll do is let's set that to the side for now. And then let's cut 2 colorways. So it gives you an idea if you are wanting to go tone on tone, if you want to go whites on whites, how that looks compared to going in with the yellows. And I'm going to go in with the cross stitch, Kiss Cross for these ones here. And
Easy
then,
for you to say.
I know, it is. Ditzy Floral, I'm fine with.
Yep.
Scallops, I'm fine with.
Kiss Cross.
Kiss Cross. And then what I'm going to do is, I did show this in the last hour, I'm going to show it again because I know a lot of people, when I was looking at comments, were like, oh gosh, can't believe in actual fact you get even more frame work with for the value of money. So what I'm going to do is multi-purpose white cardstock again, and then I'm going to go in with each of these ones. So if I go in with all of them, and if you are a little bit concerned about doing all your dies at once, you can do this step separately. So do the larger, then the mid, and then the small. But as long as you use your low tack tape and you've
Yeah.
got a good coverage.
And we did have a special offer on the low tack tape. I think it was 9 reels for $9.99.
It's like that was, because we had it last week when
Yeah,
we were
did.
together, didn't we?
Check that out on the website. That might still be there. And that was a cracking deal. But if there's any stock left, you can get an extra 10% off as well on top of that today. Happy days.
Happy days indeed. So with these ones here, these are still classed as wafer thin dies. So when it comes to any of the Gemini ranges, 2 cutting plates, plastic shim, magnetic shim, you can absolutely use these in other die cutting machines that you've got at home that's A5 size or larger. You'll just need to double check the plate configuration. If you did hear any cracking noises like that, whether it's the Gemini or other die cutting machines, that's completely normal. Certainly with these dies, these have got a lot of straight cutting edges. And we say cutting edges, that's the die isn't actually doing the cutting, it's the pressure of the Gemini. That's the sound of the die cutting edge going into the plastic.
Right.
So if you are new to die cutting or
be alarmed.
new to the Gemini or whichever die cut machine you use, you hear that cracking noise, it's absolutely normal, don't worry. So I'm going to take my outer frame. Now, of course, if you were a lot neater, that would be one big frame that you've got. But then what we can start to do, Dave, is take these ones out. So you do get little release holes, as you would expect with any of our dies. Let's set that to the side. I'm going to bring in a bit of this texture. So this one now is the Kiss Cross. So what you've got is that tiny detail of all that Kiss Cross. So it's as if you've gone in with, you know, the little carved parchment scissors?
Yes.
With parchment paper, and you've gone in and
Snips.
you've just snipped. Snipped in, you've got that work. Do that onto vellum. That would look absolutely beautiful
And
to do it.
you've got that look in seconds, whereas
You do.
with the snips, okay, it's a labour of love
Yeah.
for any parture, but that will take you a long, long time, and the room for error is quite great, whereas here, the die does it for you perfectly time after time.
It really, really does. And you're going to get the same look with the middle, and then you're going to get the same look as well when it comes to the smallest one. But then what we've got within all the rectangles, you've got this absolute perfect rectangle that cuts out. And for me, this could be used as a way to finish decorating your projects. I've been keeping these for my stamp sentiments.
Yeah.
So it seems to be a perfect size for most of my stamp sentiments that I use. So it's an absolute winner.
And as you've probably noticed, there's absolutely no waste whatsoever.
No.
Every element of what that die has cut, the outside frames, the inside frames, even down to the little sentiment tile, all of that has got a use, so you're not putting anything in the bin.
Nothing whatsoever. And as you can see, even with this die here, there's no die cut pieces. There is no waste from this bit. So we've got our 3 that you would expect. Then you've got your 2 inner frames. You've also got your very, very central piece. And if you were a lot neater than I was, you would have your outer frame as well.
Love
so
it.
although we say 3 dies within each set, you've got a lot more scope to get creative with. So what I'm going to do is set them to the side for now. And then I'm going to do the same again, but I'm going to do it within that yellow texture card, because what I want to do just quickly is together we can just have a look to see what that die cut frame looks like on top of my layered stamps against a coloured layer.
Okay.
And that's what you can be doing at home. When we say get your dies home, die cut them, have a play, and that's what we mean. Die cut loads of them. And then whether you've got the little storage compartments that we had on last week, you know, where you can then change the size of the dividers, you can always start to layer them up in there if you want to, or just have a little poly bag at the side. But here we go. So once again, Dave, what we've got
I love
is
this
the
colour.
same as what I showed you a moment ago, but we've got them in the colour. So it could be the texture card we've got.
And that
This-
colour yellow, by the way, if you love it, is in the Brights pack.
It is.
Yep.
It really, really is. But this could be that mirror cardstock if you want it to be. It absolutely could be. This could be some matte cardstock. This could be any of your cardstocks that you've got at home. So once again, we've got the outer, we've got the 3 main dies, but then we've got our inner frames as well. All of these are coming within that one set.
That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, so much versatility, so much value for money, and something that you'll just become, you know, accustomed to using virtually every day of your crafting life, I would
Absolutely.
have thought.
Absolutely, yeah. You're absolutely right.
Rectangles and squares, you just need them.
Always need them. Always need them. And, you know, rectangle and squares, they are a simple shape to cut with your guillotine, your paper trimmer, or a craft knife or that. You know, we have had matte and layered dies, so you can start to use them together.
Yep.
They're going to work well together, of course. But at least these ones are not just nesting dies, they're not just frame dies, they're bringing them together. A lot more things that you can do. So my initial idea was going in with the larger frame. So because my layer here I had cut to 4 1/4 by 6 1/4, that means that I can perfectly finish off my stamped impression.
What a difference that makes.
What a difference that makes. Now that could be the scalloped, or that could be the Ditsy design if you want it to be. You've got that. But then let's say white on white. So we can then put that there. And how classy does that look?
That works.
If I hold it and tilt it, just so we can see it a little bit better on the screen. But up close, you've got all of your little criss-cross embossed lines. Oh, how could one word or 2 words be so hard to say? I'm blaming it on all the roller coasters. My mind's just away with the place. But yeah, whether you're going with a colour or whether you're going with the natural white, it looks absolutely beautiful. Think of the image that you are stamping out or the image that you're choosing to use. I could do that within some of the browns. You know, that would look lovely, or even some of the greens.
Is that one of your sunflower stamps?
That is the layering stamp from
Right,
the
I thought
Sunflower
so.
collection.
Stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, that absolutely is.
That
all
should be
I've
on the
done-
website if you want to get hold of it.
Yeah, I just stamped that one out, Dave, and then with the sentiments that also come included, stamped that one out, and that was it. Then we're starting to finish it off with our frames. What about instead coming in with one of the smaller ones? Now, you could, of course, trim your main layer so it's slightly smaller, but even that, Dave, leaving my white layer cardstock that we can see, the size that it is, and framing that over the top, could even lift it up in a little bit of foam pads, straighten it up, change the sentiment, maybe put a little bit of ribbon or twine or something on the top there, create a home decor. Start of the year or the end of the year when the little terrible calendars come out for the previous year, start to use them.
That's a great way of using cards, isn't it? Because one of my bugbears is when an event is over, whether it's a birthday, anniversary, whatever it might be, the card gets on the mantelpiece, pride of place maybe for a week, and then it goes in a drawer somewhere, never to be seen again.
Yeah.
Why not turn cards that you've had made for you by friends or relatives into calendars? Get those little,
Exactly.
perfect. And then you've got it up on the wall all year round.
All these different things that you can still be using. It's how can you even upcycle some of the things that you've been making. So let's pop foam pads on the back of these ones before we pop this one down. What I want to show you as well is even if you go in with one of the smaller ones, now I would do it so that I've got a smaller sentiment, but see how we can go from a really, really lovely, large but full card blank or canvas or project that could go into a box frame that you can get out in inexpensive stores. Or what you could do is if you want to make it smaller onto a 4x6 card, you can still do that. It's still going to fit many of your layering stamps or your stamp designs. Change the sentiments. Or once again, if you want to really have a little bit of a play, go in with the even smaller one and purposely have it so that it is overlapping the image. Very arty
Very
in
arty,
some ways.
yeah.
So this is what I mean, having a look at what you have already die cut. But let's go in and let's take the backs off now.
Now remember, the details on the screen are for the set of 6, so you're going to get basically 3 sets of rectangles and 3 sets of squares, but they are each different in their design. One's got the kisses, one's got the ditzy floral, and the other one's got the straight stitch lines. So those are the differences, but all 6 together have got the best discount, and you'll get another £7.19 off or £7.20 off if you put Craig 10 in the promo code box, because it's Craig's birthday celebration. It was yesterday, he's with us today, and your chance to basically save 10%, an extra 10% off any Crafters Companion product on the website or in the show.
Here we go. So I've chosen to go with that largest kiss cross that I've done within that beautiful colour to match the sunflower.
I think you've made the right choice with that.
And then I just think it works, doesn't it? You know, and then I'm not going to do this. You could if you want to, but you can still go in and have a play with some of the other layers, even if it's white on white. You could go in with a white layer, in actual fact, I am going to
Actually,
do
that is
that.
nice.
That
That
is
is-
really
yeah,
nice. I'm going to
like
do that. And this one, I'm going to use my dotty tape runner for this one, so that it's going to go on the edge to edge. And this is why, within that last show and with this one, when I have been saying, play with your colour combinations,
Yeah.
play with the layouts, because you can get a different look. And even before thinking about this one, before I came today, I never thought about putting that white frame in the middle and see
But
how
it really does
lovely
go.
that works together. And that is just using, well, 2 frames. That's using the Kiss Cross, the larger 5x7 within the texture card, and then die cutting them again in the white, but using that inner straight rectangle frame to finish it off.
Well, remember, we've got 3 split payments on this. This is for the big bundle of all 6 of them, if you can't decide what you want to go for, but you know that you love the concept and you just think, oh, do you know what, I'm going to go for all of them. I'm going to use them every single day, I'm sure. Let's go down to the smaller bundles, because not everybody may want the 6. Maybe you just want to try 1 set of the squares and 1 set of the rectangles. If that's the case, we can help you out there, no trouble at all. So this one is the one that's got the beautiful kisses on it. In other words, it's the cross stitch, basically. So that's what your frame will look like. But remember, there are actually about probably 4 or 5, no, probably even 5 or 6 elements that come out of each and every die cut if you use all the dies at the same time. You've got the main frames, but then you've got the smaller, thinner frames. The difference in size between the main frames gives you that thinner frame. So lots and lots come out. And you've even got the outside frame, which technically will be the waste, but even that is usable. So there's no waste whatsoever with these dies and the concept. Whether you're using your rectangles horizontally or vertically, doesn't make any difference. You don't have to use them all together, just use one like we showed you a few minutes ago, and Craig was showing you there how to use one just to really kind of lift the whole image of that layered stamp design. But such useful and very, very versatile dies here. So that one is your cross stitch. The next one that we've shown you throughout the morning, or throughout the afternoon, sorry, is this one. Now this has not only got a different stitch to it, it's got the straight stitch, but it's also got the scalloped edge to it, which gives it that quirky difference as well. So the other one was straight-sided, this one's got the scalloped edge. Really lovely. It makes it, I think, more fun when you've got a scalloped edge.
It does, doesn't it? And then even incorporating things such as your Gildan Flakes there, with your red liner tape or that, so you're starting to use many of your crafty essentials that you've got at home.
Absolutely. And then the last one, if you're into your flowers, the Ditzy Floral, same concept, but this time you've got leaves and petals around the edge, and this makes a fantastic little easel card that you can see. And that's using the smaller Ditzy Floral Square as the stopper, put them offset into diamond shapes, and they make lovely, lovely stoppers. But yeah, you can paper piece this, or what you showed us, Craig, earlier was how to just put a piece of card behind it.
Absolutely.
And it makes it look like it's been paper pieced.
You like that look, but you've maybe not quite got the patience, so
Got the
you're
patience,
unable
yeah.
to do it. There is a faux sort of way in which you can do it.
And this one has been done on acetate, which is another different look. How cool is that? And again, using the smaller rectangle as the stopper, it all ties in beautifully well. Isn't that gorgeous? So that one's the Ditzy Floral. $24.99, but it's not today, is it? It's $22.50 if you put Craig 10 in the promo box when you check out. So that's only for today. Tomorrow we're back to normal. 0800 001 4433. Remember, if you're a brand new customer to us at Hobbymaker, and you've never ordered anything before, phone that free phone number and the operator will talk to you. They're in this building. It's a UK call centre, free phone number. And basically, all you have to do is tell them that you are a brand new customer and you'd like to buy this, and they will give you an account. They'll give you an account number. It's as easy as that. Having said that, though, if you want to do it yourself on the website and you're brand new, just go to hobbymaker.co.uk. We just need your email address, and then you make up a password, and that's it. You're in, and you can enjoy shopping with us. And that cat P&P every day, remember, of $3.95. One of the things that you love about Hobbymaker the most. You keep telling us. That's good news. Right then.
I think we've got time for one more.
One more.
Yeah.
One more demo.
Let's go to our 5x7, let's go to our Ditzy Floral, and let's go to show how you can start to layer them up. So again, I'm just using my pastel cardstocks, but this is now when you can start to use your images. And I always refer back to Hunky Dory's little book as a prime example. If you love to do your Paramount effects, you know, you can do that with your pattern papers as well, but always instantly, it's their little books that come to mind. So you can do that with your nesting dies and they look fab, but then start to bring in your frame nesting nesting dies. So let's go in with, yet again, my favourite, white multi-purpose cardstock. This is, we were talking about earlier on, Dave, how this really is a multi-purpose use.
A go-to
It really
cardstock.
is.
That'll be on the website as well if you want to stock up on that.
All of us on the team. So what I've got is, I've already got them layered together in the middle like I'd done in the last demo with our low-tack tape. So I'm just running that one through. All these extra bits that have been cut throughout these 2 shows that I've not used will be going into my my craft bags. They're going to be so easy just to dip into and use them. As I was saying, it could just be a sentiment that you've got, and you've got that smaller frame, you've already got die cut, pop it over the top, and that's it done. So let's take these bits out of the way for now, and then I'm going to take my larger, we're going to go in with our medium, and then we can go in with our large ones, smaller ones as well. Oh, it's already out.
So the large outside frame you just threw away.
This
so
one here,
that's the first element, which is usable.
Yep, it is indeed.
Element 2, element 3, element 4, element 5, element 6,
6.
element 7.
Yep.
7 different elements out of one pass through the machine with the Gemini dies. Absolutely incredible versatility and
really
no
are.
waste whatsoever.
No, none whatsoever. You will take out all these little bits. These are the little bits that are going to be perfect if you want to keep in a little tub and use them as shaker elements.
Yep.
They're that little perfect size for little shaker elements. But I'm going to go in with my tools and take out these little bits. These are the sort of things, and I'm going to say it again, you take advantage of that Craig 10.
Absolutely.
Thank you to Andy specifically for getting it set up.
This little brush is worth its weight in gold, because if you actually went round with the pokey tool every single element, I mean, that does it in next to no time.
It does.
So search for that on the website as well, under Crafter's Companion.
You will always find nature of the beast, so to speak. You're always going to get little bits that are held in place. That's when your pokey tool comes in handy. If you want to sit and pop them all out, you can do it. No many crafters out there do that. They find it therapeutic. But use your tool to take all these little bits out and then go in with your pokey tool for the remaining bits.
Just a quick reminder, don't forget to send in your makes, show us your makes. This Saturday, this Saturday is the last Saturday of the month, so we're going to be announcing the winner of the £100 account credit. It'll be one of you that sent in a picture of your card or a picture of your scarf that you knitted or anything that you've made throughout the whole month. Send in pictures and you could be winning a £100 credit, and we'll announce the winner in the 5 o'clock show, I think it is, on Saturday the 25th. Good luck.
Right, so let's go in. My main outer frame, I'm going to go in with my Dotty tape runner. And I've already got a few coloured matten layer already done and ready. And what I've done is gone in with a little bit of a deep blue and created a drop shadow around the edge here. So this is where I've done this one last week and had a play with the colours. This is where I'm going to bring in my alphabet dies, and we're actually going to use this one as a new home card, so you can be using them for all your different occasions as well. So I'm going to go in and let's take this one, we're going to go around the edge. So what I'm going to do is pop that one over the top. I've already cut this one to size. Now earlier on I showed you how you can then cut the aperture out the middle, so that would give you that faux paper piece effect. Then you could put acetate, that could be a shaker card, it could just be the frame that we showed you before. This is where I want that paramount sort of effect lifting upwards. So set that to the side, and then with this one here, let's do the same again. So this is going to go all the way around. We're going to pop these ones into the middle there. So if I just press that one in, hold that in, I'm going to go in with my foam pads now. Add these ones onto the back of both layers. So in a demo within the first hour, where I showed you how you can then take out the centre, and then you can have flat, you can have high, you can go low, and how to play with the different levels. This one I am going to start to tower on top of each other. So let's go in with these ones, and then pop these ones on here, into there. And within the 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, so I've kind of showed you different ways in which you can use them. But then given it about 24 hours, 48 hours, once you go onto our Crafters Companion YouTube channel, you'll find lots of other ideas and that as to.
And of course, you can always watch the shows back here. If you've watched the shows live this afternoon, like lots of you do remember, if you want to watch a demo back or see a certain product demonstrated, you can watch our shows back from today, yesterday, the day before. I think it's up to about 2 weeks back. So you can always watch Hobbymaker when it suits you, provided we've got stock of what you want. You can order it whenever you like. But I know a lot of people work like 9 to 5 or different shifts and that sort of thing. You can't watch all the time, but it's always there. If you've got a smart TV, I worked out how to do it the other day. I'm not very technically minded, but I actually had YouTube up on my television. I was watching a concert, and I've never done that before. So if you've got a smart TV, you can watch us online on your television whenever you like.
You absolutely can do. Fab that you're able to do all that now, aren't you?
Yeah, it's great.
So another bit of that blue, creating that drop shadow again that we can see. So from up above, if I tilt it that way, you're getting that paramount effect. I'll show you there, and I'll turn it onto the side so that you can see. And then all that you need to do is come along with your alphabet dies, or it could be your sentiment dies, a few little white leaves into the corner there, and you can be using it as a way to celebrate, whether it's a new home or birthday, whatever occasion it is. But cards, frames, shakers, all these different things you can start to do with these.
Well, yeah, absolutely brilliant set of dies. You know, whether you're going for 2 sets, or a set of 2, should I say, in other words, the square and the rectangle, then just choose whether you want the kiss or the cross stitch, whether you want the stitch, plain stitch, or whether you want to go for the ditzy floral. Whichever you go for, you're going to love them. But remember, the big collection is going to give you all 3 sets. So you're going to get 3 sets of squares, 3 sets of rectangles, each with different die cut patterns in them. And just to remind you of the different patterns, this is the straight stitch, which is perhaps the most popular style of stitch in stitching. Then we've got the cross stitch, which is that one there, which could also be lots of little kisses. And then the ditzy floral is the one that Craig was using a few seconds ago, which is that one just there with the petals and the buds and everything else on it too. So yeah, pay your money and you take your choice really. But the one that's on the screen right now is the main collection of all of them. And it's on 3 split payments, so it's almost like you're getting more discount and you can spread the cost and buy one collection each month for the next, 3 payments. First one today, next one in a month, final one in 2 months' time, and you'll have all 3 sets straight away if you order it. ST2050. ST2050 is the product code. And remember, today only, Craig, his birthday was yesterday. We decided, let's do something special for all Crafters Companion fans. Let's give you 10% off at checkout, but you've got to use Craig10, okay? So that, remember, is basically 10% off, excluding your P&P of $3.95. But it is a great offer today. Everything Crafters Companion, 10% off at checkout if you use that promo code. But it's not for everything else, just purely for Crafters Companion.
Yes,
Craig,
absolutely.
We'll see you again soon, I hope.
Absolutely. Don't have a date as of yet, but I'm sure it won't be long before I'm back. But the girls and that will be back very, very shortly as well. Good to see you.
Happy birthday, Fiesta.
Thank you very much.
Craig will be back soon. I'm back in about 3 minutes with Jamie and Creative Expressions. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Hobbymaker are live from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. every day on Sky Channel 670, Freesat Channel 807 and Freeview Channel 73. You can also watch on YouTube via some smart TVs, your computer and phone.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
I almost forgot. We've got a brand new show starting on Hobbymaker, Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. until 8 a.m, featuring loads of new things. The Early Bird Special, A special offer only available during the Wake Up to Hobby Maker show. Who the Hobby Maker are you? A slightly extended interview with our guest designers, Help Me Hobby Maker, encouraging you to email in with all of your crafting queries, and a sneak peek, the final 20 minutes of the show, letting you know what's coming up later on in the day. So don't forget to join us. Set your alarms 6 a.m. until 8 a.m. on Hobby Maker. I think I'll get 5 more Zeds in.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
If you want to search our website for your favourite brands, simply go to hobbymaker.co.uk, click on brands, and you'll find all your favourite items all in one place. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Hello, hope you're well. Yeah, and they're not too hot and flustered. We've been here all afternoon, hopefully you have as well. It's the last live show, 3 until 6 o'clock today we're here. I'm Dave and Jamie joins me as well from Creative Expressions, the lovely Jamie. And boy, we launched a product earlier on today, which I've absolutely fallen in love with, glossy glazes, and you developed these.
Well, I got to help with it. It's my idea, but yeah, we have a lovely chemist who actually makes our crazy ideas come into reality. So yeah, a lovely lady called Lucy who works tirelessly to make these incredible Cosmic Shimmer products.
Look at that. Someone said to me earlier on, Laura, our producer actually, she said, it's like thick yoghurt.
It is a bit like yoghurt, yes. That's a very good description of it.
A creamy texture, but it's the intensity of the colours that blow me away. And there's a slight transparency, you can see through it, yeah?
Absolutely, and the more you sort of eke them out, the more it will give that effect as well. So when we're spreading them across or we're painting with them, that's the style you're going to see.
Okay, now let me show you this board. Jamie always does amazing boards for us, and it helps to really show you what you can do with it. We have got some stencils in the show as well, so obviously these products lend themselves to stencils brilliantly, but you can also use them in lots of other ways. Now if I just tilt this towards the light, can you see just how glossy and how shiny each of those products are? You're going to get your green velvet, your heritage red, you're going to get your fuchsia pink, your Parisian purple, your curious blue, and your orange flame. Look at that. I mean, it looks like it's actually been enamelled.
They are very glossy, aren't they? They do look like it's a clear embossing that's been put over the top of them. They give you that much of a shine.
And we've got them as a set of 6 today at a discounted price. $29.94 should be the price, so they should be basically, $5.99 each? No, $4.99 each. $4.99 each. We're going to let you have the whole lot for $24.99. So you're getting one of them for nothing, really.
Which is a great saving, isn't it? That's brilliant.
And for something that's hot off the press, that's really new, crafters always want the next new thing. So this is brand new from Cosmic Shimmer and Creative Expressions. 50 mil is what you're looking at here. Now, if I just take the lid off each one, I'll put it down here for you. Now this is the green. I didn't show you the green in the first show, but as our attentions turn to Christmas in the next week or two, it's always early Christmas in crafting. You know, we've got to get our makes made to go and sell at the Christmas fairs in October, November time. But look at that. That's a real traditional Christmas green, isn't it?
This to me is like a very posh department store green, without naming any names.
Yes.
But team it with a bit of gold, that would look lovely.
It would. Now remember, you can use these neat with a stencil. You can paint with them. You can also, though, very importantly, add things like your glitter bits and all sorts of...
Yep, we have brought you a set today, or individuals, of a Diamond Frost glitter, which is a really ultra fine one. We also have a Glitter Bits glitter, which has got 3 different size particles, and we've got a Pixie Sparkle, which is a frosty colour, so it's just the mica element to it, and all of those work really well over the top of the glazes. But you could add a whole host of other items too.
Now look at this red. I'm going to show you all 6 colours. They are available on the website individually as well, but that red is just absolutely luscious, isn't it? The shine coming off of it is incredible. And the texture is just like you are, I was going to say buttering your toast, but I mean, it's as smooth can be. There's no grittiness in it at all, unless you actually put the glitter in yourself. Now this is the purple. This is just divine. I mean, it's very rare to actually get a product, when I lift the lid, it kind of leaves you speechless, but that's what happens when you delve and look inside there. All you need is a spatula, a stencil. We've got stencils in the show, a brush. We'll show you some different techniques with them in a second as well, because different people have done different things with them. The next one is your pink, and then I'll show you the orange, and that's the last one. But look at that. I mean, that's real Barbie pink, isn't it?
It is a proper Barbie pink, yes. Very much so.
And then the last colour, and you've seen them all, is your Halloween orange, maybe. I mean, orange is a great summer colour too. Look at that. Luxury, brightness, beauty, it's all there for you in this brand new product, helped to be developed by Jamie himself. And here we are today, the 6 brand new colours, all of 50 ml in each of them, for £24.99 is your discounted price if you go for all 6. But they are individually available on the website. And I've got some finished items here to show everybody. I mean, your fantastic canvases that you bring us, the canvas dies, I mean, this is using the products, all of them, with a brush.
It is. We're going to do that in our first demo as well. So if you're wondering how that's achieved, I will be showing you how to do it. I didn't intentionally create sort of a sea scene, but that's how it ended up, and I thought that was quite lovely. So yeah, just do your background, then die cut it.
And this one is using basically a spatula, bit of modern art, but then put onto one of Jamie's fantastic canvases. And this is another one as well. So you can use them plain, or you can really kind of be quite funky. You can see the shine on it. Look at the shine on it.
You keep the gloss. It doesn't really seem to matter what we do to them, whether we add glitters to them or different products to them. You still maintain that glossy finish.
Okay, Jamie, how do we use them?
Let's show you, shall we? This is the card that we're going to do first of all. And this one gives you a couple of different ideas, because we're going to be painting with them and we're going to use them through the stencil to make up our backgrounds. We're also going to be adding items on top of them too, because I think it's important you can do that as well. So we're going to start off by using the stencil portion of this one. So I've gone ahead and I've got my large stars stencil, and I've placed it onto a piece of white card, and I've taped it down in place already. And we're going to go for the same colours as what's on the card. Actually, let's not. Let's show you something different. Let's go for the purple and the blue and the sort of orangey shade, shall we? So we'll start off with the lighter one. We'll go for the orange to begin with. And we're going to work with this one just across the bottom half of the stencil. So we're taking the paste, we're literally just placing this on and smoothing it down the stencil.
The consistency is so rich and creamy, isn't it?
It is. So like here, we'll be doing this later, but as I said, they are very transparent and you can really strip them down. So if you wanted to just colour over your cardstock, you can absolutely do that as well.
Yeah.
There's so many ways in which we can use these.
And I asked you earlier, it's not brittle, it's not going to kind of snap off the
No,
card. It's flexible.
so durable. So if you want to die cut over the top of this, there is no reason why you can't. If you want to cut it on your guillotine or score it and fold it, these are no problem at all. Now, I'm already being quite naughty because we tell you on the packaging to stick into one direction, and I'm already sort of going off in different directions.
Now,
so
we've got 3 different stencil sets in the show, set A, set B and set C. This one that Jamie's using at the moment, the little stars, that is in set A. And they're only going to be about £8 and something pence, I think, for all 6 of them. We'll show them to you individually in a second, but we'll put them on the screen. They're all listed on the website if you want to go for them. And you can, repeatedly use the smaller stencils again and again for larger
Of course you can. We're going to be doing that on the background for this card in a second. Okay. So I've gone ahead and I've taken my blue down to my orange and my orange up to my blue. So we've got a bit of a mix match, which is what I like. I like them to sort of blend together. We're now going to remove our stencil tape, if we can get hold of it. And we'll take this part away. So we'll remove these, put these away. Now I'll also be showing you how you can use your stencil tape shortly to make your own washi tapes as well. Oh, just a little bit anchored down on that corner. Here we go. And that has created our two-tone stencil effect. So in here I can see I've got the blues, I've got the greens where the blue and the orangey yellow have mixed, and I've got the oranges. And I really like that because that gives us a whole different colour combination all out of one product. The piece on the side here where I've just been cleaning off the base of my spatula quickly between colours, when that's dry we could die cut out of that.
Yeah, I love
or we
that.
could use that for its very own background. And again we can see the blues, the oranges and the greens that we've created. So a bit more textural that side. So we'll place this to one side and leave it to dry. Come back to that a little later on. And we're going to then go in and find a piece of card. I've placed that here somewhere. Here we are. And we're just going to put a piece of paper under that one so that we don't attack the desk, because these will dry on porous and non-porous surfaces. So like the glass counter I'm working on, that would dry on top of this.
So I could put it
Or
on
acetate.
a sheet of acetate.
Absolutely, acetates, mirror card, anything along them lines would be no problem at all.
I'm just thinking, as it's actually kind of transparent to a degree, that would make a really lovely stained glass effect, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, why not? Yeah, paint those into your die cuts. Cut your die cuts in black, put them on acetate and then painting on the back, that would be really nice. So now we're going to take the pastes, and instead of using them with the palette knife, we're going to take them to a piece of card and we're just going to swipe the colours down the card. And again, we're not going to be using too much of this. We're just going to do some random areas in our 3 shades. Now with this one, we're once again going to go in with this beautiful orange. We'll put a few pieces of that one down. And then we can pick up our red, which if I go by memory is Heritage Red. I always try to remember the names, but it never works.
I can't remember.
Never works. So we'll do some of the red as well.
Yes, Heritage Red.
Heritage Red, good. 1 in 6 ain't bad. I'll see how many more I can get right. Play name bingo. And we're going to take the red and we're going to add those into their middle areas. And you can blend this through as much as you wanted to. This is a water-based product, so if you did want to mist with some water so you get a nicer, neater blend, you can absolutely do that. I quite like it when it's quite textural and just lays on top of each other. I'm actually using a piece of watercolour card for this background, not the same as the one on my background that is completed, but I also wanted to show you how if you had textured card, it could actually highlight that and give you even more of like an art canvasy background.
Obviously, on that sort of cardstock, it's quite a thin coating, so that wouldn't take long to dry. If you're doing it through a stencil where it's quite thick, that would take, what, a few hours? Or...
No. Through on the card, I would, well, we sort of did this earlier, didn't we? And I would say it was about 10 minutes maybe to be dry on the card. We'll try and time this one as well. With the stencil, I'd say about 45 minutes.
Okay, right.
Just roughly. But, you know, it depends what thickness your stencil is, what temperature
hot,
your room is.
Yeah, how hot
you know.
your house is.
Yeah, there's a few variables to sort of play around with these. So with my lighter colour, I'm just taking this and sort of going over the top of the whole panel because that will help blend everything together. And then when you're ready, you can just leave that to one side to dry. I'll give that a little bit of a wiggle so you can see how it looks. I'll put the paste away. I'm going to pop my paintbrush into some water so that that's cleared off for when we need it again shortly. And then this is the panel that we have created. So again, we have that glossy finish to it. That will maintain
amazing.
that.
That looks really cool.
Okay. We'll place that one to one side and we're going to bring in one I've already done that's dry. So you can see we've gone even more bright with this one as it's dried and set. So what we're going to do next is we're going to bring in our stencil. Now this time we're going to use our music note stencil. And I showed this to you earlier on the earlier show. With our stencils, the designs go quite up to the edges because we want to pack in as much as we possibly can. But if you're trying to go over these with a distress ink or something, you might feel you don't want to risk going over the edges. So all I've done is taken a piece of card, cut it into 2-inch strips, and then I've cut them and laid them and glued them around my stencil size. I've also put in a little corner element here, and that's going to match up perfectly with the pierced hole in the top of the stencils, which are the bits that are there for you to put your split rings through.
Now, the
Word I'm
musical
looking for.
notes are in set B, and I think that was one of the most popular ones that we had in the earlier show. So set B for the stencils, where you get 6 stencils for a crazy price. I'll go through the stencils one by one for you in a minute or so, but yeah, that's in set B.
So I've taped that down to the back of the card. So again, I'm not putting any tape on the top of my work either. So if you've got tape that sort of slightly damages your card, something else you don't have to worry about because the stencil is taped into the little outline instead.
You might be looking at the stencil thinking, oh, well, that's not very big. How can I do large cards with a small stencil? Easy.
This is the way, really. This is the way I found it easiest. So I'm going to use a blending brush and I'm going to use some VersaFine Clair ink. You could, of course, use any different ink that you wish to, but this one dries brilliantly on top of the glossy glazes. You could use a StazOn ink, maybe, if you prefer, but you can literally just start popping the ink straight through the stencil. And we'll just do a small area of this because you're going to get the idea pretty quickly. But you can just move the guide over whenever you've completed the area you're in and move it on to the next part and carry on until you've completed your background. So it's really as simple as that to use them in much larger areas if you'd prefer.
And to be honest, I'd rather store small mini stencils like that on a jump ring rather than have larger stencils that I've got to put in drawers or put in ring binders or, you know, into folders and that sort of thing. These, you just basically get the ring binder rings. We've got them in the show, they're here. Just get these, a pack of these. You know, this is the sort of thing that normally you would struggle to find. Who sells things like this? Well, we do. And then you can just put all of your stencils onto one of those rings and everything basically is where you want it. So the rings are coming up on the screen. £2.75. UA2858 is your item number for 24 of them. 24 for that price is a really, really good deal. Perfect.
And you talk about storing them. It's not only storing them, it's paying for them. The stencils can get quite a few pennies per stencil, where with this format, they're quite an inexpensive way to get quite a lot of themes, which is something I really love. So we're going to bring our panel in. This is one I've completed. We're going to place that one down. So as you can see, glossy glazes in the background, music notes on the front, done in the black ink, still maintaining that lovely glossy finish.
I mean, that's such a happy image, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Dancing musical notes, lovely kind of carnival background.
You can't go wrong with that. And it again could lend itself to quite a lot of themes. Maybe had we've gone for a red and green background, done our music notes, and then maybe embossed them in gold, we could have a very Christmassy feel to this. Could be Christmas carols. So I'm now going to take some glue and I'm going to go around my large octagon canvas.
Now we've got the canvases in the show today. We've got the large octagon and we've also got the standard size octagon. And these are available as duos. You get both of them, I believe. So they're available too. And you kind of came up with the concept of these, didn't you?
I did, absolutely, yes. I sat at home, and this is going back a good few years now. I sat at home and I looked up at my front room wall, and I've got 3 canvases that are divided to create a picture. And at the time, I was teaching quite a lot of card making classes, and we was always looking for something new to show people how to do. So I was like, we're going to make these canvases, and it took a lot of faffing. There's no denying it. There was a lot of faffing involved. And then when I started with Creative Expressions, they said, well, would you like to do some collections? And I said, the first thing I want to do is the canvas die.
Yeah.
And not only do I want to do the easier by cents, squares and rectangles, bits like that, I wanted to do the octagons, the hexagons, the pieces like that. There's a whole collection of them, and today we've brought you quite a few of them.
And they're all on the website. Remember, all the big brands at Hobbymaker have got their own brand shop on our website. So go to hobbymaker.co.uk, Creative Expressions, and all of the frames are there, all of the canvases are there. I say canvases, basically they're dies to make the shape of a canvas, a miniature canvas, but of course it's made of cardstock.
Exactly, yeah. So when you'll die, I'll show you these 2 pieces because that might help you a little bit more. This is actually the die here for the octagon that I've got laid out. This is the small octagon, and I've already gone ahead and I have cut the large panel to show you how to build them. So when these cut, they're going to have these score lines in place so that we're building our walls to build our canvas. You will also see the little tabs that are going to cut for you. So the minute it's gone through, you're going to get your cut out of the machine, and this is what you're going to have depending on the shape you go for. This one's the large panel, as I mentioned. Once you've got hold of this bit, use a bone folder and just fold up the edges and go across the crease lines with the bone folder. Once you're at that point, you can then bring in these little tabs, add a small amount of glue onto the tab and place that tab in to create the side of the canvas. This will make the wall for the side of the canvas. When we get to the back of the canvas, add a little bit of glue to the top side here and bring that one over and place it together. I tend to use little mini pegs just to clamp them into place, and that will create your canvas. You just work all the way around doing all of the pieces in exactly the same format, and you will build up your very own 3D canvas. So these will save you from seeing foam pads. They'll give you more dimension, and if you stamp on them or colour them, your picture is going to wrap all the way around them, so it's going to give you a more professional finish.
Well, we've got the details for the Octagon canvases on the screen. You're going to get both of these for $25.49. So you've got the large one and the standard size, and you've also got the word cherish, which is the sentiment in the middle there. So something a bit different. If you've already maybe got the rectangular and the square ones we did earlier on, now that is $25.49, but that's not the price. We're going to get that price down lower. So here we go. I thought that was the price actually. PV2869 is going to go to, here it comes, $19.99 for both. That's a good deal, Jamie. $19.99 really for two of these. Something a bit different. It is a card rather than canvas, but it's basically miniature canvases. You know, the canvases you have on the wall that you love so much. Why not introduce that same sort of look to your card making? And it really does work. It works a treat, actually. Got some really gorgeous cards here that I'll show you again a bit later on that have been using the canvases.
And not only can you use them as a solid, because we give you the nesting shapes within them, so I'm going to be using these pieces to layer on top here. These are dies that come in with the set, so if you would prefer to cut that out as an aperture, use it as a frame, you can actually absolutely do that. If you'd like to put acetate on the inside of it and using one of the slightly smaller cuts to create that as a window, you can then turn them into shaker boxes instead. Right. If you take two of these, put a little picture in the middle maybe, stick them back to back with a little ribbon, you've got ornaments to hang on your Christmas tree. So there's a whole host of ways we can use them and decorate them. They're just so much fun. Carrying on with this one, we're going to add on our black and white layers to go onto the top of that panel. And then I've already gone ahead and I've done a slightly different pattern. I'm not going to lie to you, I can't find the one I'm meant to have. I've got no idea what little bag I've put it in. I know I made it, I've got it here somewhere, but do you think I can find it? So we've gone instead and I've cut this panel from what I created earlier. I'm also going to use some foam tape, and I'm just double stacking my foam tape to go into the middle of the canvas. And that will give it a bit of protection, so if it goes through the post, the canvas can't be pushed down in and damage the canvas in any way, shape or form. So we're going to place that on the top of our little box. I quite like the pop of purple actually. I'd probably tie it in a little bit more in the layers somewhere, but I'm not going to worry about that. It's a nice bright card. We can have as many colours as we wish. I'm going to bring in the word birthday, and I am just sneaking in a couple of larger dies here from sets that we haven't got on today's show, but I'm sure we'll be bringing you shortly.
I mean, it's the idea to make it look like a jukebox.
It could be,
That's
yeah. I don't know if there was that much thought behind it. I just really like the carnival colours and the sort of different patterns that we could create.
I was thinking it looked like a speaker grill or a jukebox possibly, couldn't it be?
That's a nice idea.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, we could go with that. So there's that version, the one we've just created. And then here's one I did earlier as our original, which is slightly more toned down colours to give you a different idea.
Love it, absolutely love it. Remember, we've got the dies to make those octagon frames, those octagon canvases, both of them for $19.99. That's not each. I made a mistake in the first show thinking that was just for one, but no, you get both sets making gorgeous, gorgeous miniature canvases, which you can use in lots and lots of different ways. I mean, this, again, if I just show you, okay, this isn't the octagon, this is the rectangle, but they're on the website as well. But don't they just add that extra dimension without adding too much weight or anything like that, but using the glossy glazes on the kind of triptych style, really lovely. And another one here, this is again using the glossy glazes as a background. And in conjunction with the canvases. They're all on the website if you want to have a little look. Jamie and I will be back. More demonstrations to come and more great products to show you. I'll show you those stencils as well when we come back in a second.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker. Here at HobbyMaker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Welcome back then to, well, the last half an hour of Hobby Maker for today. Remember, we're here every day in the morning, weekdays, 6 till 8 with Wake Up to Hobby Maker. And then we're back on again after Jewellery Maker, after Sewing Street at 1 o'clock in the afternoon through until 6, every single day. Those are our hours so far. Now, I did promise you details of the stencils. Now, they're all laid out in front of me here, but I've got some boards to show you, and it's easier to see exactly what you can do and what you can show. So this is set A. So you've got this one at the top here, all in shape, all in stripes, beg your pardon. That one's called All in Stripes with the lovely stars and hearts. Next to that, we've got the stars. I know it looks like dots from a distance, but it's actually tiny little stars. That's what Jamie was using in that demo. Then you've got the Brickwork Small, which is really lovely. Beneath that, you've then got polka dots, handmade with love. Now that is a godsend for the backs of cards and anything that you've made that you're trying to sell. Perfect. And Scattered Hearts is that last one there as well, which was a popular one in the earlier show. So that is set A. You get all 6 of them, and if you want those jump rings to keep them all neat and tidy in one place, they are also on the show. Set B is this one here. And I just love the size of them, and it's so easy to keep on going either across or up for doing larger surface areas. Don't think, oh, they're too small, can't use them. They will easily extend and continue. So here's you've got your bubbles, you've got your stars small, then you've got the brick wall, okay? So brick wall, stars small, and the bubbles. Then on the bottom, you've got music, elegant swim, and maple leaves. So that's set B, only £8.99. It's just over £1 each, about £1.30 each, something like that. Really, really good value. And they're all made from Mylar, so they'll last you a long time, and they wash up a dream. And then the last one, this always makes me smile, this one. Remember when we used to have T-shirts with those symbols on?
I do,
yes. In the 80s. There we go. That one's called Smile. There we go. Pick an emoji, which one suits you? You've then got your butterfly trail, which is really lovely. Then you've got your sweet honeycomb. Diamond trellis is that one. That was what you used to make the speaker cover or the box. Then in the middle you've got polka dot small, and then finally fish scales at the end there as well. £8.99 Q82841. Okay, it's QB, sorry, QB2841. That's the product code. £8.99 is your price. Now the dies that we have. Now I've got the octagon dies. Is that the ones that you wanted me to look at? Yeah. Okay. So the octagon fantastic canvases. These just here, really unusual shape actually, and it's refreshing to see, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because it sort of breaks the mould a little bit of what you might expect. And as I said, because of the die is going to do all the cutting and scoring for you, not at all complicated to actually build and work with.
Now I've got a couple of finished cards here to show you. This is the small octagon. Now that is lovely, and that's using the maple leaf stencil. So that proves to you, if I put that down there, you can see it easier. That just kind of proves the point that the stencil, although it's small, is easy to repeat and use for larger surface areas. I love that. And that's the small octagon in cream on there. And then the large octagon with beautiful background is there. So that gives you a much larger surface area. But it's a really interesting shape, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it fits nicely inside that noble die set that we've got on today's show as well, which is our pierced rectangles, if I remember rightly.
Absolutely. Now, we've also got in the show, and Creative Expressions are brilliant at these, we've also got our embossing folders. Now, one of these was the Spotlight. I don't know if we've still got stock. We've still got stock of the... Right, OK, good. This is still available. This was our Spotlight that we launched just after 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it's Jamie's favourite 3D embossing folder. This is stunning. It's the Rose. Now, if I show it to you in gold mirror, can you see why Jamie loved that so much? And actually, we did a fantastic, or Jamie did a fantastic demonstration using not the embossed side, but actually the debossed side with the glossy glazes, didn't you?
Exactly. We can just do a technique called grouting technique. I've got a video doing that on my Facebook page. If we don't get a chance to recap it today, it's already there. You can go have a little look at it. But it's literally just taking the texture paste and filling in the gaps on the reverse of it using a palette knife. Very simple.
The Spotlight deal, $6.99 for a 3D embossing folder. Absolutely perfect. Great value for money. That's why we chose it as a Spotlight. Jamie's favourite at a great price while stocks last. UW285. UW285 UW2885, that's the product code, 2885. Okay, so that's one of the really good deals, and we had to kind of match it, bearing in mind that was a Spotlight. The other one that we've got for you is this 3D embossing folder here, which is the Moroccan tile. So the Moroccan tile, there you go. So just as beautiful as the rose, different style obviously, but same sort of value for money. 3D, meaning that you've got the background, the midground and the foreground. It's just so dimensional. And another firm favourite, same price as the Spotlight deal, £6.99, that's TH2834, if you fancy adding that one. And both of those are really everyday, embossing folders you'll use again and again.
Perfect to be sort of themed to different creations all throughout the year, especially the Moroccan tile one. That's a very sort of all-year theme.
Yeah, okay. So give us a call if you want, or go to the website if you'd like to. Hobbymaker.co.uk is the website. You can order free of charge there, of course, by having an account. You have to have an account to actually order, so just give us your email address, make up a password, that's you in. Also, of course, if you want the operator to set you up an account, that's absolutely fine. They're there in our call centre here in just outside Birmingham, so not in a far-flung part of the world. They're here. It's a free phone number, and they will answer any questions you may have got, any queries you've got. They'll place your order for you. 0800 001 4433. Just say you're new and you'd like to order either the glossy glazes or the embossing folder, and they'll then set up an account for you, and it's there for you going forward. So dead easy. Right, back to demo.
Are we ready?
Yes.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try and show you two demos I had planned in one go.
Okay.
Because there were two bits I wanted to sort of share with you. Is sort of the positive and the negative of what we're going to do. So this is the one we're going to sort of focus on, but we'll talk about both of them as we go through them. I also wanted to share with you, that painting that we did in the first demo, that is now dry.
Perfect.
So we said about sort of testing it or timing it. It's still possibly a little bit tacky, so I wouldn't necessarily put it inside an embossing folder or put a dye on it and put it through a machine just yet, but it's certainly dry to touch. I'm not getting covered in the paste at all, so perfect to start working with.
Great.
So for our next part to our demo, and we're going to do something that we sort of did earlier, but slightly differently. We're going to take some masking tape and we're going to start putting the masking tape down randomly just across the panel of card that I have here. You could make patterns with this if you wanted to. It's really up to you. You could have different size pieces, whatever you wish. The choice here is completely up to you. And we're just going to go randomly like so. We're then going to bring in our pastes once again. Now again, you would expect a texture paste to just be going for a stencil, but we can do the same style of technique as we did earlier, whereby we're going to take our pastes and we're going to start placing them over the top of the tape and over the top of the card. Now the tape will stay in place, obviously, and mask off them areas underneath. And we can just keep spreading this about as much as we want to, building up our layers. And we'll pop that one back. We're going for the lovely fuchsia pink next, and we're going to go over in the same areas. Now you'll notice, and I pointed this out earlier, if we start going over the top of this one, it's already going to start to dry, and these textural bits will start creating little walls, and we'll end up with the pink infilling the areas around them. So you can do as much of this or as little of this as you wish to do. We could, if we're thinking of Christmas, we could just stick to the reds and the greens, maybe sprinkle in some glitter over the top.
You hear us talk about our Liam in the office, who is obviously very much involved with Hobbymaker. He is renovating his house.
Okay.
And he's just done a feature wall using a similar sort of technique by putting
Has he?
tape. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He put tape on the wall and then did a roller
Okay.
and then removed the tape, and it was all very geometric. It looked fantastic.
Oh, I bet that's really good. So we'll take off our excess at the top here, and then let's go for some blue. And you really should be cleaning your spatula or your palette knife in between these colours. I'm being very naughty and just sort of dipping in at a quick pace so that you get to see this completed sometime quickly. But carry on. When you're happy with it, stop. Keep adding more or less if you prefer. Sprinkle on glitters if you wish to. Whatever you want to do to it is absolutely fine. Then these pieces of tape, you can either leave them. I tend to, I've got a little bit of leakage there, but that's fine. You can leave your tapes until they're dry and then remove them, or you can do them as you've sort of finished with it.
Oh yeah, don't throw the tape away.
No. So we've got the positive and we're creating our negative as well. So we'll carry on with these. And there's two more to go. Oh. This is one of them techniques I tend to do on a piece slightly larger than I need it to be, so I can trim them down as well. We'll get rid of that piece of paper for now, and we'll bring this one in as well. So we have our masking tape. Now, once that is dry, we can take those And this is what I have created this card with.
It's almost like you've created your own designer washi tape, really.
Exactly, that was my theory.
Right.
And if you wanted to stamp on these first of all, so stamp on your masking tape before you begin, the texture pastes are quite transparent, so you'll see that through the design as well. Or if you wanted to stamp over the top of them, or like we did in the first demo where we inked through the stencils and put a pattern onto the background, you could do that, and then you could use these pieces of tape. So they're not wasted in any way, shape or form, and you've created your own idea with them. So we'll take those ones away. And then we'll go to looking at our background. So let's pop that card down. Back onto our background. Now I've got a little bit of a leak coming through here. The rest of that is pretty crisp and quite nice.
Incredible, yeah.
And you've got a lovely colour coming through there as well, haven't you? Now that obviously we could trim that part off, or we could stick something over the top of it. You know, that's crafting, isn't it? We have them little areas, but you're going to keep that glossy effect to it. So we'll leave that one to dry as well, and we'll bring in our cards to start building this creation up. So I'm going to go for a square card. If ever I do anything that I class as artsy, a bit more out the box than you might imagine, I always layer it on black card because I think it looks a bit more like an art gallery's framed it. I don't know why. That's just my random bit. So we'll place our black layer on
black
first.
always makes the main feature pop.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so even if you've got quite a lot of colours going on,
Yeah.
they're still going to come to the forefront because the black's going to set them off. So here's one I've done. Instead of going diagonal like the one we just done, I've just gone down in equal sort of areas. On the one I did originally, I tried to aim to have different size pieces. So I've got different pieces of tape in different areas to create different width lines. So play around with this, see how you get on, and just see what you come up with. You can see I've gone for very different colours as well between the two versions. Again, that's the beauty of having quite a few shades. We're then going to bring on our canvas. So we're going to use one of the large square canvases. We're going to add some glue around the edge. I've got my foam tape in the middle once again, and we're going to place that down on the top there. Now with my stencil, this time what I've done is I've put the paste through the stencil, then I've used the palette knife over the top and padded it over the top of it. So you can see that that's got quite a lot of texture coming through there as well, and a bit more random colour. So if you want to mix your colours through your stencils, you can absolutely do that as well. Whether you do it with your palette knife or you do it with a stipple brush is up to you. But there's no reason why you can't have different effects.
That's Bubbles, and that's in set B for the stencils for just $8.99 if you want that, along with Stars, Small, Brick Wall, Music, Elegant Swim and Maple Leaves. Set B.
And then we're going to take our word Cherish, which comes in with, I'm going to say the panel die here. Comes in with one of the canvas dies. We give you a word in each of the large canvases, and that is something I really cannot ever remember is which one goes with which. But
What was the word?
It's the word's Cherish. Is it the large panel, Dave? Help me out. Memory like a fish. And then we can pop that one on there, and that will complete that one.
That's in with the large octagon.
Oh, large octagon, sorry.
There you go.
I told you my memory's not good. But it shows you how you can use your little words as well, so they're also full of uses. And that gives you, as I say, from one background, we've got two cards, but it certainly shows you a different technique that you can use with them.
These glossy glazes, honestly, you're going to fall in love with them. And I think it's probably one of the most vivid colour palettes I've seen. You know, even when you're kind of blending them and you're mixing the yellow with the blue and getting green, it all stays so vibrant, yet translucent and also shiny. So you've got that, what looks like an enamelled finish, which is breathtaking. And those techniques that Jamie's just shown us with the tape, making your own designer washi tape, you know, I just thought you were making a lovely striped background. Then I realised actually the tape that I thought you were going to throw away actually is designer tape now. So,
why not? Why not use them? Absolutely. If we can use that as well, why not?
And you get all 6 of these, and Jamie had a hand in developing this as well, with his idea and concept. So I just think you're going to absolutely adore them. If I get the boards again, let me just lift this up so you can see. These are the colours you're going to get. And this is just basically a simple stencil that Jamie's used a spatula on, and the results, well, they speak for themselves. And they are just so lovely and shiny. When the light hits them, it really gives them that wonderful, like it's been heat embossed, to be honest with you. But in actual fact, it's just keeping its natural shine. It keeps its shine, it keeps its colour, but you can also see through. It's translucent to a degree, so you can see through to the actual surface underneath. But something brand new and different. You get one of them for nothing if you buy the set of 6. $24.99 is your price. Product code YE2830. And each one's got 50 ml in it, so you're looking at 300 ml of the brand new glossy glazes, and I can tell you're dead chuffed with them. I can see why.
I am, absolutely, yes. It's lovely when a product comes together and the idea you had sort of works out, and then we get to bring you these in such fun colours. This is the second release. We had 6 very sort of transparent light shades that come out about 6 weeks ago. So now to see how popular they are and be able to bring back another 6 shades that we feel are going to help you go through the year. Amazing.
Can I just quickly tell you that we do still have stock of our Gemporia Craft embossing and die cutting machine, which is loved by so many people, not only me, but also Jamie here as well. He actually bought 4 of them. We have it still available. It's still in stock. It's got a run button, it's got a reverse button and a power button. But what impressed me was not only the style of it, but also the power of it as well. It's Gemporia Craft branded too. So I'll just turn it around there. It's a really smart looking machine. You've got, of course, the carry handle there as well. Why did you buy 4 of them, Jamie?
Why? Because if I'll be honest, I found it very useful to use. I thought it was an incredible price. It's very reliable. I got to play around with it on the day when I bought them here. I found the plates incredible. These are the plates out of my machine. So I know I've got 4 of them, so you might think, oh, he's got 4 sets, so he's just bought the ones he hasn't used very much. This set of plates is the one that sits by my desk. So you can see it's been used an awful lot, but yet my plates are completely flat. I haven't yet come across a machine that does that. And this isn't because I should, but I haven't twisted, turned, flipped and counted every day and time I've used them, because to be honest, I ain't got the brain power for that. So instead it's just I pick them up and I use them. I also don't follow any rules really, do I? I also cut into my magnetic sheet. Now again, other machines, the magnetic sheets falls apart before you even looked at it. This one, not only does it not fall apart, you can cut into it and it's still good to use.
I tell you
so
what,
no magnets, nothing holding it together.
Everyone who's used the machine here at Hobbymaker has had nothing but praise for it. We've got it available now at $129.99. It is on split payments as well, so that's only $43.33 to pay today. You do get a 30-day money-back guarantee with everything here at Hobbymaker. So, you know, not all die cutting machines are equal. Put this one to the test. It's one of the most cost-effective machines on the market, if not the most affordable on the market, electronic die cutting machine. And in my mind, it's one of the best as well. And that's why Jamie bought 4 of them. He was so impressed with it when he came here to the studio to use it. We asked him if he'd use it. And he said, yeah. And they went away and bought 4. So if you'd like to try it today, it's DGV189 at $129.99 and also on split pays as well. That's 3 split pays, I think it is, yeah. Okay, so yeah, thumbs up from Jamie, thumbs up from me. I think you'll be thumbs up for it as well. Loads of you have already got one, but it's still available if you like it. Enough time to do one more demo? Well, maybe even 2 more demos.
Okay, let's start with this one, shall we? So this is what we're going to do next. So we're going to use our glossy glazes in a couple of different ways. We're going to use them on the top here, in the background behind our butterflies, and we're going to be doing this layer in the background here using one of our Sue Wilson dies. So there's 2 techniques at play on this one, and I want to share both of them with you. So the first one is similar to the first card we did, which is painting with our glossy glazes. So instead of using white card like we did earlier, I'm just going to take a piece of silver mirror card. Because of these are going to dry on non-porous surfaces, if we wish to add colour to mirror card, there is no reason why we can't take our paintbrush and apply these directly over the top, exactly the same as we did to that cardstock earlier. So I've already done the fuchsia pink, we're now going to do the heritage red.
Is that what you did here?
Yes, yeah, that one was demoed yesterday. So I have shown you this technique once, but I wanted to share it with you again. But it's nice to see different variations of it. So another good use for them.
Because I picked this up and thought, how have you done that?
Yeah, just mirror card. Mirror card is lovely because it will, of course, keep its shimmer too, or its shine. So even if you've got any gaps in your painting, you're still going to keep that light come through it.
That was the one that I just picked up. I couldn't work out what Jamie had done with it. But this is the technique.
And there we have the created panel. So again, just leave to dry, and you will keep that mirror shining through it. And if you've got any gaps, that will shine through,
awesome,
which is
isn't it?
quite lovely. So there's
Absolutely
another,
awesome.
think about what you're going to paint onto. So we did the painting on the card earlier. There's no reason why we can't paint onto our mirror cards, onto our acetates, anything along them lines, even glossy card maybe. Something I haven't yet tried, but I think you might really enjoy that effect too.
I was saying to Jamie earlier on, the really impressive demo he did in the previous show, which was called, did you say it was, what's the...
The grouting
technique. Grouting technique. This was the card. I was trying to find it to show you. Yeah, this is the reverse of the embossed. So the fantastic spotlight of the rose embossing folder, this is the reverse of it, not the embossed, it's the debossed side. But what Jamie did was he literally spread with a spatula the glossy glaze over the top of it, and it sits in like the little wells. But isn't that an amazing technique? Really lovely. So I can't speak highly enough of these glazes. They're fantastic.
I'm going to go rogue, Dave.
Go on.
You've encouraged me to be rogue. So this one isn't the Spotlight one. This is the Moroccan tile one. And as you can see, it was prepped for another demo, but we're not going to have time to do that. So we might as well use it for this instead. So if I show you the grouting, literally just take your texture paste, go straight over the top here. I like Miri Card a bit more because then you'll have the Miri shine through in the middle. But literally take your product and go straight over the top of your folder. If you're using something like this, which is just bright white card, which we've also got on today's show, I believe, this one isn't coated like Miri Card. So if you can do it quite quickly, that's better. The longer you linger, because you've got moisture in your texture paste, you're going to make your card damp. The damper your card is, the more you keep pushing on it, the more you're going to flatten it.
Right.
With Miri Card or acetate, because it's coated, you can spend as long as you want because that's not going to absorb the moisture.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So it'll make it a little bit easier. But it still gives you plenty of time to go back and forth and apply your colour. You could even start, we're doing it again, we're being naughty, we're taking different colours out at different times and just not even cleaning our spatula at all now. But you could start running through the colours and mixing them together to create like ombre effects over the tops as well. So don't just look at them as one technique or one colour. Think about how you can mix and match them.
I've never thought about using the reverse of an embossed card, because I always think of, the embossed side is the main side and the back of it, well, you don't really use it very much. But that's a perfect demonstration using this or any other paste you may have got. Think about filling in the wells at the back on the deboss side.
Exactly. It's good to have different uses.
I know.
So we're going to go on to our next technique now. Now this is the one, so we've already shown you the painting bit on the top of this card. We're now going to show you this background piece. Now this has got quite a bit of texture to it. And this is again a really easy one for you to attempt or try or perfect. All we're going to do is pick up the texture paste, bring out our glossy glaze. So we're going to start off with a Parisian purple. We're going to lay it down, we're going to spread it out slightly. Then we're going to take our palette knife and we're going to pad over the top of it. Now by doing this, we are creating our very own texture. And this always gives me the feel of encaustic art. Okay. You know, when you melt the waxes down, because if you tend to get that sort of wicking and texture, and this can be achieved exactly the same with your glossy glazes without having to bring out any machinery or irons or waxes or buy a whole load of stuff you haven't yet got. Again, we can mix the colours. So we're going to bring the red in and we're just going to work this going all the way across. And again, if you do have gaps, so I'm not particularly trying to perfect this, I'm quite happy for there to be little areas that shine through because we're going to have gold Miri Card shine through it. So that'll be a lovely finish. And even if we want to bring in...
Because if that wasn't translucent, you wouldn't see the gold mirror at all, would you?
And in the light areas, sorry Dave, like in the light areas, like between those, that will dry quite transparent. So you'll still see the gold through there, even if you try and cover everything up, which is lovely.
And the fact that it dries on Miri Card as well and works on Miri Card is fantastic.
So we can just carry on padding these through and you can play around. Again, we've got 6 colours in this set for you to play with, so you can really build up your backgrounds. Again, we've gone quite sunsetty here, haven't we? So maybe
we'll on things like MDF and wood and things like that.
I can't see any reason why not. It's not something I've tried personally, but it will certainly dry on porous or non-porous surfaces. So wood should be absolutely no problem whatsoever. We'll bring in our blue. See, I'm sort of regretting the purple up there now because we've got a bit of a sunset feel going on over the sea here, haven't we? But, we could trim that bit off and just stick to this piece. Mm-hmm. I am now just playing, really. Sorry.
That's all right.
We'll go back to where we should be in a second, I promise. But it gives you the sort of idea of how you can build that up and have a texture to it.
That really does look like a sun going down, doesn't it, over the sea?
Yes, today I also, and have I got another bit of Miri? I don't know how we're doing for time, Dave. We really should try.
We've got about 10 minutes.
Try and focus on one thing at once, shouldn't we? Another idea for you is if you take out your texture paste and you put it down, and I did show you this yesterday, but just in case you didn't see that show, and bring in a brayer. And if you work the texture paste out across the card, again, we're going to have them gaps, so you're going to see that Miri Card come through. Yeah. But you're also going to maintain that texture. And this looks really good on acetate. So if you want to make coloured acetate and then die cut it for your backgrounds or your flowers, that can look really pretty. And again, it will dry with that same texture and you'll have that feel to that. So you'll be able to run your finger across it and feel it.
These glazes, you've got to get them, you've got to try them. They are absolutely amazing. And they're unlike any product I've seen on any channel ever. And these are brand new. we've got them today for the very first time, and you've got 6 stunning colours, you really have. And Jamie had a hand in the development of them. We have had some kind of pastel versions of the colours a week or two, well, a few weeks ago. These are now the brand new, vibrant, brand new colours of your glossy glazes. The red, the green. And remember, if I just show you the colour swatch again as well, that shows you the colours a little bit better. And it also shows you the way it reflects the light, but it is translucent. So if you put it onto a mirrored surface, like a mirrored card or something like that, the shine of the mirror will still come through from behind, which is pretty amazing. You've got your green, you've got your pink, you've got your heritage red, Parisian purple, curious blue, and orange flame. All of them you're going to get for that price of £24.49. And you can buy them on their own, but of course you'll pay full price for them if you do. But certainly if you buy the set of 6, if you love one, the chances are you're going to love all 6 of them. You'll get one for nothing. You're only paying 5 of them. And yeah, they're brand new. But if you want them individually, just check out hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can, what's your favourite colour? Just choose maybe the purple, and try that. But think about other surfaces you may want to put this on. We talked about wood. Jamie thinks, yeah, shouldn't be a problem. So things that you want to give a new lease of life to, things that you want to give a real kind of vibrant colour. I love colour, and the more colourful something is, the better as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. We need colour, don't we? It makes us smile.
Yeah, it cheers you up, absolutely. Okay, we've got one more demo lined up.
So we'll just finish this one off. I'll just bring the components together. So we've painted with it. No, you're fine. I went off on tangents, Dave. I was struggling to keep up. Don't panic. But we painted with it. We sort of patted it and we braided it. So let's bring that lot together. So this is our background here where we've painted with it, all dry and set. You can see I've gone ahead and I've cut a panel out of this. There's no point wasting good card.
No.
So we're going to cover it up. I could have done another one here, to be honest with you. I had to give it a bit more thought. But that's not a problem. We're going to use some black and white card, and we're going to go over the top of this once again, and we're going to frame that part there. We're then going to go on to that piece that we was doing all the patting with, the bottom of the palette knife. And this one I've gone and cut the middle out of it. So I've got the middle part that I could be using for another project, and I've got this part left. This is Sue Wilson's die that we have on today's show. I'm going to struggle with the memory of the name here. I think it's called the Pierced Scalloped Rectangle. We've got it on today's show. It's one of Sue Wilson's lovely dies, and you've got piercing on the outside and the inside.
The scalloped end rectangle.
That's the one.
That's
Thanks,
the one.
Dave.
There we go. So 6 dies in that set. That's it. The Noble Collection scalloped end rectangles. Okay.
However hard I try to remember the names, it never works.
We'll put the details up for you. Here they come. If you fancy the look of these. There we go. So that'll be on the screen very soon for you. You're getting all 6 of them. Here they come. The smallest one is 3.2 by 7.4 centimetres. The largest one is 12.6 by 17.6 centimetres. 2450, and that's FO2884, if you fancy those. Good. Great.
Okay, so from here, we've got our middle part cut out using our lovely textural piece. I've then gone ahead and I've cut one just in white card, and this shows you how you've got that piercing on both sides of the cut line. So not only do you have it on the frame that we've created, you've also got it on your panels as well. I've then put mine onto a scoreboard and scored it at every ½ centimetre, so it's got a nice texture to it. And we're going to set that back inside the aperture that's created on the layer underneath. So we've got double the piercing and the white showing through on both pieces, which I thought was quite a nice effect. We're then going to bring in our octagon canvas. Now this is our large canvas, I believe. And we're going to take our foam tape off the middle here. We're going to add our glue just around the edges. And we're going to place that roughly in the centre of our
Good
panel.
idea to put the double foam pads in the middle.
Well, it just means that you can't crush it.
Yeah.
So if if you're sending this through the post, you don't have to worry that by the time your work gets to the other end, it's going to be damaged, because that's going to protect it for you. So it's just a nice way to make sure it's safe. I'm then going to bring in my panel. Now remember, this is the bit that we cut out of the very base layer. I've already gone ahead because I show you the stenciling on the first part of the first demo we did. So I've once again laid my stencil in place, and I've gone over it with a blending brush and just put them butterflies in place. This is one of our mini stencils we've got on today's show.
That technique of the glossy glazes brushed onto mirror card is, I think, my favourite technique.
Is it? That's good to hear.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
I really love it. And when I saw that card in front of me here, and just thought, how's he done that? And that's just silver mirror card, isn't it?
That is silver mirror card, and a little bit lighter to the touch with the pastes or the glazes. You don't have to be too heavy.
It looked like it had been etched. You know, like it actually feels it's got that.
I can see why you'd say that. Yeah. When you know how you did it, you don't really see it in any other format.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can see why.
Like sanded metal.
Yes.
What it looked like.
And then we're going to bring in our flowers. So this is our pinwheel flower from Sue Wilson. And we've also got lots of leaves. I tend to get a bit carried away with my leaves. So I'm just going to do a couple of these, but I wanted to show you how you can extend this one up. It works really nicely if you want to keep layering these in and you get the leaves going off in both directions. So if you want to keep going round and round the frame, or you wanted to create your own wreath maybe, this one does lean on really nicely and can go out in both directions. So we'll leave it with just 2 on this one. And I'll show you the one that I finished already that's got a few more pieces to it. But that's the beauty of having a nice set of flowers. You can add more or less depending on how you wish to.
So we've actually got the finishing touches pinwheel floral craft dies for you from Sue Wilson. They are the flowers that Jamie's used really beautifully on both of those cards there. This is actually what you get. And it's been one of the best sellers, hasn't it, this?
I would have thought so, yes. It's the first time I believe we've bought it on this show, and I hadn't even had it before this show.
Oh, okay.
Out of all of the flowers Sue had, I missed this one, and when I see it, I was like, I've got to have that one.
So you're going to get the outside cutting edge, which gives you this kind of block image, and then you get the detail die as well, which can overlay it, and then you get your beautiful foliage there as well. So yeah, and it's the finishing touch to a card, I think, especially the way Jamie's used it there with the white cardstock, just kind of going around an arch. And because they're all individual components, you know, you can do a straight line, you can do a semicircle, you can do a complete wreath if you want to. $14.99, and Sue Wilson does some great flowers. This is one of them. So this is the pinwheel, okay? Now, a quick reminder of the Spotlight, which is the rose embossing folder. Remember, this launched at 1 o'clock today. I've got some boards here to show you. Now, this is it happens to be Jamie's favourite embossing folder, or one of his favourite embossing folders. Why did you say that earlier on, Jamie? That's your
because of those so many folders, you have sort of an unequal amount of ups and downs. I'm trying to think of a better way to put this, but the detail isn't level. And when you brush inks or polishes across the top of it, you're going to inevitably end up in the dips underneath.
Yeah.
With this folder, it's such a 50-50 split that when you turn it over, even the reverse of it has got that sort of stance to it that you can grout over the top and not get the inks or the paste in places you don't want it to be.
Let me show you what Jamie was talking about, because that's the emboss, which is, I always think, the main side of any embossing folder, the emboss. But then this is the deboss. And this has totally changed my thoughts that that's the main side. They're both very, very versatile sides to have. But this is the grouting technique that Jamie showed you earlier in both shows. So where you've got the trough, where you've got the well, the gap or the dip, that's where the glossy glaze is sat. You just, with a spatula, smooth it over, and I just think the effect is breathtaking. It really is. So if you want to do this sort of effect and you want to go for the rose embossing folder, it's still available at $6.99, but it's going very, very quickly. This was our offer at the 1 o'clock show this afternoon, which you may or may not have been watching. But if you get it now, you can do that fantastic grouting technique that Jamie's done a couple of times today. We have also got all of these amazing canvas die sets for you as well. We've got the octagon, we've got the rectangles, we've got the squares, all of them there, and they're designed by Jamie as well. And what that will do, depending on which one you go for, it will give you the look of like triptych art, for example, on the wall, like you said your pictures gave you the idea.
Exactly, that was my inspiration for it.
Yeah, and this is using glossy glazes on the canvases. They're not canvas, but they look like canvases. They're basically three-dimensional pictures that you can make out of cardstock and then, of course, decorate however you choose. But I think favourite technique has to be the grouting one and this one.
That's good, I like that, that's good. And it's not the ones you would expect where we're just putting it through a stencil, but knowing you've got that ability too, you know, a product that can do more than one thing is a good product to have in your collection.
Glossy glazes, just literally lightly brushed over silver mirror card. What a stunning, stunning result. You're going to love these. If you haven't got them in your basket already, please do. They are available individually if you want to try a certain colour, but the best value is the set of 6 for $24.99, so you get 1 free. Jamie, as ever, brilliant to see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been a lovely day.
Weeks.
Yeah, see you early July.
Early July. Okay, I'll see you bright and, bright and early in the afternoon tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Don't forget, wake up with Hobby Maker tomorrow.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.